Chip team, of course, are on the Riga team that is traveling out west right now.
Yeah, Dinamo Riga. They tied and lost. Tied the Calgary Flames, lost to the Edmonton Oilers last game.
There's a young man we talked about at the beginning of the game. Very outspoken. He may be typical of the new youth, I suppose, behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. Valery Kamensky, 22 years of age. We mentioned that he first really made a name for himself in the World Junior Championships at Hamilton, Ontario in 1985. And then at the Rendezvous Series, after a so-so season in the Soviet Union with Central Red Army, he came over and was brilliant, was one of the all-stars in that three-game Rendezvous Series.
He's in his second year with the Red Army team. There he is, King of the Hill. Yes.
Nice red uniform, very similar colors except for the blue patches to the team that he would like to be playing for, the New Jersey Devils.
24, he was the youngest captain of the national team. He was originally drafted by the Montreal Canadiens in '78, and then, of course, the New Jersey Devils in '83. Montreal couldn't sign him. 12 years, with the Central Red Army team. He is considered the Paul Coffey and the Ray Bourque of this Red Army team and the national team.
And there he is, Viktor Tikhonov. He is considered the master of hockey now in the Soviet Union. Tarasov, the great Anatoly Tarasov, handled the chores for so many years. But for the past 10 years, that man has been the coach of the national team and, of course, of Central Red Army. Now let's join public address announcer Rich Kahn for the introduction of these two teams.
Goaltender Sergei Goloshumov. Number 2, defenseman Vyacheslav Fetisov. Number 5, defenseman Alexei Gusarov. Number 6, defenseman Alexei Kasatonov. Number 7, defenseman Vladimir Malikov. Number 8, center Igor Larionov. Number 9, left wing Vladimir Krutov. Number 10, left wing Valery Zelopukhin. Number 11, left wing Evgeny Davidov. Number 13, left wing Valery Kamensky. Number 15, right wing Andrei Homotov. Number 16, defenseman Vladimir Konstantinov. Number 19, center Vyacheslav Bykov. Number 21, defenseman Igor Stelnov. Number 24, right wing and captain Sergei Makarov. Number 25, defenseman Ilya Biakin. Number 26, center Alexander Chernik. Number 27, center Pavel Kostykin. And number 22, center Sergei Niemchinov. The head coach of the Central Red Army is Viktor Tikhonov. And now for the New York Islanders, number 30, goaltender Kelly Rudy. Number 31, goaltender Bill Smith. Number 3, defenseman Thomas Janssen. Number 4, defenseman Gerald Diduck. Number 7, left wing Greg Gilbert. Number 8, defenseman Jeff Norton. Number 11, left wing Randy Wood. Number 12, left wing Rich Crom. Number 16, center Pat LaFontaine. Number 17, right wing Brad Delgarno. Number 21, center and captain Brent Sutter. Number 24, right wing Mikko Makala. Number 25, right wing David Volek. Number 26, right wing Patrick Flatley. Number 27, left wing Derek King. Number 35, defenseman Reed Larson. Number 36, defenseman Gary Nyland. Number 39, defenseman Mark Bergevin. Number 40, center Remo Helmanen. And number 47, Rich Pilon. The head coach of the Islanders, Al Arbor. Joining Al behind the bench this evening are assistant coach Rick Wilson and Brian Trottier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you all to please rise. Join along with Mr. Joe Dewar, Ben Steele at the organ, in the singing of the national anthems of the Soviet Union and the United States of America.
Союзный России, Республик свободных, сплотила навеки Великая Русь. Да здравствует созданный волей народа, единый могучий Советский Союз. Славься Отечество, наша свободнее. Дружбе народа, но дразни оплот. С днями советска, с днями народный. Пусть от подверди, подвердяй ведет. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, the two teams have been introduced. Normally, there is an exchange, and that now takes place at the center ice area. Sergei Makarov and the Islander captain Brent Sutter exchanging the traditional gifts. Handshake with the officials on the part of Makarov. And you see Brian Trottier over at the Islander bench, not dressed for tonight's game. We do have a wireless microphone on Brian, and we'll be hearing from him at the bench from time to time throughout the contest. We're just checking the mic.
Perfect about Merck's bringing me the tape.
No, it does work. The Soviet Union will start their big line, the KLM line, and they start Sergei Milnikov in goal tonight. Milnikov played the entire series at the Olympics. He was in goal for the tie at Quebec with a 4.61 goals against average. He's 30 years of age, 5'10", and 176 pounds. You see the huddle forming around the Central Red Army goal, and down at the other end of the ice, the Islanders will be starting 38-year-old veteran Bill Smith. All the numbers on Smith, of course, over the years. He has played that one game against Central Red Army here in 1979. That was the Superpower 80 series, as it was called then. And as Eddie pointed out, we expect to see Smith and Rudy share the net-minding duties tonight.
There's your kick in the ass, Gibby.
That's all it takes. Get him kick-started, Brian.
Jump start. Get going. Make a good start.
Terry Fraser will referee tonight's game. Gord Brosiker and Kevin Collins are the two linesmen. Kevin Collins lined up right in front of the Soviet bench. That'd have been an interesting sight when you think back to the Canada Cup Series in 1987. When it was all over, Viktor Tikhonov, the coach, pushed linesman Kevin Collins. Was not happy with the outcome, of course. There was some report following that Tikhonov would be relieved of his duties with the national team, but not so.
They also talked of relieving him of his duties with the national team after the 1980 Olympics. That didn't happen either when the United States won the gold medal.
The Soviets in the red uniforms. Makarov out with Krutov and Larionov. The puck played into the Islander zone. Brent Sutter trying to come up the left wing boards, and Krutov reached behind, knocked it down. No hand pass. And Kasatonov trying to come in off the left side. Knocked away from him. Fetisov has teamed up with a different defense mate. Normally, it would be Kasatonov. Tonight, it's Konstantinov. And Konstantinov has teamed with Fetisov in the game at Quebec City on Monday night. And David Volek plays it off the boards to Sutter into center ice for Flatley. Flatley trying to get it around Larry Aronoff. The puck played across to the right side for Nyland on the Islander defense. Moves in deep. Centers one off. Sutter skates. And Sutter gets to it again. Dumps it to the corner for Volek. Volek brings it back to the Soviets line. It's knocked away from him. And David Volek takes his man down. Gusarov was moving in when Volek hooked him up, and there will be a penalty here to Volek. The Soviets, who had 2 power play goals in the game against the Quebec Nordiques, get the first man advantage in this contest.
A breakaway. Again, a close call. I think the linesman made the call, stealing the puck and racing down the ice. Alexei Gusarov, you could see pulled down. Nyland was coming quickly. I suppose that's the only reason there was not a penalty shot. David Volek makes a mistake at his own at the blue line of the Red Army team. Handled the puck just once too often, stolen. And now the Islanders are really going to be tested. Power plays by the Soviet Union teams have always been awesome. The Islanders' penalty killing has not been that good this season. They're ranked 19th in the NHL. Power play of the Soviet Union, they had 2 power play goals on 5 opportunities against Quebec.
Soviets come in forechecking. Bykov playing it back to Kasatonov. To Bykov, fires one that was steered wide on a deflection, held in at the left point. Gusarov waits, plays it in a little deeper. Kamensky with a shot that's blocked. It comes back to the right point. Kasatonov to Holmatov. Holmatov in the right circle, plays it in a little deeper. Bykov tried to center one that was broken up and cleared off the glass and down the ice.
What a good play by Nyland. He anticipated a pass, got one off his stick, and was able to clear it.
Holmatov takes a hit from Pilon as he dumped it in, and the Islanders are going to be 2 men short. Rich Pilon.
You cannot play dumb hockey against the Soviets. The given is that they're good. You give them a 2-man advantage, and they'll be very good. A break in the action. 17:58 remaining in the first period. There is no score.
On your path to success, reach for America's strongest financial helping hand, Citicorp and Citibank. More American families own their own homes and attend college with our help, and more get what they want with MasterCard and Visa cards from Citibank than from any other company. We also serve millions of customers in every major marketplace worldwide. Citicorp, because Americans want to succeed, not just survive.
For the Soviets, a 2-man advantage, 1 minute and 5 seconds, as Pilon goes off for roughing. Volek already sitting out a hooking penalty. Larry Aronoff, Krutov, and Makarov out for the Soviets, testing Bill Smith. Now Fetisov plays it back to the far side. Konstantinov got it right back to him, to Larry Aronoff, to Fetisov. Into Larry Aronoff in front of the net. They feed it back to Konstantinov, and his shot is blocked and held by Bill Smith.
Billy Smith will be hanging on at every opportunity he can get a hold of the puck. Soviets moving it around the outside. So far, the Islanders, while they're backed in close to Smith, they're not giving away the ice directly in front of the goal. Here's the passing of the Soviets. They handle the puck so well. Look at the deflection. Bill Smith doing a good job of anticipating the play, taking the puck, holding on.
And Larry Aronoff moves in on the face-off against Pat LaFontaine. Soviets get the draw. That's Krutov with it, number 9. Feeds it back to the blue line. Playing the left side is Kasatonov now, teamed up with Fetisov. And the pass went astray in the Islanders zone, and Brent Sutter slaps it off the boards and down the ice. Number 6, Kasatonov, back of the net. Makarov moves up the left side. The pass goes to the right side. This is Krutov over the line. Krutov wearing the face shield tonight, protecting an injury picked up in the game at Quebec. Krutov walks right in, shoots, Smith makes the save. Krutov with it back of the net. Now the net comes off and play called with 4 seconds left and David Volek's hooking penalty.
Good job so far by the Islanders. One thing for sure, that the Soviets will not do. They'll not take a shot from a bad angle, but give Krutov a chance here. He comes in, tries to put it through the 5-hole. You can see where he was trying to put it between the knees of Bill Smith. The Islanders using discipline, holding their positions. You could see Thomas Johnson. He was tempted to go behind the net and chase after Krutov, but he didn't. He went back to the side.
Now Sutter takes the face-off, wins the draw for the Islanders, giving it to Diddick, and he shot it down the ice. Wallach is released from the penalty box. 52 seconds left in Pilon's roughing penalty. There is no score. We're in the first period at the Nassau Coliseum. Makarov relaying the puck into the Islanders' zone. Smith plays it to the corner. There's Brent Sutter. Slaps it off the boards. Away from Kasatonov at the left point. Johnson moves into forecheck as Milnikov plays it around behind the net. Vyacheslav Fetisov left it for Larry Arnott. A Mike Bossy look-alike. Now Krutov over the lines. Makarov moves in on the right wing side as Larry Arnott holds the puck. Back to Fetisov. Fires through a screen. Deflected wide, and Brent Sutter takes over. Sutter plays the puck to center out of the reach of Johnson. Central Red Army with 10 seconds remaining in the power play, and they have difficulty handling it in their own end of the ice. Peacock takes it behind the net. And the penalty to Pilon is expired, so the Islanders kill off 1 minute and 5 seconds. The two-man Soviet advantage, and now the Soviets are called for having iced the puck.
Big boost for the Islanders, killing off a two-man disadvantage. Early in the game, they only allowed 3 shots to the Soviets in the two-man advantage. It's a good job. That can give any kind of a team a lift, although it hasn't done that so much for the Islanders in the past. Maybe it will here. They know that they can't make too many mistakes. They made a couple. Wallach mishandling a puck, taking a penalty in reprisal, and then Pilon, a roughing penalty. The Islanders have suffered through it.
Chernik taking the face-off for the Soviets. Raimo Helminen for the Islanders. They faced one another at the Olympics, of course. Helminen joining the Islanders following that, and there will be another penalty call coming up against the New York Islanders. Davidoff gets to the puck. Makela ties him up. Chernik takes it out of the corner. Alexander Chernik unable to center, and as it went to Helminen, play is called, and the Soviets get one more power play opportunity. There is no score between the Islanders and Central Red Army.
They are the elite teams of the Soviet League, Central Red Army and Dynamo Riga. They're coming to North America to challenge the Edmonton Oilers, Los Angeles Kings, New York Islanders, and more. East meets West in this clash of hockey titans. Saturday afternoon, they call him the Bobby Orr of the Soviet Union. Vyacheslav Fetisov and the Central Red Army clash with the Boston Bruins in the Superpower Face-Off. Live at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central, exclusively on Sports Channel, Saturday.
Gary Fraser has been Bill Smith. There's a shot that he kicks it to the right. It bounced off his own leg. He comes up with the puck for a moment, then it's blasted short off Bergevin. Here's the penalty. The high sticking penalty. Could be high sticking. Could be cross-checking to Larionov. So the Islanders go to the power play. 8-1 the shots on goal favoring the Soviets, but 7 of the 8 shots they've had have been with a man advantage. The one shot the Islanders have had, a fine scoring opportunity by Raimo Helminen. He walked in all alone.
Helminen is out now on the power play, getting the draw back to Larson. Johnson covering the right point into Makela. Makela being watched by Kamensky. Got the puck right back from Helminen. Feeds Johnson at the point. To Makela, turns on right wing. He shoots off the goaltender Milnikov. The Soviets fail to clear it out. Here's Johnson into Mikko Makela. To Helminen. Back to Makela. To Johnson. Right back to Makela. To Johnson. The Swedish player takes a look. Gives it to Larson. Larson pulls to the right side. Lets one fly. It was blocked. Comes right back to Johnson. Thomas Johnson feeds Reed Larson for the drive. Milnikov the save, and the rebound comes back to Larson as again Central Red Army failed to clear it out. At LaFontaine gives the puck to Helminen. Back to Johnson at the blue line. Thomas Johnson lets it go. Milnikov the save. Loose puck. And Kamensky is able to clear it high in the air and down the ice.
Milnikov makes a good save. He takes the rebound, bangs it straight out about 25 feet, but it was cleared by one of his defensemen.
Larson got the puck to Janssen. Now to King, who comes over the Soviet line. King around Kasatonov. Centers. Volek shot is blocked. Milnikov without a stick. David Volek checked in the corner. The puck goes to Derek King. Can't play it through the traffic, however. And Diakin starts down the right side. Diakin, Omatov moving in. The play broken up in the Islander zone, and it's Didick. 30 seconds remaining in the power play as he gave it to Brent Sutter. Out to center to King, now to Volek. Off his stick at the Soviet blue line. And Alexei Kasatonov plays it back deeper into his own zone. Usarov to Bykov here on the right side. Bykov puts it in the Islander territory, and the Soviets change up as Didick goes back with the puck.
In the game against Quebec, the Soviets were able to score 2 power play goals. They also had a short-handed goal in that hockey game.
Now Fetisov with the puck, and the Islander power play has expired. Larry Erdoff out of the box after that high sticking penalty. We're midway through the opening period. There is no score at the Nassau Coliseum. Here's Fetisov. Shoots one from the line that's grabbed and dropped by Smith. Wicked shot off the stick of Vyacheslav Fetisov. He and Konstantinov together again on the Soviets' defense. Several years ago, they experimented breaking up that defense pairing, and it didn't work too well. Now Zelepukin into the Islander zone, and a quick shot off Bill Smith. Ends up back of the net. Matt LaFontaine plays it around the board. Konstantinov holds it in at the left point. Puts it into the corner. Davidoff trying to center. LaFontaine all over him. Davidoff comes off the boards. Right-handed shot, lets one go. It hit his teammate Chernik and comes out over the line. They neatly play it back to Fetisov. Very seldom do they give the puck away.
Handled it so well, Jiggs. They kept the Islanders pretty well at even strength in their own end of the ice as Bill Smith grabs the puck from Davidoff.
We pause now for a regional break. You're watching the NHL Soviet Super Series exclusively on Sports Channel.
When these stars heard they were nominated for an ACE Award, they couldn't contain themselves.
Give me an A! A! Give me an A! A! Give me an A! A! What's that spell? A!
Some were moved to tears, some to song, while others were obviously awestruck.
Huh?
And if these were their reactions to being nominated, wait till you see what happens if they win. On cable's biggest night, the 10th annual ACE Awards on Super Cable Sunday, January 15th. Live on 10 cable networks all across the dial.
Well, at our fan poll tonight, Sports Channel would like to know how you feel. Would you like to see the NHL enlarge the size of their arenas? Yes, call 1-900-300-6311. If you'd like to see the arenas remain the same, the number below that, 6312, there is a 75-cent charge for each call, a portion of which will go towards the American Red Cross Armenian Earthquake Fund. The final tabulation will come at the end of the game and on Sports Nightly, following this contest between the Islanders and the Central Red Army.
8-4 right now. I should say 11-4, the shots on goal. The Islanders had 3 power play shots a moment ago.
Breaking pass from Makarov over his stick. Bill Smith out of the net, plays it around the boards. Mark Bergevin for the Islanders has given it to Greg Gilbert. Comes to center, shot it wide to Milnikov. In after it is Makala. Beats it back. There's Didick with a drive. Grabbed outside the goalpost and held by Sergei Milnikov.
Fine hustle by the Islanders. Makala, good second effort. Gets it back to Gerald Didick. Didick shot a little high. The Russian team, Soviets I should say, watch here. They get things mixed up. At the blue line, finally it cleared out into center ice. Chernik grabbing the puck, playing it back to Fetisov, trying to control the puck. Even the Soviets sometimes get misguided and fall down.
No score, just a little more than 8 minutes to play in the opening period. Second game for Central Red Army on this 14-game swing. They'll play 7. Dinamo Riga will also play 7. Larry Ernoff into the Islander zone. His shot blocked by Smith. And there is no further play. Krutov went to the front of the net, but no rebound coming.
Since 1948, Red Army team have won 31 Soviet championships. Just a powerful team. You know, to the point where people are not watching them in the Soviet Union. They're just so strong. They win so often. Get a good look at Larionov, Igor Larionov. 7 years now with the Red Army team. Last year was his highest scoring total. He had 51 points, 25 of them goals. That's in regular season play. The other thing about the Soviet National League, if you want to call it that, is that they don't play that. They have like 48 or 50 games during the regular season.
The Central Red Army team leading at the break. They play it in two portions in the Soviet Union. This is their midway point of the year. They start in September. I think their league started September 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. In the meantime, Randy Wood dumps the puck into the Soviet zone. Chasing is Nemchinov. He checks behind the net. The puck goes loose. Wood can't get to it in time. And Gusarov plays it out of the zone to Davidov. He's bumped solidly by Rich Krom, and the fans react to that hit. Randy Wood trying to break up a Soviet rush. Succeeded. Now the puck played down into the Islanders zone. Bikov chasing it. Bergevin was able to get it to Krom, and he's cleared the zone. Center ice, Thomas Janssen got it into the Soviet territory. It's brought back by Kamensky. Kamensky with a long shot just wide of Smith. Bikov cannot handle the rebound. Patrick Flatley for the Islanders to Sutter. It's knocked away from him. Reed Larson moved it out of the zone, and the Soviets bring it right back in again. Dipsy doodle there. Homatov drops it back to Bikov. His shot kicked out by Smith. Smith handles the rebound as Kamensky was pretty well covered, and down the right side goes Volek. His pass across, broken up by Konstantinov from the Soviet defense. And right back into the Islander zone. Here's Larson. His pass to David Volek. Volek gets checked. Homatov from the right wing takes a look. Feeds it back to Konstantinov. His long shot blocked by Smith. And Yensky was upended as he went through the goal mouth looking for the loose puck. Now Bikov takes it off the board. Bikov checked from behind as Larson took him to the ice. Bikov back on his skates, jabbing the puck loose. Kamensky tied up in the boards. Now goes to Bikov. Bikov centers. Konstantinov too well covered, and out comes David Volek for the Islanders. Working on Fetisov as he moves in over the line. Fetisov knocked it off his stick. It goes high in the air over Sutter's head. But it's picked up by Volek. The shot blocked in front of the Soviets' goal. Little less than 6 minutes to go in the opening period. Fetisov into the Islanders zone along the right wing boards. Waits for the rest of his teammates to arrive and then turns the puck over. Gerald Dinick lifts one high that goes over the glass and up into the seats. There is no score between the Islanders and the Central Red Army team here at the Nassau Coliseum.
This is Chunky Chips Ahoy, the new chocolate chunk cookie. We're talking serious chocolate. New Chunky Chips Ahoy, with chocolate chips so big they're really chunks. We're talking serious chocolate. Chunky Chips Ahoy, a chocolate taste so satisfying, with luscious chocolate chips so big they're really chunks. We're talking serious chocolate. We're talking new Chunky Chips Ahoy.
Here's Jenny Davidov, number 11 here. Thought he was going to lay a lick on Richard Krom. Guess what? Krom knocks him down. Randy Wood comes in to give a little help. Heavy hitting, sticks her down. 15 shots for the Soviets. They had something like 20 shots in their last game against the Quebec Nordiques in a 65-minute hockey game.
Now Derek King out for the Islanders with Delgarno and LaFontaine on the wings. Chernik at center for the Soviets. Davidoff and Selepukin also out there for the Central Red Army team. Bergevin held it in at the left point. Dumps one back to the net away from Stelnov. The Islanders try to get to it again. Brad Delgarno took the man. The Islanders unable to pick up the puck, however. And Alexander Chernik comes over center ice into the Islanders zone with a drop pass. Couldn't get it back again. It goes off Dinick, off Smith as well, and cleared up the right wing boards for Delgarno. Back on the play is Gusarov. Gusarov pulling to the right side. He's into the Islanders zone. The veteran defenseman left the puck. Picking it up here on right wing is Davidoff. Taken to the boards by Mark Bergevin. The puck goes loose. Davidoff went to the ice on the pursuing play. In the meantime, Makela can't get it out of his own zone. Selepukin put it back to the net. Bergevin flips one high, goes over the glass, and on into the seats. So play stopped with 4.5 minutes remaining in the opening period. Let's hear what's going on at the Islander bench, if we may.
O'Brien speaking. We're just not hearing right now.
Maybe he's turned it off.
Yeah, they may. Since 1956, we were talking about before the hockey game, 15 of these players you're seeing for the Red Army team have played on the Olympic team or will play on the next, well, not necessarily on the next one, but played on the 88 at Calgary. And since 1956, only twice has the Soviet Union not won the gold medal. 1960 and 1980. 60 in Squaw Valley, and of course 1980. Mike Eruzione, our co-host for tonight, was there and scored the winning goal.
And of course, Ken Morrow with the Islanders was part of that team, not dressed for tonight's game. Soviets starting out of their own territory. Kasatonov played it to the right side. Makarov trying to get it to Larry Arnoff, who was not in position at the time, and the Soviets forced the Islanders back into their own territory. Jeff Norton played for the U.S. Olympic team of 1988. To Pilon, up to Helminen, to the right side to Makala. Into the Soviet zone, his pass across, broken up. Kicked ahead to the stick by Vladimir Kruta. Got it to the blue line. The Islanders put it back in offside. We have 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the opening period. There is no score between the Islanders and Central Red Army.
It learned to run in the Black Forest of Germany. But unlike others, it also learned to be nice to people. Scorpio, the German sedan that's comfortable without forgetting what it learned in the forest. Scorpio, German performance you can be comfortable with.
Now get $2,000 customer cash on 1988 Scorpio from Lincoln Mercury.
No score so far. 3:35 remaining. Another face-off coming up. Islanders have been doing a good job. One thing they've been very good at so far is playing in their own end of the ice. Very disciplined, not making the kinds of mistakes that we've seen the Islanders make in the past. Some good scoring opportunities. Bill Smith, having faced 15 shots, probably a third of those were real testers.
Now Thomas Janssen moving the puck out of his own zone. Randy Wood was checked at center ice. Oh, the Islanders go back. Bergevin and Nyland together on defense. Megan Larson and Nyland, excuse me. Larson on the right, Nyland on the left. The puck loose for Wood. Gives it to Rich Krom. Krom over the Soviet line. Unable to move it to Larson in time. Krom was taken into the boards heavily. In the meantime, Davidoff checked right at the Islander blue line. The puck loose. Konstantinov moves in after it. The defenseman is knocked down deep in the Islander zone. Kept the puck in play, however. Referee Kerry Fraser backing away. Bashnikin trying to put it in front. Could not. And here's Nyland playing it around the boards. Randy Wood goes after it. Nemchinov took Wood into the boards, and there's going to be a penalty on the play. An elbowing call indicated by referee Kerry Fraser. So as he goes to the penalty box, we remind you that our question of the night is, would you like to see the NHL enlarge the size of their arenas? The numbers on your screen for a yes vote or a no vote. There is a 75-cent charge. A portion of all proceeds will go towards the American Red Cross Armenian Earthquake Fund. And we'll have the final tabulation of your vote. It's up to you, the fans, to tell us whether you'd like to see the NHL enlarge the size of their arenas or leave them the way they are.
Take a look for the elbow here. Woo, yes. Konstantinov gets the elbow up. The Islanders get their second power play. They had 3 shots on goal the first power play they had. What they can do here. Of course, an explosive penalty killing unit generally for the Soviets. They skate and handle the puck well. They're actually offensive when they're a man short.
Bikov drops it back into the center ice zone, and the Soviets take it all the way back into their own territory. There is no score. The New York Islanders with a man advantage here. Konstantinov off for elbowing. Diddick and Norton together on defense. Flatley, Volek, and Sutter, the Islander forward line. And Norton is checked right in the center ice area by Homatov. Stelnov slaps it in around the board. Bill Smith, who's been outstanding in this first period, left it for Brent Sutter. Homatov forechecking, knocked Diddick down. The Soviets held it in at the blue line. Patrick Flatley knocked it away from Homatov, got it to Volek. Out of Flatley. 1 minute to go on this man advantage as he dumps it into the left wing corner. Brent Sutter in after it. Sutter going back to the net. Left it for Volek. Flatley parked in front. It goes back to Janssen for a drive through a screen. It was blocked. And the Central Red Army squad brings it out into center ice. Here is Makarov into the Islander territory. Turned and played it back neatly. Bikov can't get through the defense, or Byakin rather. And it's Norton with it back of the Islander net. Jeff Norton, lead pass to LaFontaine. Got a step on Kasatonov. Comes in, was tripped up from behind as he went to put it by the goaltender and could not. Now Makala centers one that's blocked at the defense. Makala plays it around the boards off Helmanen's stick. Less than a minute to go in the opening period. And the Soviets with a breaking pass to Makarov. Coming in on spin. He scores! Sergei Makarov with a shorthanded goal. 19:15 of the opening period, and the Soviet Central Red Army team leads 1-0.
Makarov, 10 years in a row, he's been an all-star here. Talked about the Soviet team, they're aggressive, killing penalties. The pass right on the stick, away races over the right shoulder of Billy Smith. 1-0 hockey game, a shorthanded goal. Beautiful shot. Here's the play setting up. He put himself in the right position, took the pass, held Bill Smith, and then fired over his right shoulder. 1-0 hockey game. His second goal against the National Hockey League. He had one the other night against Quebec. Makarov makes it 1-0. Krutov assisting. Actually, it was more of a dump out play. He was clearing it, but you have to know that they set that up.
Pretty to watch, wasn't it? Makarov from Krutov at 19:15, and now the penalty to Konstantinov has expired. And we have 32 seconds remaining in the opening period at the Nassau Coliseum. Delgarno puts one right across in front of the Soviet goal. Up solidly is Larry Ernoff, and the puck comes to center ice. Konstantinov into the Islander zone. Centers the puck, broken up by Barry King to Brad Delgarno. Delgarno gets double-teamed as he played it away from Fetisov. Back is Chernik for the Soviets. Cleared the zone with it. Diddick played it to the right side to King. A cross-ice pass to LaFontaine, trying to cut in around Fetisov. Spilled into the goal mouth, and time runs out. That's the end of the opening period. LaFontaine got up looking, thinking there might have been a penalty call against Fetisov. None coming, however. Milnikov tested 3 or 4 times in that opening period. Twice LaFontaine broke in late in the period, but couldn't put the puck by him. And the only goal comes with 45 seconds left in the first period when Makarov scored. So it's 1-0. The Soviets leading at the end of the first period. The officials are huddled with Viktor Tikhonov, and the man who was last talking with referee Kerry Fraser is their interpreter.
Had a stopwatch in his pocket. He was keeping the official time, he figures, and there might have been a little more time.
But that's the end of the first period here at the Coliseum. Central Red Army leading by a score of 1-0, and they outshot the New York Islanders by a margin of 12. 17 shots for Central Red Army, 5 for the Islanders. And the only goal comes with Konstantinov serving an elbowing penalty. A shorthanded goal for Sergei Makarov. Krutov's assist at 19:15, and it's 1-0. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders. Now let's go to our Sports Channel studios. We check in with Mike Eruzione and Lee Seidman.
Thanks, Jakes. Coming up between periods, NHL President John Ziegler joins us to discuss the future of Soviet-NHL relations.
And we'll update tonight's NHL regular season games. Sports Nightly after this break.
I love to work out. I like my body to be perfect. That's because I lead an active social life. I want to look good, but no matter what shape you're in, anyone can get the AIDS virus. And one workout that can protect you from the AIDS virus is not to take risks when it comes to sex.
Find out what kind of behavior puts you at risk. Call your local AIDS hotline or 1-800-342-AIDS. Gretzky.
And they score with 2 seconds left.
Lemieux. Burke.
Shot, save, Burke.
LaFontaine. Deneen.
Fires in front, they score!
Hextall. Savard. Every hit, every shot, every save. The NHL's brightest stars shine on Sports Channel, the network of the National Hockey League.
Buddy, I'm Ed Rendell, your host for Talking Baseball.
Join me Monday nights on Sports Channel New England as we talk to baseball's movers and shakers, people making news both on and off the field. We'll talk to players, to coaches, to front office personnel, to managers, and we'll discover why baseball is the national pastime. We'll get into controversial issues, and we'll show you a side of baseball that you've never seen before. So join me, Ed Randall, for Talking Baseball Monday nights right here on Sports Channel New England.
Basketball, the American game played worldwide.
Welcome back to Sports Nightly Studios. Lee Zeidman along with Mike Eruzione. The Superpower Face-Off Series became a reality only after years of negotiations between the NHL and Soviet sports authorities. Standing by at Nassau Coliseum, NHL President John Ziegler, who recently returned from the Soviet Union. Mr. Ziegler, thank you for taking time to join us. I know that you were over there arranging the next Superpower Face-Off Series as well as a tour of NHL teams in the next preseason. Can you fill us in on that trip?
Well, next September is going to be rather historic. For the first time ever, 2 National Hockey League teams will be visiting the Soviet Union and playing a total of 8 games. We think 4 in Moscow and 4 in Leningrad. And as I say, it's the first ever, and it'll be the first time the hockey fans in the Soviet Union will get to see the National Hockey League teams playing the kind of hockey that we're very proud of.
John, have you decided yet on which teams will go over, and how will you decide which teams do go over?
Well, we have an international committee, Mike, and we'll be meeting within the next 2 weeks. We promised the Soviets and we promised our teams that we'd try to make a decision within the next 3 weeks, hopefully no later than the end of January. We discussed with the Soviets the teams that they would be interested in. We have to review with our own teams their own exhibition schedule because this is going to take place in September. And we have to make sure that we're not going to cause any tremendous unbalance into the commitments that some of the teams already have in place.
We have a lot of talk, John, about Soviet players coming over. There's also been discussion of perhaps a Soviet team coming over for a season of competition within the league. That's just speculation? Is it a possibility?
I don't know where in the world that came from. It has never been raised in any discussion we've ever had, at least that I participated in, with any of the officials in the Soviet Union. That's got to come from perhaps one of those orbiting satellites up there or something. It's never been raised by the Soviets and certainly never been raised by us.
Well, then let's move on to the individual players. Several of the Soviet stars from the Central Red Army Club have been very outspoken on this trip about their desire to play in the NHL and the fact that they don't understand why they aren't here yet. What's your feeling?
Well, I certainly can't explain why they're not here, but Alan Eagleson and I, for over 16 years, have been encouraging, pleading, trying to persuade our counterparts in the Soviet Union, the sports ministry, to permit their players to come over and play within National Hockey League teams whom have drafted them. My understanding with respect to player Fetisov, that he's received all the permissions from the sports committee to his team, to the Central Red Army team, to the national team, to the Olympic team. And the one handicap there, as I understand it, is that he's a major in the Soviet Army. And that's a matter of dealing with the Minister of Defense, and that's probably a matter of national defense policy, of what you do with officers in your armies. Just because you're a great hockey player doesn't necessarily mean that you can be freed of your commitment to the military.
Okay, Mr. Ziegler, we thank you for your time. We're going to take a break, and we'll continue with our coverage of the Superpower Face-Off Series after this.
Introducing a completely different Mercury Cougar. Introducing Pulse Quickening Comfort. The all-new Kuka from Mercury, where comfort and control are one.
I want something round and crisp and buttery tasting. A taste so good, nothing can take its place. It's not just any one, it's the only one that just won't miss. When I want a cracker, I want a Ritz. That special taste always hits the spot. No other cracker has got what it's got. When I want a cracker, I want a Ritz. Isn't this romantic?
Throughout the Superpower Face-Off series, we're asking fans' opinions on issues relating to the Soviets. As you know, NHL rinks are significantly smaller than those used for international play in the Soviet Union. Tonight's fans call, would you like to see the NHL enlarge the size of its rinks? If you vote yes, dial 1-900-300-6311. No, dial 1-900-300-6312. Dial carefully. Each call costs 75 cents. Some proceeds from the calls will go to the Armenian earthquake relief, and final tabulations will come after the game on Sports Nightly. Last night's fans call, 70% of you voted yes to seeing Soviets playing in the National Hockey League. We're going to update tonight's regular season NHL games. We've got 5 games of the NHL tonight. A grudge match in the Patrick division with the Flyers taking on the Penguins. Right now, in the second period, 3-1. Philadelphia leads the Pittsburgh Penguins. Penguins are unbeaten in their last 8 games. Mario Lemieux will try to rally his club. Boston and New Jersey meeting for the first time since they collided in the semifinals last season. 2-1. The Bruins leading New Jersey at the Meadowlands. Toronto and Quebec 3-2, an Adams Division versus Norris Division game, and the Nordique Trail, they won the last 3 meetings from the Maple Leafs. Montreal and Calgary matching the 2 top teams in the league. A 9:35 start at the Olympic Saddledome. The Flames are unbeaten this season, and Vancouver playing Los Angeles, a 10:35 start. That's the news. We're going to switch back to the Coliseum for period 2 after this.
Picture a great hockey game, or maybe your favorite vacation spot. Now imagine never seeing those things again. This year, some 650 people in Connecticut will go blind, about half of them needlessly. I'm Emil Francis, President and General Manager of the Hartford Whalers, and sight-saving chairman of the Connecticut Society to Prevent Blindness. I'm urging you not to take sight for granted. Support the Connecticut Society to Prevent Blindness. There's so much out there worth seeing.
Central Red Army leads the New York Islanders 1-0 after 1 period of play. Let's go back to Sports Channel's Ed Westfall at Nassau Coliseum. Ed?
Thank you, Lee. Pretty good first period. The Islanders spent a lot of time in their own end of the ice, but they did a good job. Bill Smith was outstanding. 15 shots he faced in the first period. The only goal we talked about, and I had mentioned that the Soviets are very dangerous when they're a man short. They have good skaters, good puck handlers, and that was the problem the Islanders ran into for the 1-0 score. Let's go to the highlights and take a look at what happened. There's the pass, a beauty. Krutov Passes it to Makarov, and he races down the ice. Thomas Johnson striding, trying to reach him. Pulls it to the forehand, puts it under the crossbar. Beautiful goal. Makarov, who scored against Quebec the other night. Let's take another look at what happened. Where did things break down for the Islanders? They're on a power play. You wonder, how could they not cover? Let's take a look at why they weren't covering well. Well, over in the corner, you can just see Thomas Johnson to the right, and that's Reed Larson. Here's the dangerous man. Larson is watching the puck in there instead of course, Makarov. As the puck comes up the boards, it's dumped into the center ice by Krutov there, and it's a set play. Dennis Potvin, you'll remember for years, along with Butch Goring, pulled that off. And here he comes racing in once again. Makarov, an all-star for 10 straight years, makes it 1-0. It's 1-0 here at the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum. We're getting ready for the second period. You're watching the NHL Soviet Series on Sports Channel.
Ask every American the meaning of success, and you won't hear the same answer twice. Whatever your idea of succeeding, Citicorp and Citibank can help. With Citibank MasterCard and Visa cards, Citicorp Savings, Diners Club, and Citicorp Mortgage. We also serve millions of customers in every major marketplace worldwide. Citicorp, because Americans want to succeed, not just survive.
You can't get hipper than moi. Health Club, can't you tell? Mousse in my hair. Tanning salon every Thursday. Whatever kind of food I'm eating, that's the kind of beer I'm drinking. Comprendo?
When you're done kidding around, Heineken.
Oh, hot!
Designer sweats, remote control, everything. VP at 28. Whoa. My imported beer, whatever's in this week. Like we said, when you're done kidding around, Heineken.
Hi, I'm Glenn Anderson of the Edmonton Oilers with reason number 9 to enjoy NHL hockey. Goal scoring.
Adika shot, and a goal! He streaks in and scores! You score! Score! That's the rebound! A shot and a goal!
Get the action reaction. Watch NHL hockey.
Jiggs McDonald and Ed Westfall at the Nassau Coliseum. Central Red Army 1, the New York Islanders no score at the end of 1.
Travel arranged through Northwest Airlines, which proudly introduces the most comfortable plane to the Orient, the state-of-the-art 747-400. Northwest, the most experienced airline across the Pacific.
Well, Central Red Army just coming back on the ice for the start of the second period here at the Nassau Coliseum. They outshot the Islanders 17-5 in that period. Think back to Monday night in Quebec City. They had only 20 shots on goal for the entire 65 minutes and scored 5 times. The Islanders not without their chances in that first period.
Definitely had the scoring chances. Pat LaFontaine had a couple of them. Here, Jeff Norton comes up with a puck. Beautiful pass to LaFontaine. He breaks through the middle, but he gets pulled from behind by Alexei Kasatonov. Couldn't get the backhand going. Slides back. No penalty on the play. Good hook by Kasatonov. Then the next time it was Derek King with the puck just inside the blue line. There's the pass. Fetisov this time hooks up Pat LaFontaine, spins him around, sends him into the goaltender. Milnikov, no penalty. Good scoring chance taken away from the Islanders' Pat LaFontaine.
Here this morning at practice, the Soviets were in the trading booth. I guess probably the best recipient of the entire morning had to be Barry Meisel of the New York Daily News. He had some hockey sticks. The only ones that the Soviets were interested in were the Sherwood brand. Apparently they can't get good Sherwood sticks back home.
They'd all have to be left-handed shots, too. There are probably only 3 right-handed shots on the whole team.
He was trading, especially with the KLM line. He's got an autograph stick from each member of the KLM line now. And, of course, Lariona, a big friend and fan of Mike Bossy's, and Igor made sure that that Barry Meisel especially got his stick, because yesterday Barry brought an autographed copy of that book, Boss, that he co-wrote with Mike Bossy. The other thing he was telling me, Eddie, was that the Soviets are interested in tennis balls. They'll trade anything for a can of tennis balls or cologne.
Yeah, I can understand over the years that the cologne would be a necessity. Larionov is also probably the most outspoken member of the Red Army team. Talks about his coach Tikhonov. Says Tikhonov on an Olympic year locks us up for 10 months. Regular season, it's only 8 months.
And there is Igor Larionov playing the puck into the Islanders' zone. Smith out of the net, played it around the corner boards. Vladimir Krutov got to it, couldn't hold it in, and Brent Sutter comes to center, giving it to David Volek. Volek checked at the line. Islanders to win offside. 25 seconds into the second period. You take a look at the Soviet bench, and almost every time we show you the coach. Well, that is the translator there. That's Vladimir, whose last name I can't begin to mention, and the man in the blue suit. Anybody recognize that man? That's the Soviet Union's answer to Gordie Howe. He was an outstanding player. That's Boris Mikhailov. He continues to lead all Soviet goal scorers in hockey history in the Soviet Union. The assistant coach of the Central Red Army team. Larionov bringing the puck out. Krutov moving up with him as they come into the Islanders zone. The pass to the defenseman, Kasatonov. Plays it behind the net. Ends up here in the near corner. They center it out in front. Larionov playing it back to the blue line. A shot to a screen. His block comes loose, and Bakula slams it off the boards and down the ice. The Islanders will be called for having iced the puck here as Fetisov goes back for it. 58 seconds into this second period. I mean, you played against him.
Yes, I did. In 1976, he was here, along with Alexander Yakashev, teammate of Yakashev's. Yakashev was the coach of the team that he played on.
Boris is 44 years of age now. He scored 427 goals in 572 games for the Soviet Union's teams. He started his career with Lokomotiv, then went to Central Red Army. #1 all-time goal scorer.
See a couple of the names of the teams in the Soviet National League. Tractor, Lokomotiv.
Now into the center ice zone. The Soviets controlling the puck. Kamensky comes over the line on left wing, or right wing rather. The shot is cleared aside by Smith. LaFontaine got it to the line, picks it up again, feeds it to Derek King. King over the line, working on Kasatonov to LaFontaine. He shoots, he scores!
He had 2 opportunities in the first period. He gets one here. Derek King set him up for one of them in the first period. He was hooked from behind by Alexei Kasatonov. The second time he was hooked from behind by Vladislav Fetisov. And here, watch King in front of the same player that hooked him, Kasatonov. There's the pass. Beautiful as he goes to the backhand. Crashes over the goalie stick of Milnikov. Pat LaFontaine has tied the score at 1-1. Good play here by Derek King to get the pass to LaFontaine. Letting his stick drag a little bit. LaFontaine falling over it. Milnikov spreads out, but it was in vain.
Those who follow Soviet hockey on a regular basis will tell you that Kasatonov is not the same defenseman when he is not playing with Fetisov. Kasatonov was the only man back. LaFontaine scores from Derek King at 1:27 of the second period.
You think back to the last time Pat LaFontaine played against international teams and the Soviet Union. He had 5 goals, 5 assists, 10 points in the '84 Olympics.
There's a delayed penalty call coming against the Soviets. Bill Smith was knocked down in the goal mouth. And as the Soviets get control of the puck, an interference penalty signaled by referee Kerry Fraser. Score tied. The Islanders 1, Central Red Army 1.
Hey, Slugger, what's happening?
I'm out of here, Dad, and I'm going as far as this $3.42 will take me.
Northwest has some of the lowest fares around, but not that low. While other airlines have prohibited smoking on flights under 2 hours, Northwest is the only U.S. airline to make every flight in North America smoke-free.
Koschekin gets an interference penalty. Bill Smith's involved here. Smith goes down, crash. Koschekin goes to the penalty box. The Islanders get their 3rd power play of the hockey game. They've had 3 shots on goal. The first 2, they had 3 on one, none on the other. You get a chance here. They just tied the score. Pat LaFontaine scoring.
Chernik is waved out of the face-off area. Zelepukin will take the draw. The Islanders have a power play alignment of King on left wing, Volek on right wing, Brent Sutter at center ice. Johnson has just given the puck to Brent Sutter. Reed Larson, as he came over center ice, shot it into the Red Army zone. It comes around the boards into the skates of Brent Sutter. Knocked away from him. Zelepukin puts it down into the Islanders zone. That's out of the net, leaving it for Larson. Now to Johnson. Cernik started into forecheck, then turns back. Three Soviets give back as King comes over the line with a pass to Volek. Breaks in from a backhander. That goes high and up into the seats.
Fetisov just got to the puck, Jigs, just as the backhand was coming off of Volek. Islanders doing a good job isolating one of the defensemen. Fetisov using his long reach. Here they are coming out of their own end on the power play. Derek King skating and handling the puck very well. There's his pass to Volek. Volek went to the forehand, then backhand. Fetisov gets his stick out, deflects it up over the glass. And a good passing play here as the Islanders get in close. They've been finding holes in the defenses of the Soviet Red Army team. Continue to press a little bit, maybe the holes will open up.
Now LaFontaine on the faceoff. Larionov got the draw. Yakin plays it around the boards, but Diddick knocks it down, dumps it toward the Soviet goal. Central Red Army up with it, and Kasatonov shoots it down the ice. 1 minute, 12 seconds remaining in the penalty against the Soviets. Harold Diddick giving the puck to Mikko Makela over center ice. Makela to the Soviet blue line, played it through Krutov's skates, got to it again. It's tied up along the boards. Yakin knocks it loose. Kasatonov takes it in the right wing corner, plays one off the boards and down the ice. It rolls toward Bill Smith. Islanders set up in their own zone now with 45 seconds remaining in the power play. Jeff Norton with a pass up the middle, missed LaFontaine, then he got it right back as Biakin turned it over. LaFontaine cuts in, it's knocked down, and there'll be a penalty call against the Soviets. They'll be 2 men short for the next 35 seconds as LaFontaine is ridden to the ice. Milnikov still stretched out along the goal line. LaFontaine talking to him. Milnikov may have been shaken up on that collision.
He's still down on the ice. They're not paying any attention. The only one paying attention is Pat LaFontaine, who ran into him. Milnikov getting up slowly. He's on his knees. They must know him. They must know something about him. No one is caring. Here comes Pat LaFontaine. Look at him put his left leg out. Hold off the check. On rushing Biakin. He held him long enough, but then he lost his balance as he tried to get the shot away. You can see the leg of the goaltender, Milnikov, Sergei Milnikov, fell down on his left leg. You can see he reaches back now as if he had hurt his back. Nobody cares. That's a little unusual from what we're used to seeing. Usually a player falls down in an NHL game today, and trainers and players and everything are to them like bees to honey. Make sure you're okay.
Now the Soviets 2 men short for 35 seconds, barring any further penalties. Fetisov handling the puck in the center ice zone, handling it well as he dumps it into the Islanders zone. Took a hit from Reed Larson on the play, and we watch Johnson start with it. Comes over center ice across the Soviet blue line with a drop pass to King. Trying to center one to Brent Sutter that was tipped, and Sutter can't continue the play. Fetisov brings it into center ice. Peikoff gets checked as he took the puck, and here's Sutter. Gives it to David Volek on the left side. Pulls up on Stelnov. Volek dropping it back. Larson moves it over to Johnson. Back to Reed Larson. Now only a one-man advantage. Johnson with a pass to Larson. One times it. Blocked in front. Peikoff is able to get it up to the right side, and Koshikin puts it into the center ice zone. It's Larson going back. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the Islander power play attempt. Stelnov covering the play of the Soviet line. Turned it over in center. Here's Makela coming in. Makela's shot blocked by Stelnov. Loose puck, LaFontaine centers, and Milnikov sliding out. Gets some help at the defense and blocks the puck.
Pat LaFontaine was trying to get it to Raimo Helminen, who is standing along the left side to the left of the goaltender. The Islanders with a good scoring opportunity. Mikko Makela gets things generated as he comes across the blue line, makes the play to Pat LaFontaine. Should say it was off a rebound, excuse me. There's the puck to LaFontaine. He tries to relay it to Raimo Helminen. He's checked out of the play by Boyka. .55 seconds now remaining as Milnikov grabs the faceoff and holds on. LaFontaine having quite a few words with Kerry Fraser. Of course, Pat gestures, and his words are generally in a milder manner, so he can get the attention of Fraser and hold it. Fraser now talking to him back. If you're harsh, the referees won't pay any attention.
From the face-off, Diddick's shot is turned aside by Milnikov, and the Soviets shoot it down the ice. LaFontaine, Helminen, and McElal on the ice, and the Islanders with 2 Finns, 2 Americans on their power play alignment. Normally they have Janssen on the power play, who's Swedish, and the Islanders have just iced the puck. 34 seconds remaining in the power play opportunity.
And of course, a Canadian in Billy Smith.
And another one in Gerald Diddick, setting up their entire power play alignment. 1-1 is the score. Makarov scored at 19:15 of the opening period for Central Red Army. Pat LaFontaine responded a minute and 27 seconds into the second period. Makarov's goal, by the way, a shorthanded goal.
More and more the North American and Soviet teams getting to play each other, not just in the cup matches, Canada Cup, the Olympic Games, World Championships, but regular season styled hockey games. John Bigler talking between periods about that. Interesting that only one Soviet player ever played in the National Hockey League. He only played 3 games. He played for the Los Angeles Kings. Victor Nakachev in 1982. Played for the Los Angeles Kings, and the only goal he scored in 3 games was against the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden. Some of the fans here at the hockey game enjoying this game. It's a 1-1 tie, 14:47. Quite a contingent of Ranger fans, giving the Islanders a big boost as the Islanders were being introduced prior to the hockey game. All the fans, there they go.
They've enjoyed themselves tonight. They've even participated in some 1940 chants that we heard going around the building. But they've come to have fun. Of course, the Soviets not playing the Rangers on this particular tour. So they're out to support the Islanders here tonight. Nice gesture. Makarov knocking the puck loose at center ice. Came back to Kasatonov. He gets checked, and breaking in is King. Over to LaFontaine. He shoots over, a save by Milnikov. Stacked the pads as he went to the left side, and now the puck brought in offside at the Soviet blue line. 1-1 is your score. LaFontaine tying it up for the Islanders as there is a break in the action.
Experience the completely redesigned Mercury Cougar. Call for your free Cougar preview kit. You'll discover all that's new about Cougar. To get your road test report, competitive comparison guide, Cougar technical glossary, 24-page full-color brochure, and more, call 1-800-446-1989 today.
Derek King is learning in a hurry who to give the puck to. Look at here, fighting off a couple of checks, hands it across the ice. Guess who's there? Pat LaFontaine, probably the best save of the hockey game. Sergei Milnikov off a shot by Pat LaFontaine. Second period shots, the Islanders have had 5, the Soviets 2.
1-1 is your score for the Islanders. Crom out with Wood and Janssen. Janssen playing left wing just now. Diddick and Bergevin together on defense as Janssen takes the puck from Crom, comes over the line, left it for Crom, and his shot blocked at the defense. Hilda down to block that, and he's slow to get up again. Soviets set up in their own territory. Long cross-ice pass for Chernik. Chernik comes over the line, moving in on the Islander net, centers one across, and it was steered wide off the stick of Davidov. Now back of the goal, Crom battling for it. Jabbing away is Zelepukin. The puck comes loose. Played in around behind the net by Zelepukin. Bergevin takes the man. Diddick controlling the puck here in the near side. Lays it out to center ice. Fetisov comes back. Fetisov, who has a teacher's degree, a 25-year contract with the Army. Moves it to the right side, and they dump it in. The KLM line trying to come out and attack for the Soviets. Here's Fetisov at the blue line. Homatov takes the puck up the right wing into the Islanders zone. Homatov pulls up, shoots, Smith the save, and the rebound ends up on top of the net. Batted there by Kamensky. We'll get a face-off in the New York Islanders zone.
Take a look at the Sports Channel out of town scoreboard. See what's going on. Quebec trailing Toronto 2-1 in the second period. Toronto Maple Leafs under their new coach, George Armstrong. Philadelphia lead Pittsburgh 3-1. We know that Mario Lemieux has his 38th goal in that hockey game. They're in the second period. Boston leading the New Jersey Devils 2-1. A second period score. Brent Sutter ready to take the face-off for the Islanders. He'd like to put one in for the Islanders so they could take a 2-1 lead. It's still tied at 1 apiece.
Soviets making a change in this forward line. Larry Ernhoff is out on the ice. There will be a penalty call coming up against the Soviets as Volek gets the puck to the left side for Pilon. Plays it into the Islanders' zone off the glass at the bench. So play is called and the Islanders go to the power play. Let's pause now for a regional break. You're watching the NHL Soviet Super Series on Sports Channel.
They are the elite teams of the Soviet League, Central Red Army and Dinamo Riga. They're coming to North America to challenge the Edmonton Oilers, Los Angeles Kings, New York Islanders, and more. East meets West in this clash of hockey titans. Saturday afternoon, they call him the Bobby Orr of the Soviet Union. Vyacheslav Fetisov and the Central Red Army clash with the Boston Bruins in the Superpower Face-Off.
Valery Kamensky gets the penalty. Watch on the right side of your screen on the replay. You'll see the stick come out on David Volek. There's Volek. There's the stick as it cracks across the hips and right arm of David Volek. And the Islanders, their 5th straight power play coming up. They're 0 for 4. They've had 6 shots. Billy Smith, as we had mentioned, takes half the game with 12:54 remaining. Kelly Rudy gets a few warm-up shots as the Islanders change goaltenders.
Gives us an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about the Central Red Army team. A couple of their regular players not on the trip. One of them, the name that's familiar, I'm sure, to a lot of fans, Mikhail Vasilyev. He is sick, apparently. Belashekhin, who is normally their #1 goaltender and sometimes #2, is out with knee surgery. But they have so many young players, a half a dozen of which are at the World Junior Championships in Fairbanks, Alaska. 19-year-old Sergei Fedora, 17-year-old Pavel Bure, and you're going to be hearing an awful lot of that name, I'm told. Bure, they say, is better than Gretzky. 19-year-old Alexander Mogilny, who played on the gold medal team at Calgary, is also at the World Championship, as is 19-year-old Igor Nilakin. They have a lot of youth on their national team. And as you pointed out earlier, they'll start them at 16, 17 years of age, and they're a couple of young-looking faces. Remember when we first used to see the Soviets come over?
Veterans, all veterans. Now they're moving along. Well, in games like this, I think now they've organized their talents such that they can make up a lot of good hockey teams with a lot of balance. I'm just wondering, I was thinking about that the other day. They still, after 32 and 33, the players, you don't see them anymore. They seem to be younger by average age, as the NHL is.
30 years of age, the oldest. Oh, Bykov broke up the Islander play, comes in on Kelly Rudy, and scores! The second Soviet goal, the same as the first, short-handed. Kamensky is in the penalty box. Bykov steals the puck at center ice, goes in all alone. The goal will be scored at 7:27.
Billy Smith gave up 1 goal on 20 shots. Unfortunately for Kelly Rudy, Thomas Johnson tries to stick handle at the blue line. He loses the puck. Quickly stolen by Bykov. Down the ice he races. Watch between the pads of Kelly Rudy. He sees the hole. He puts it through. Just through. Kelly Rudy was trying to slam the door, but the puck got through before he could close it. 2-1 now. The Red Army over the Islanders.
Here's Derek King breaking in. Can't get around the defensive work. David Volek picks up the puck that it's knocked away from him. Obatoff has a break into the Islander zone. Coming in, a backhander. Rudy, a sliding save. Bykov takes the puck, centers it in front, and now a penalty call.
Islanders are going to be 2 men short once again as the Soviet Red Army team try to open the game up. Reed Larson draws the penalty. The Soviets break away again. Homutov gets the chance here. The Islanders again misplay the puck. It bounces into center ice, and away races Andrei Homutov. There, tripped up from behind by Reed Larson. He still gets the backhand away. Good stop by Kelly Rudy. as he maintains his balance. We look again at the breakaway by Andrei Homutov, the trip up by Reed Larson, and the Islanders will be 2 men short for at least 1 minute and 12 seconds. That's the time remaining on the first penalty.
Each team is a man short.
Excuse me, I'm getting excited. Each team now, Larson, 2 short-handed goals for the Soviets. Larson is in the penalty box after tripping up and on-rushing Andrei Homutov.
Kamensky sitting out a slashing penalty. He was in the box when Bykov scored that shorthanded goal. So the Soviets with 2 shorthanded goals and a 2-1 lead on the New York Islanders. Jeff Norton to Makela. The pass relayed to Helminen. Comes over the line looking for Makela. Centered one and was blocked at the defense as Gusarov went down to break up the play. Soviets come to center ice. Into the Islanders zone, cutting to right wing. Niemchov taken to the boards by Pilon and hit hard on the play. Fans react to that. 35 seconds left in Kamensky's penalty time. Norton slowly to Pilon, plays it back to Norton. Norton moves it up the right side to Makela. Goes cross ice to Pilon. The Soviets in the middle of the player change, and Pilon has dumped it in from his own side of center ice, so that'll be an icing call. Now 18 seconds in Kamensky's penalty.
Guess it's easy to confuse me. I keep thinking that the Soviets are on a power play each time they're a man short because they're getting breakaway after breakaway. Saw the Gusarov a moment ago breaking up a 2-on-1 play. Here, Richard Pilon using his strength. He's very strong. The Soviet, Yemchinov, takes a tremendous hit from Richard Pilon. Notice the sticks have been down in this hockey game. The puck is down in this hockey game.
LaFontaine facing off. Larry Arnoff is asked to leave the face-off circle by linesman Kevin Collins. Makarov comes in to take the draw now. LaFontaine pulled the puck away from him, giving it to Gary Nyland. Around to Didick. Didick clears it out into the center ice area. The Soviets drop back quickly. Larionov playing it into his own zone for Fetisov. The right side, Larionov comes to center ice to Makarov. Now it is a power play opportunity for the Soviets as Kamensky is out of the penalty box. He goes to the Soviet players bench. Here's Larry Arnoff for the pass back to Fetisov. Shoots one. Redirected in front of the net. They bang at it. Rudy Down has made the save and held the puck.
Fetisov's drive from the point. Low and hard. Standing in front of him, Makarov. Take a look. There's the pass as it goes across to Fetisov. Coming from Larionov. Watch in front of the net. The puck bounces. He lets it fly. It deflects a couple of times. There, standing in front, the puck trickles out in front of him so he can get a swat at it. Kelly Rudy makes the save off Sergei Makarov. Puck seems to be under his pad momentarily, and the whistle blown by Kelly Fraser. Makarov gets up, taps Kelly Rudy on the pad, saying, next time.
The Soviets play the puck outside the Islander blue line. Konstantinov had a little trouble handling it. Now back into his own zone. Number 16 gives it to Fetisov. Makarov turning, going to the right side, takes the pass. Into the Islander zone. He pulls up, takes a look, moves it back. Konstantinov into the corner for Larionov. Larionov centers one in front. Rudy, a sliding save. Good stop off Krutov. And the Islanders clear it out. Number 9, Krutov. His teammates call him the Tank. He is solidly built. He loves to go to the front of the net. Here's Larry Arnoff over center ice. Slowed up a little bit by Larson as he gets into the Islander zone. And the team's at 6 aside again. Soviet Central Red Army team leading 2-1 here at the Nassau Coliseum. Fetisov for the pass to Makarov. It's stolen by LaFontaine. Comes over center ice. LaFontaine slipped it into the Soviet Union zone, but it's broken up there, and Fetisov has it. Got checked by King. Loose puck recovered here on the left side. Konstantinov plays it to Larry Arnoff. Into the Islander zone, holding the puck. Norton moved up on him. He plays it in a little deeper. Bykov goes cross ice to Fetisov. Puts it back in the net. Jeff Norton gets to it. He's given it to King. Long cross ice pass. Over center ice comes Bergevin. Dumping it in wide of Milnikov. And after Delgarno and his backhand shot hit the outside of the net. LaFontaine gets to it. The wraparound is blocked. Fontaine checked on the end boards. Then he steps around Larry Arnoff and is knocked down. Here's Fetisov, pumped solidly by Delgarno. And the Soviets clear the zone. Long pass into the Islander territory. And the linesman Kevin Collins right on the play, or Brossiker rather, and Rudy played the puck. The Islanders trying to move out of their own zone, cannot. Stelnoff with a shot that went wide as he whistled it from the point. Another drive sails wide, that one off Chernik's stick. This is King moving it to the left side to Gilbert. He dumps the puck into center ice. 8.5 minutes to go in the second period. Coming back for it, the Soviet defenseman, Nabokov, trying to play it up to the near side. Zalapukin tips it to Chernik. He comes over center ice. Kamensky with him, takes the drop pass. Kamensky shot blocked by Rudy, and there's no further play. Let's pause for a regional break. You're watching the NHL Soviet Super Series exclusively on Sports Channel.
There's nothing quite like the thrill of a sporting event. I'm Bobby Orr. To me and many Americans, these events have a special place in our lives. So please, don't ruin the fun. Be a good sport. Be a good fan. Help preserve the thrill for everyone. While we do our best, please do your best.
This message is brought to you by the Governor's Alliance Against Drugs.
We're listening in at the Islander bench as Brian Trottier was talking about the various lanes and plugging them up, getting people in front of people.
Explaining it all to Mark Aldridge, the trainer for the Islanders.
We have a wireless mic on the Islander veteran, Brian Trottier, who is obviously not playing tonight, being rested by Coach Al Arbor. And the Islanders have just iced the puck. So they'll face it off deep in the New York Islanders zone, and we ask you again to decide whether or not you'd like to see the National Hockey League enlarge the size of their arenas. In European hockey, the ice surface is much larger. Would you like to see that come to the NHL game? If yes is your thought, 1-900-300-6311. If no, 1-900-300-6312. There is a 75-cent charge for each call, and a portion of the proceeds will go to the American Red Cross Armenian Earthquake Fund. We'll have the results following the game and, of course, on Sports Nightly. I'm Jiggs McDonald with Ed Westfall at the Nassau Coliseum. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders by a score of 2-1. Watch them set up. Sarov from back of the net. Pass off Makala's stick. Omatov takes it here on the left wing, goes rink wide with a pass to Bikov. Fake the slap shot, moves into the Islanders zone, drops it to Gusarov for a shot. Rudy got a piece of that as Kamensky chases the rebound. Kamensky puts it back in the net. Here's Homatov centering. Kamensky, Rudy down, the puck knocked loose. Kamensky could never get it on the stick in time to shoot it. The Islanders force the Soviets back into their own zone.
Quickly, the Islanders cover up in front of Kelly Rudy. They've done a good job in this hockey game. They haven't allowed the Soviet Red Army team the liberty in the front of the goal that they've allowed some of the NHL teams.
Now the Soviets trying to move in. The play broken up. Puck came around the boards. Kasatonov trying to center one. Kamensky moves it to the right side. Homatov with a shot. Rudy, the blocking glove save. They center it again, and Kamensky fires it way wide of the net. Homatov centers the puck. Here's Bikov trying to get Kamensky open. Good job by Larson tying him up on the play. The puck loose again. Homatov puts it back of the net. Taken by Gary Nyland of the Islanders. Turned it over to Bikov. In front to Kamensky, and a weak shot. Changed direction on a deflection, and what a save by Kelly Rudy. He had a time for one speed, and it ended up about a 33 1/3 instead of a 78.
He had himself in the right position, though. Nyland is hooked up from behind. Stepping in, grabbing the puck is Boykov. There's his pass. Kamensky with a quick shot, partially blocked by Larson, and then grabbed by Kelly Rudy. Good scoring chance for the Soviets. Bang. Partially blocked. Kamensky, oh my goodness. Why didn't I keep it away from the defenseman as he was falling down? If it had gone high, I had a good chance.
Kamensky, the reputation of being a bit of a hot dog and not having too many friends on the national team or his Central Red Army team regular season.
83 and 86 won the World Championship gold medal. Of course, he was on the 88 Olympic team, Soviet Olympic team that won at Calgary.
Heard one of the reporters yesterday through an interpreter asking him if he would like to be the leader on this team. And he said, according to the interpreter anyway, he said that to a degree he was, but there were older people who got the credit.
More and more, they're sounding like NHL players. One of the problems that Victor Tikhonov, the coach, has now that he has never had in the past. Maybe Glasnost is starting to take over a little bit on his hockey team. Some of the players becoming a little more outspoken.
Igor Larionov, as you pointed out, no question.
Yes, Tikhonov was wondering. He said, listen, I'm supposed to be going to the New Jersey Devils. I want to go there. So the only reason I can't go there is he feels that the coach won't let him. The coach says, listen, I signed a paper allowing you to go there. Said, I haven't. Fetisov says, I've never seen the paper.
Yeah, Fetisov said to the reporter who was asking, did you see him sign it? through the interpreter. But they're a little happier group. There are a lot more smiles these days than when the Soviets used to come. Think back to 72, 76, and some of the other superpower series. Now Flatley gets the puck into the Soviet zone. Brent Sutter too well covered. Forechecking of Flatley knocked it loose. Held in by David Volek. Volek moving it in along the boards. Comes back along the near wing out into the center ice zone, and Bergevin drops back for the Islanders. A little more than 5 minutes to play in the period. Breaking pass to LaFontaine. Tied up from behind and taken down by Fetisov. Play allowed to continue. There's Didick with a shot, and Milnikov got a piece of that. Flatley with a shot. Had saved by Milnikov, and the Soviets are able to clear it out. Going back for it is Didick. Harold Didick gives it to Mark Bergevin up the right wing, but behind LaFontaine, and the Soviets set up again at center ice. Chernik with a pass across to the far side. Nobody there in a red uniform, so LaFontaine puts it in behind the net. Stelmach takes a hard hit from Delgarno. The Soviets come to center. Davidoff into the Islanders zone. Drops it back. Zelepukin cutting to the left wing. Zelepukin checked on the boards. Larson all over him. Now the puck goes loose again as Davidoff is knocked down. Meantime, Reed Larson gives it to King. The pass to Delgarno. He's lined up by Stelnoff and slipped the check. Chernik drops back to help out on the Soviet defense. Loose puck at center ice. Picked up by Larson. Shoots it in around the boards, and LaFontaine lets it go to Delgarno. Slaps it back of the net right to LaFontaine. He draws a crowd. LaFontaine sets up. The pass to Nyland is shot blocked on the short side by Milnikov. Here's King getting it back to Nyland. Nyland plays one back of the net. Delgarno with it in front of. Backhander goes wide. Bounces into the corner for Makarov. Sergei Makarov bringing it out to center. Into the Islanders zone, trying to cut to the left side. His shot is blocked. Reed Larson takes Makarov out of the play, and King pokes the puck to center ice. Yakin dropped it back. Konstantinov putting it in the Islanders zone. It's brought back. Long shot by Larson. Stick save by Milnikov. And the Soviets take over. Makarov dropping it back. Now Satonov going behind the net. Plays it up the left side. This is Makarov. Makarov with a neat pass. Yakin comes to center ice to Larionov. He's into the Islanders zone and gets checked on the play. Norton back. Jeff Norton moves it to the left wing boards. Makarov sensing that, tipped it, but right to Ramo Helminen. Now to Norton, out to Makula, and he turns it over at center ice. Larionov breaking up the play neatly. Now the Soviets, Yakin comes to center. Omatov checked at the Islander blue line, and the Soviets are offside. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders by a score of 2-1.
Igor Stelnoff gets knocked off. What a shot. Good hit. Open ice. Backs him up against the boards. Brad Delgarno using his size and his weight. Watch him. Pat LaFontaine, little dipsy doodle, handling the puck. Giving the Soviets a lesson in handling it. There's a shot by Bergevin. Saved by Milnikov. Rebound goes loose. The Islanders were not able to get another shot.
Each team with a goal here in the second period. David Volek with a pass to Brent Sutter. Puts the puck in the Soviet zone. I think back a couple of years ago, Brent Sutter very, very important for the Canadians in the World Championships. After the Islanders had been eliminated in the playoffs, Sutter, Rudy, Denny Potvin went to join Team Canada for the World Championships that were played in Moscow. At center ice, it's Homatov down right wing into the Islanders zone. Goes in deep, pulling up on Bergevin, drops the puck in toward the corner. Take off after it. It's knocked away from him, goes over the glass and on into the seats. The Soviet Central Red Army team leading the New York Islanders 2-1.
It learned to run in the Black Forest of Germany. But unlike others, it also learned to be nice to people. Scorpio, the German sedan that's comfortable without forgetting what it learned in the forest. Scorpio, German performance you can be comfortable with.
Now get $2,000 customer cash on 1988 Scorpio from Lincoln Mercury.
Doing our best to get Brian Trottier his conversation a moment ago with Pat Flatley. Coaches can see more of what's going on at times than players.
The Islanders, Brad Delgarno brings the puck into center ice. He's out with King and LaFontaine. Delgarno taken down deep in the Soviet zone. King pushed into the goal, and it comes off, so play is stopped with 1:51 left in the second period.
Suppose if you're trying to make a contrast with Derek King right now, not a contrast so much, I guess you could make a contrast into what he has been doing before he got hurt. He was doing well, seems to be doing very well since returning to the lineup. First game against Toronto the other night. The Islanders' second win on the road for the season. Derek King in the game here, some fine moves to get Pat LaFontaine loose. But the contrast, I suppose, right now I was trying to make is that the Soviets, very seldom do they shoot the puck in. They carry the puck in, where in North America, and particularly in the National Hockey League, the tendency is more to dump it and chase it.
We've been treated to a good hockey game. Skating has been excellent here tonight.
Some pretty good hits, too. Brad Delgarno's been involved in a couple.
Ooh. The Islanders got the draw, put it right on the stick of Nyland, and he whistled one wide of the net. Moving up into the Islanders zone. Nyland got back in time to knock it away from Koshikin, and here is LaFontaine in the Soviet zone. The puck knocked away from him. Yemchikov plays it out into the center ice zone. Here is Makarov with it. Makarov checked at the Islander line. Seeing more different line changes for the Soviets. Normally Makarov would only be out with Krutov and Larionov, but they have switched things around a little tonight on us. They don't play with those solid five-man units that they once did.
You would never see a change years ago. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be no matter what happened, no matter what the score. Little experimentation.
Harry King got the puck into the Soviet zone, drops it outside the line, however, to Larson. Plays it back in again. Milnikov left it behind the net. Diakin moves it up ahead to Chernik. Zelepukin comes over the line. Zelepukin trying to get through the defense work of Larson and Pilon. Richard Pilon lost it in his own zone. Chernik turns it over, however, and Reed Larson dumps it out through center ice. Gusarov back on the Soviet defense. The Diakin let it go to Davidov, and the play broken up by Makula. Makula, Gilbert, it went off his stick and cleared out by Central Red Army. Back is Larson. Reed Larson dumps it in. Soviets get back for it. Alexei Gusarov playing it to the corner. Makula moves it to Helminen. Sets up back of the net. Helminen centered one. Here's Makula turning. Trying to slip it back to the blue line. A weak pass, however. And Makarov, the captain, shoots from center ice. Rudy grabbing it as the horn sounds, ending the second period. And the Soviets are reminded that they have to stay on the bench until the home team leaves. They're getting an introduction to a lot of the National Hockey League rules tonight. There's Sergei Milnikov headed for the Soviet dressing room. Now the Soviets are released. And it's 2-1. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders after 2 periods of play. Shots on goal in the second period by the Soviet Central Red Army team 12 and by the Islanders 10. 29-15 are the totals over 2 periods. Red Army team led 1-0 going to the second period. Pat LaFontaine ties it at 1:27 on an assist from Derek King. And then at 7:27, a shorthanded goal. Bekoff scoring unassisted. Kelly Rudy facing his first shot after replacing Bill Smith at the 7:06 mark. And Bekoff has given the Soviets a 2-1 lead. So that's your score at the end of 2. Central Red Army 2 and the New York Islanders 1. Now we return to the Sports Channel studios. Check in with Mike Eruzione and Lee Zeidman.
Thanks, James. While we're watching the Superpower face-off, we've also got a Patrick Division war with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
I'm Mike Eruzione, and I'll have a closer look at the Red Army style and how it's controlled by the size of the National Hockey League rinks.
Expert analysis and NHL scores and highlights coming up between periods with Sports Nightly. Stay with us.
Every year, these fifth graders read hundreds of books. Before, reading was just okay, but now it's a lot of fun. In half the elementary schools in America, the Book It National Reading Incentive Program is helping teachers motivate kids to read. Help your children read. Bring books into your home and set aside regular reading time. Call 1-800-4-BOOK-IT to get Book It in your school. Hey, reading really is fun, right?
Right.
Okay, read.
If you're looking for a great family outing, make sure you're on hand for the 5th Annual Sports Celebrity Carnival at the Hartford Civic Center on January 5th to benefit the Connecticut Special Olympics.
Not only will you get to meet all the Whaler players and other big names in sports, but you get a chance to compete against them.
Try your luck at the hockey shootout, basketball free throw, and much, much more. You'll be helping a great cause.
Support the Connecticut Special Olympics on January 5th at the Hartford Civic Center. This is one event where everyone's a winner. Hope to see you at the carnival.
Ronnie Francis slips away, cuts it against Tuffman. Looks for Danielson, shooting, he scores! Francis sidesteps the hit from Danico, cuts in, shoots, kicked out, and he scores!
The Hartford Whalers tangle with the Detroit Red Wings this Friday night from the Hartford Civic Center. Join Sports Channel for all the action, beginning at 7:30.
Welcome back to Sports Nightly Studios. Lee Zeidman along with Mike Eruzione. The score 2-1, but the big surprise so far is that not only is the score 2-1, but the Soviets have outshot the Islanders by about 2-1 as well.
Well, I think, you know, in fairness to the Islanders, the power play situation, especially in the first period, had a lot to do with those shots. But the Islanders, I thought, played extremely well in the second period and took the Soviets out of their rhythm, out of their game. There's one thing about the Soviets that's always impressed me, is their percentage of shots. Watch how they always seem to give the guy a good angle and a good percentage shot. They move the puck extremely well. They make good drop passes. Here's another look at it here. And it's just always impressed me where they very rarely will make a diagonal pass. They will always look for the trailer. They'll hold the puck. They'll wait to see somebody come in from behind, come in from the trail to get a good percentage shot. Hardly ever will you see them shoot the puck off the angle. They'll always hold it. They'd rather get checked in the corner than throw the puck blindlessly to the point. They'll look for that guy coming in front.
Theirs is a precision game, and you have to wonder how much a significantly smaller NHL rink does to cramping their style.
Well, I think it's got a great deal to do with why their style is cramped. Because of the size of the rink, there's no room for them. Where they would normally go wider, they have to be tighter. The boards are there. Easier for opponents to check the Soviets in a smaller rink. But today I had a chance to go over to the rink, watch them practice, talk to some of the players, and got their views on the different styles of rinks.
And we're going to hear about Mike's conversations with the Soviet players about the rink size after the game on Sports Nightly, so stay tuned for that. Sports Channel's exclusive coverage of the Superpower Face-Off Series continues Saturday with a doubleheader. Saturday afternoon, the Central Red Army collides with the Bruins in Boston live from Boston Garden at 1:30. Then Saturday night, Wayne Gretzky and the Los Angeles Kings square off with the Dinamo Riga at the Forum. We'll see the great one against the Soviets' great young goaltender, Artur Urbe. phone lines are still open if you've not yet voted in tonight's Fans Call. Would you like to see the NHL enlarge the size of its rinks? Ruzioni votes yes. If you agree, dial 1-900-300-6311. If you say no, dial 1-900-300-6312. Dial carefully. Each call costs 75 cents. Some proceeds will go to the Armenian earthquake relief. We'll have the final tabulation after the game on Sports Nightly. The Superpower Face-Off Series has been a stroll down memory lane for Mr. Ruzioni. 7 members of the current Central Red Army Club played for the Soviets when Mike captained the U.S. Miracle on Ice Club back in 1980. Now, this afternoon, we witnessed a touching moment. Mike got together with a gold medal teammate, New York Islander Ken Morrow.
Do you have any flashbacks watching the Soviets and thinking Morrow picks puck out of the zone and feeds up to Harrington or over to Kristoff or somebody like that?
All I remember is the goal you scored, Mike.
Touche. He's a smart kid, isn't he?
He is a smart kid. As you watch the Soviets, I mean, when you played these guys, the stars were kids. How much has their game changed?
Well, believe it or not, they seem like they may have slowed down just a little. Krutov and Larionov, Fetisov, Kosatanov, they were 18, 19, 20 years old then. And they were a little more aggressive. Krutov especially, remember him being the first, in my opinion, the first Soviet that really came out and started to play more of the North American style of play. He banged you a lot more, he went in the corners a lot more, where the old players, Petrov and Kharlamov and Mikhailov, were more flashier and didn't go into the corner as often. And I think that team relied a little more on their goaltender because he was so great in Tretiak than the teams in now do. I think Krutov now doesn't rely on his goaltender as much and maybe plays a little tougher and a little meaner than he did the old player.
Now, of course, those guys we're talking about are now 28, 29, 30 years old. Fetisov is 30. The KLM line, Krukov, Larionov, Makarov, all 4 of those guys have been drafted by NHL clubs. All 4 have expressed an interest to play over here. What kind of impact can they have at this age?
Well, it'd be interesting to see what kind of impact they have, not as a line. See, they weren't the KLM line when they were kids. They developed that name because of the success that they had gotten over the years in the Soviet Union. I don't know how well Krutov will play without Makarov, and how well Larionov will play without Krutov and Makarov, and how well will Fetisov play without Kostanov. Unless they can get some Canadians or some Americans with those names, maybe they'll be able to blend in. But that's the one question I have is how they will play as individuals.
Well, it's interesting to note that they've all said they want to play with Gretzky. So
well, I'd come out of retirement.
We're going to update tonight's NHL action after this. Monday, the Red Army skates against the New Jersey Devils. Well, the Bruins and the Devils are facing off tonight at the Meadowlands. The first time they've seen each other since the semis of last year's Stanley Cup. First period, Bruins up 1-0. Bob Joyce gets off a wrist shot. It's blocked by Kenny Linsman, but the rebound goes into the net, 2-0 Boston. Second period, Bruins up 2-1. Randy Burridge comes in, steals the puck, turns around, puts it past Bob Sauvé to make it 3-1 Boston. Boston has now made it 4-1 in the third period out at New Jersey. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the top team in the Patrick Division, trails Philadelphia 3-1 in the third. Toronto and Quebec 6-5, a shootout between the Leafs and the Nordiques. Calgary and Montreal, the top 2 teams in the league, no score. First period of the Olympic Saddle Dome in Vancouver and Los Angeles gets started about 40 minutes from now. That's the news for now. Complete wrap-up follows the game with Sports Nightly. Send you back to the Coliseum, period 3, after this. New York Islanders, let's go back to Nassau Coliseum. Sports Channel's Ed Westfall standing by. Ed?
Thank you, Lee. Well, I suppose for the Soviet Union, the shorthanded goal seems to be the play of the night. Interesting to note, before we get to the replays, though, this is the 8th period these two teams have played against each other over the years. Hasn't been a major penalty by either team. We're seeing outstanding hockey. Let's go to the highlights. Pat LaFontaine had opportunities galore in the first period. He gets the goal in the second period to tie it. Here, with the play broken up, Brad Delgarno has played a fine hockey game for the Islanders. LaFontaine comes up with the puck. What happens here is, on the defenseman, Brad Delgarno makes the right play. The wrong play is made by number 19, Baykoff, here, as he doesn't cover Pat LaFontaine. LaFontaine's pass is heading across the ice to who else? Derek King. They've teamed up so well in the hockey game here tonight. King picks up the puck. The only player back is Kasatonov. Beautiful pass. LaFontaine under the right arm of goaltender Milnikov. And it's a 1-1 hockey game. King assisting on Pat LaFontaine's goal. Brad Delgarno should have an assist, but he doesn't. Things like this happen in hockey games. They happen to Thomas Johnson. He loses the puck and racing away, Veikov. He was the victim of the Islander goal by Pat LaFontaine through the pads of Kelly Rudy. Veikov regains the lead. A shorthanded goal, the second one of the night. Veikov scoring to make it 2-1 in the second period at 7:27. The teams are returning to the ice. It's 2-1. The Soviets over the Islanders. You're watching the NHL Soviet Series on Sports Channel.
Get the action reaction. Watch NHL hockey.
Sports Channel America is making headlines. We're now on...
Coachways would like to help Islander fans bring in the new year with their '89 Pocket Calendar Night. This Tuesday, January the 3rd, when the Philadelphia Flyers visit the Coliseum. All fans will receive a 1989 month-at-a-glance pocket calendar. Celebrate the new year with the Islanders' Harris and Haran Coachways. Let's take a look at Pat LaFontaine. He had two good scoring chances in the first period. This is at the very beginning of the second period. Passed by, yes, Derek King, Pat LaFontaine. What a stop here by Milnikov. Sergei Milnikov sliding across, stacking the pads. LaFontaine scored just after that. There he is on the bench, having another good night for his New York Islanders.
Helminen takes the face-off against Larionov to open up the third period here at the Nassau Coliseum. Fetisov back in his own zone. That long pass into center ice. Down into the Islanders zone, and Rudy plays it around the boards for Greg Gilbert. Cross-ice pass into the center ice zone. Ends up back in the Soviet territory. Konstantinov, the defenseman who went back, played it up the boards, but here's Gilbert turning in the Soviet zone. Centers one. Norton with a shot. Milnikov back into the goal mouth to make the stop. And it's cleared out into center ice. Played around Krutov by Pilon. The Soviets go back. A couple of things that you've probably witnessed here tonight about the Soviets. They just turned the puck over. Oh, and it slides under the pads of Milnikov. Helminen taking it from back of the net. Came all so close to tying it up.
A broken play. The Islanders jump on it quickly. Raimo Helminen. Fetisov there loses the puck. Helminen grabs it, comes around quickly. He thought he had it in, but it was the right pad. The right pad of Milnikov dragging along the ice that kept the puck from going in. Helminen did everything right. Stole the puck from Fetisov, excuse me.
Ryan Trottier is handling the Islanders now at the bench as Al Arbor has gone to one of the skyboxes to watch it.
I'd like to ask him, Brian, you know all the players' names. Right from the face-off, a drive over the crossbar by Pat Flatley.
And the Soviets play it out through center ice. It appeared to be a two-line pass. Kaminsky comes in. Rudy the stop. The rebound loose. Centered in front. And Konstantinov trying to get it set up. He is checked on the play, and Flatley bangs it off the boards and out to center ice. Great opportunities at both ends of the ice. Omatov dumping it into the Islanders zone. Rudy lets it go to Nyland. That's going to be called on an icing. Started to say a few moments ago a couple of things about the Soviets. You very seldom see, and I don't think we've seen them tonight, go offside at the blue line. They just do not do that. The other thing, they don't dump it in. I was starting to say they don't give the puck away very often, and then bang, there's a chance for Helminen.
Right from the face-off, Flatley put it over the crossbar, but then back come the Soviets. That's Kaminsky with a shot stopped by Kelly Rudy. He drags his left pad, kicks it away from the net. End-to-end action. Flatley had just tickled the top of the crossbar. There he is again. I should say LaFontaine from the face-off. The Soviets generally, again, are very good at face-offs. The Islanders, in the second period, were winning most of them. Two important ones here at the beginning of the third period. The Islanders come up with the puck.
And again, they're jockeying some people from the KLM line. Makarov out on left wing now. He had a couple of words with the Yemchov as he moved in for this face-off. And the Yemchov is going to be moved out. Linesman Gord Brasiker waving the Soviet player from the face-off area.
Niemchikov, not a lot of ice time, but I guess they're going to start to use him here in the third period.
Shekin came in to take the draw. The Soviets moving out on the right side. Niemchikov into the Islanders zone with the pass. Broken up, and here's Bergevin. Bergevin trying to escape the Soviets. Cleared the zone. Niemchikov with it at center ice. They come over the line again. Makarov is taken down, turned around by Delgarno. Now Makarov back on his skate. Centers one. It goes right to Rudy. It's out to cover the puck, and there's no further play.
Skating stays in the hockey game. The Islanders, probably the best we've seen them in a long time in their own end of the ice in this hockey game. Al Arbor joins general manager, president Bill Torrey out in the birdcage.
And Brian Trottier at the bench. The wireless mic is open. Sign language now.
First chance, change. First chance.
First chance, make a change. That sign language.
First chance is coming, boys.
LaFontaine squaring to take the face-off. Chernik got the draw back to the left point. Konstantinov's shot is deflected over the glass and on into the seat.
I suppose if you're wondering about Brian Trottier behind the bench as coach, is that something that maybe the Islanders are thinking about for the future? No, he's probably said something along the way. That coaching is easy to do, and I'm sure all you have to do...
Where you go?
All you have to do is walk up and down behind the bench, know everybody's number, and know everybody's name.
I used to have a broadcast partner that told me that was the way to coach the Montreal Canadiens. He didn't finish the season when he took that approach. The Islanders have just iced the puck as Fetisov went back to touch up in his own zone. This is the 43rd season of Soviet Union National Hockey League play. See Brian Trottier and Rick Wilson talking. See if we can listen in.
Brent Cromwood.
Oh, yeah. What's the next line going out for?
What's that? You want to throw him on now?
Don't catch him too. They'll be coming with one of those top lines.
Obviously, what they're trying to do is they're trying to match lines.
Brent, Crom, and Wood seem to be line combination that they're talking about. King, Delgarno, and LaFontaine remain out on the ice. Put the puck in the Soviet zone. Chernik moves it up the right wing board. On into the Islanders zone. Zelepukin is knocked down on the play by Pilon. The puck loose back in the net. LaFontaine takes over. Played it away from Chernik out into the center ice zone, and Fetisov drops back. Now over the line is Chernik. Norton chases him back. Chernik's pass off the stick. LaFontaine lost it. Loose in front. Oh, Rudy sprawls to the right side. Dazzling save on Davidov. At LaFontaine, trying to clear it out, hit one of the Soviets in the back, Davidov, and then hold the puck in. Zelepukin on right wing to Davidov. He shoots, blocked by Norton, and the rebound is turned aside by Rudy. At LaFontaine moves it up to Derek King. King with Wood. The play broken up. Zelepukin has it. Zelepukin turning in the center ice area. Valery Zelepukin turns and shoots it down into the Islanders zone. Comes off the boards for Nyland. Vladimir Krutov moved into forecheck. Wood moves it up to Crom. It is Wood with Johnson and Crom, the Islander forward line. Nyland with a shot, and Melnikov, the save, dropped it off. Kasatonov trying to move it out on the boards. Knocked loose by Crom. Sarov with it back of the net. Played it to the left side, and it's cleared around the boards and out to center by Krutov. Picking it up is Larry Arnott. Masarov moves in to join him, but Larry Arnott can't get around the defensive work of Nyland. This is Randy Wood clearing the zone. Johnson chasing a loose puck. Kasatonov back on the Soviet defense. Played it to the left side. Krutov to Makarov. Now Larry Arnott comes over the line. Larry Arnott put it in the skates of his teammate. Kasatonov centers. Makarov was checked by Pilon. Thomas Johnson brings it out on the left side. Johnson flips it into the Soviet zone. Melnikov steering it to Gusarov. Alexei Gusarov moves it to right wing. Sergei Makarov with a pass. And Vikov can't get into the Islanders zone. Now they shove it in across the line. It's recovered by Norton. Vikov's goal is the difference in this game. 2-1. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders. Greg Gilbert at center ice. Wraparound pass cleared by the Soviets. Norton with it again. Over to Pilon. Tip. Pilon able to move it out into the center ice zone. So Biakin goes back for Central Red Army. And And Yensky turning at center ice along with Homatov. Bjorken takes it all the way back in the net rather than give it away to anybody.
Puck control, that's the way they like to play hockey. They don't golf it away.
Now Gilbert traces it into the Soviet zone. Greg Gilbert in front to Flatley, and it's knocked loose. Nyland gets control of it, and then it's cleared right back to Gilbert. Trying to set up Helminen. The Soviet defense tightens up, and out comes Homatov on right wing. Into the Islander zone. Can't get around Nyland. Kelly Rudy puts it back of the Islander net for Reed Larson. The near side for Flatley. His pass is blocked. Flatley goes back for the puck. Gives it to Gilbert on left wing. Up to Patrick Flatley into the Soviet zone. Patrick Flatley pulls up, centers, and the shot is blocked by Milnikov. Brent Sutter with a chance. Centers it in front. Flatley tapped it wide. Taken down on the play is Gilbert. There'll be a penalty. Flatley shoots and scores! Flatley ties it at 2.
The Islanders, yes, the Islanders had the Soviets running around in their own end of the ice. Sutter has a chance. Flatley has a chance. Then finally Flatley with his second chance and a delayed penalty fires it into the lower left-hand side. Milnikov reaching for it, couldn't get to it. Here the Islanders a buzz. Flatley dumps it just wide of the left goalpost to the left of Milnikov. Sutter, who had a scoring opportunity earlier, passes the puck. There's the shot into the lower left-hand corner, and Flatley has tied it at 2 apiece as Brent Sutter passes it in front, one-timing it. It's a 2-2 game.
And over at the Soviet bench, Tikhonov really upset with that line when they came back. He was down nose to nose with a couple of his players. They are tied at 2 as Flatley scores at the 5:28 mark. Patrick Flatley moves up into center ice with Pollock on one side, Sutter on the other. Flatley bump, brings it back in offside, and play is called. Still 14 minutes and 8 seconds left in the third period. The score tied 2-2.
On your path to success, reach for America's strongest financial helping hand, Citicorp and Citibank. More American families own their own homes and attend college with our help, and more get what they want with MasterCard and Visa cards from Citibank than from any other company. We also serve millions of customers in every major marketplace worldwide. Citicorp, because Americans want to succeed, not just survive.
I wonder if he gets into any... That's at the train.
That's the train getting ready.
Boy, he has been so vocal. He's calmed down a little bit, but I'm sitting here wondering if he has any arguments like that at home. His wife, Tatiana, is a lawyer in Moscow. He has a son, Vasily, who plays for a second division team in the Soviet Union.
Boy, is he hot. He was working his way up and down the bench, and the ears, even covered with a helmet, have to be ringing. He's upset with the performance of his team and that particular exchange that the Islanders tied the score on. Flatley, the Canadian Olympic team in '84, he had 33 goals, 17 assists, 50 points for the Canadian team.
Flatley has given the Islanders a 2-2 tie as they turn Fetisov around in his own zone. The puck knocked away from him, but cleared outside the line. King gets it right back from Bergevin, played it to the right side to Diddick. He puts it into Soviet territory. Well, Karno went into forecheck, but it's Fetisov moving it up the right side. Pashnikin in the center ice zone. Chernik got checked in the Islander territory. Norton, a turnover in his own end of the ice. Davidoff centers, but right to Norton. Jeff Norton, breaking pass into the center ice zone. LaFontaine drops it back to Pilon. A couple of Soviets collided as the Islanders start out. Pilon with a pass to Randy Wood. Played it over the Soviet blue line, but Gusarov is back. Dumps it down the ice. Does have enough on it to get across the goal line, and an icing call against Central Red Army. 13 minutes, 2 seconds left in the third period. The score is tied 2-2.
They are the elite teams of the Soviet League, Central Red Army and Dinamo Riga. They're coming to North America to challenge the Edmonton Oilers, Los Angeles Kings, New York Islanders, and more. East meets West in this clash of hockey titans. New Year's Eve, all-universe Wayne Gretzky and the Los Angeles Kings collide with the youth and speed of Dinamo Riga in the Super Power Face-Off. Live at 10 Eastern, 9 Central, exclusively on Sports Channel New Year's Eve.
Again, we listen in to Brian Trottier at the Islander bench, reminding his players to keep the lanes covered.
Keeping the lanes covered is a little like saying, wing on wing. Make sure you have somebody covered coming back into your own end.
Elon with a shot right on. Mildakov the save. Wood centers one in front. Tsarov for the Soviet Union, playing it to the right side. Zelebukin into the Islander zone. Centered one, and it's tapped wide by Chernik. Davidoff gets to it. Rich Crom reaching in, couldn't knock it away from the Soviet player. Chernik with a shot, and Rudy the pad save. The Islanders able to clear it away from Kasatonov down into the Soviet zone, and this will be an icing call.
One of the few icings the Islanders have made in this hockey game. The Soviets were making a few just a moment ago. Kelly Rudy, good stop. Alexander Chernik, a moment ago, one-timing it. Here, gets enough on it. That deflected. That's what fooled Kelly Rudy for a moment. Got his skate out, got his glove in behind the skate. Take another look as the Soviet Red Army team try to gear up the offense. Kelly Rudy making a good stop, kicking it off into the corner. It's a 2-2 tie with 12:27 remaining in the third period.
Larry Ernhoff goes in to take the face-off, the KLM line out there for the Soviets. Here's Gilbert. He shoots it into the Red Army zone. It comes off the boards. Helminen after it. He got checked on the play, and Makarov takes the pass from Krutov. Makarov stick handling into center ice. The captain now, as Fetisov had been stripped of that honor. The puck dropped back. Moving in with it is Krutov. The tank goes back to the net. Larson pushes him, and look at the way he holds on to that puck. Finally, it's turned over, however. Larson to Gilbert. Up to Helminen. Raimo Helminen checked by Larry Ernhoff, and Makarov drops it back into his own zone. Vladimir Makarov dumps it down the right side. Islanders covering up in their own territory. Here's Gilbert out to Helminen. Three Soviets back. Helminen over the line. Centers to Gilbert off his stick and wide of the net. Gilbert frees it for Makala. Puts it to the side of the net. Gilbert jabbing at it. It comes loose for Makala. Makala tied up. Gilbert is knocked into the back of the net. In after the loose puck goes Diddick. Banks one off the side of the net. The Soviets come up with it, but not before a little scuffle. Meantime, Krutov is appealing to the referee who's called the play. Gary Fraser has at least one penalty to call here, maybe more. Let's pause now for a regional break. You're watching the NHL Soviet Super Series on Sports Channel.
How about this, Jim? Tired of salesmen who don't care about the customer? Or places that will only offer deals on stuff you don't want? At your Dodge dealer, you always get great deals on quality products like $300 cash back on 89 Dodge Shadows in stock, or $400 back on 88s, or get up to $500 back on 89 Dakota pickups in $50 on 88 models. See your New England Dodge dealer today, where the new spirit...
Milnikov in goal. Mikko Makala fighting away at the side of the net. That's Larionov, number 8. Mikko Makala knocks the lid off Malnikov. But the penalties go to Greg Gilbert and Malnikov.
In a look at the Soviet bench. Makarov playing in this game tonight. We talked about Mikhailov, the assistant coach, being the #1 all-time goal scorer. Makarov is now 10th. And if he has as good a season as everybody anticipates in regular season play, he'll pass Alexander Maltsev and Helmut Guterres. Well, Guterres right there for him to pass this year on their all-time scoring list. Then comes your pal, Yakashev. Remember Kursov?
Kursov, yes.
He's next in line for Makarov to pass. 2-2 is the score. We're reaching the midway point of the third period, here at the Nassau Coliseum. The breaking pass. Look out. Rudy able to make the save on Bikov, who got it up high. One of the few times the Soviets have gone high with Rudy in the nets.
That's one of the advantages, Jigsy. Soviets love to control the puck. They will not just shoot it in. They move it back to their own blue line and let the forwards regroup. Then they start up the ice from the red line toward the Islander blue line.
Makarov dropped it back. Gusarov shot is blocked, and LaFontaine feeds it to King. Right back to LaFontaine. Delgarno over on the right side. LaFontaine into the Soviet zone. Gave it to King in the corner. Back to the point for Pilon. Lets one go, and that deflected off Makarov. Garneau gives it to King. Gary King, cross ice to LaFontaine, picks it out of the corner. Trying to step around the checker, Casatonas. Got it to Delgarno, goes to the corner for it. Takes it back to the net. Given a ride along the boards. Now Norton moves in, the puck knocked loose. Comes out into the center ice area, but picked up by King. Can't get LaFontaine over the line as Delgarno's play is blocked. And the Soviets turn back again. Yemchinov dropping it into his own zone. Kasatonov with it. Moves it to Makarov. Makarov dumps it in. Rudy slows it up. Taken back in the net by Wood. Wood is high stick on the play. There'll be a penalty against the Soviets. Kelly Rudy stays on the ice. Now the Islanders move it out with a pass to LaFontaine at center. Back to Pilon. Rudy has gone to the bench for the extra attacker. Pilon gives it to Wood. Back to Pilon. Richard Pilon tied up on the boards, and as the Soviets control the puck, there's no further play. There will be a high sticking penalty. 9:04 remaining in the third period. Let's pause now for a regional break. You're watching the NHL Soviet Super Series on Sports Channel.
Get the spirit. Team spirit.
Team Spirit is a new attitude at games everywhere.
It's the right way to handle drinking responsibly. We want you all to have fun at the game and a safe ride home. So before you go, pick a designated driver, a guy you can count on to get you all home safely.
That's the spirit we want you back.
Team, techniques for effective alcohol management.
On the play about how the Soviets go back to their own blue line, regroup, and here's what happens. A breakaway pass. Homutant with a beautiful pass to Bakoff. What a stop by Kelly Rudy, keeping the score at 2 apiece. Here's the high stick on Randy Wood. Wood going behind, trying to fight the check off. Kozchikin gets the stick around the throat of Randy Wood, gets the penalty. The Islanders go to the power play. The Islanders' 6th power play of the hockey game.
Linesman Gord Brosiker puts the puck in play, and it comes back to Diddick on the left point. Goes to the right side, in front to Brent Sutter, to Volek, and the goaltender, Milnikov, knocked it away before he could get a stick on it. Volek to Flatley. Back to the point for Diddick, pulling a little to the right, lets one go, it's blocked. Here's Flatley with a shot. Milnikov gets help at the defense. Now the puck comes loose. Arianov playing it off the boards and down into the Islanders' zone.
Islanders handling the puck on the power play very well. Good shot by Diddick from the left point position. Had the ball scared in front of the net.
Helminen pulls in on right wing, drops it back to Norton. Over to Gerald Diddick, fires off the goal post. Loose puck, Volek able to get it back to Norton. Jeff Norton comes to the left side. Needs it right back. Here's Volek. Lets one go. That drifted wide of the net. Comes off the mesh. Now back into the mesh, and there's no further play. 8 minutes and 12 seconds left in the third period. The Soviets appealing to get the face-off outside the blue line. And again, Brian Trottier at the Islander bench, coaching now as Al Arbor has gone upstairs to watch his team.
Now he's got his hand to his head trying to figure out what number is so-and-so on his own team.
John Perron, the coach of the Quebec Nordiques now, the interim coach, had a great quote following their game with the Soviets Monday night. He said that the game was worth 10 practices.
Be ready for Patty.
And I think when you look at tonight's game, and as well as the Islanders have played, you can see why, because they certainly have gained not only experience but confidence in their own ability.
Cromer, be ready for Ramo.
There's the centerman on, well, actually Ramo is not playing. He's playing on the left wing side.
Makula feeding it in to Helminen, to Makula, back to Johnson with 58 seconds in the power play. Over to Makula, one-timed it, wide of the net. Comes off the boards, and the Soviets are able to clear it up off Homatot's stick. The Islanders set up again in the center ice area. Johnson taking Makula's pass. Johnson, who has some international experience as well, dumps it in. LaFontaine got checked on the play by Kasatonov. Clear it to the line off Johnson's stick, and he'll have to come back. He and Larson together on the points. Moving into forecheck is Bakoff. He had the short-handed goal to give the Soviets the lead. Now LaFontaine with a pass to Makalous. He went into the Soviet zone. Centers LaFontaine with a shot that's high. It's off the glass on right wing, and Homatov carries it to center ice. Into the Islander zone with a shot that's wide. 12 seconds remaining in the Islander power play. Fontaine, after it had hit him, went to the right wing boards. The puck kicked back to the blue line, and Stelnov fired one wide of the net. Teams at 6 aside. Helminen dropping the puck back to Reed Larson. Shoots it in off the boards at center ice. Milnikov slows it up. Stelnov gets double teamed as he moves it around to the right side. Andrei Homatov puts it into the center ice zone. Into the Islander territory. Daykov centered one wide of the net. And Diddick is able to clear it out into center ice. Little less than 7 minutes to go in the third period. The score tied 2-2. Central Red Army and the New York Islanders. Second game of their tour for Central Red Army. They dump the puck into the Islander zone and get to it first. They get Makarov parked in front of the net. The pass was nowhere near anybody in a red uniform, so back they go. Makarov playing it up the far side. Now into the center ice zone. Yemchov into the Islander territory. Centering pass is deflected to Randy Wood. 3 Soviets get back. 3 Islanders move up. Wood comes over the line with Crom and Brent Sutter. And the defensive work of Melnikov breaks up the play. The puck went toward the net, and Milnikov covers and holds on there. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left in the third period. The Islanders and Central Red Army tied 2-2.
Sports Channel Red Army will go against offensive gunner John McClain and the New Jersey Devils at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. Catch this great Super Series matchup right here on Sports Channel, the network of the NHL. Check your local listings for regional games in your area.
Chernik is moving around in the face-off circle. It appeared that linesman Gord Brossiker, yes, he did. He moved him out of there. So Zelepukin will take the draw, and the puck comes back to Norton covering the right point, then knocked away from him by Davidov. Back into his own zone is Pilon. Left side to King. Breaking pass to LaFontaine. He was onside, but couldn't pick it up. Now LaFontaine takes a hit from Gusarov. Big rangy Soviet defenseman moves it to the right side. Zelepukin into center ice. Over the Islander zone to Davidov. Lets one go, and it was off Norton. Goes puck. King takes the man. LaFontaine gets checked. Davidov turns, comes off the board. Shot went off Rudy's blocking glove. Delgarno goes to the corner. Knocked the puck loose. Davidov centers, and the Soviets have a great chance. It's blocked once, twice by Rudy, and brought out by Pilon. Spectacular stop by Kelly Rudy, and Pilon dumps it into the left side of Milnikov. Going it after it is King. Centers the puck. The Soviets get back and now start out. Into the center ice zone. Moving up neatly with it is Davidov. He's checked at the Islander territory. This is Mark Bergevin over center ice. Long bouncing shot covered by Milnikov. Sergei Milnikov played all 8 games for the Soviets on their way to the gold medal at Calgary last February. In the nets for his second game on this Superpower Series. The score tied 2-2 with little less than 5 minutes to go in the third period. Larry Ardoff with a pass. Fetisov moved it to Makarov. Centered it right in front, and they score! Left all alone is Krutov, the tank. They call him, and it's 3-2 for the Soviets.
One mistake, one big mistake in their own end of the ice in the third period, and the Islanders pay the price. The Soviets go ahead 3-2. Krutov takes the pass. Take a look at the play developing in the center ice area. That's Krutov as he picks up the puck, comes down, taken out of the play. The pass to the right wing side. There's the play across, picking it up, backhanding it through the legs of Kelly Rudy. Beautiful passing play by Vladimir Krutov, who started in the center ice area, finishes it up by taking the pass, getting in behind the Islander defense, and making it 3-2 with that smooth backhand shot. Again, there's the pass coming across, the quick backhand. Makarov passing to Krutov, and it's a 3-2 lead.
And number 2, Vyacheslav Fetisov.
Well, there it is. Krutov, Makarov, and Fetisov. 3 very familiar names in Soviet hockey. The goal at 15:24. Krutov drops the puck back. Larry Ardoff at center into the Islander zone. Got knocked down by Brent Sutter, however. Fetisov with it. Got it right back again. Neat the way they set it up in their own territory.
Very neat. You'll remember, though, the last time that line was out on the ice, they had a checking line, including Randy Wood out there, along with Thomas Johnson, to try and keep that KLM line in check, and they did a good job.
Now Fetisov with it, back of his own goal, up the boards. Krutov can't clear it out. Here's Gary Nyland playing it in deep. Chasing it is Flatley as it comes to the boards. Flatley gets double-teamed, and the puck is cleared to center ice. Let's go Islanders. The chant that you hear in the background is David Volek dumps one in. Fetisov back for the Soviet. 3.5 minutes to go in the third period. Soviet Union with a long pass to Homatov. He's over the Islander line, cutting to the left side with Bykov. Bykov goes to the front of the net. Good job by Larson, taking Homatov into the corner. The puck comes around to the left side. Bykov centers. Kamensky. Brent Sutter ties him up as he went to center it. Now Bykov puts it back in the goal again. Valery Kamensky is checked, and David Volek has it knocked off his stick by Bykov. Volek from back of the net. Turned it over in his own end of the ice. Homatov centering attempt was blocked, and it's Nyland playing it across to Larson. Comes over center ice into the Soviet zone. The puck knocked loose. Larson going after it. In comes Flatley. It's knocked away from him. Volek cannot get a stick on it. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the third period. Central Red Army leading the New York Islanders by a score of 3-2. Soviet setting up back of the goal. Moving up the right side. This is Homatov with it. His pass to Chernik is broken up. Jeff Norton left it on the boards, and Davidoff turns it over. Now they get to it again. Over the Islander line comes Chernik on right wing. Pilon chases him back of the net. Chernik comes out in front, centers, and it's shot high and wide by Homatov. Almost hit his teammate, Davidoff. This is Pilon carrying it into center. Breaking pass to King. It went off his stick. He races it after it. King trying to center the puck. Soviets playing around the boards, out to center. Icing waved off here. We have exactly 2 minutes to go in the third period as Norton comes back for the puck. Jeff Norton carries it over the center ice stripe. The U.S. Olympian of '88 taken into the boards and a good hip check. Konstantinov, the man who got him. Now at center, the Soviets set up again. Harry Erdhoff drops it back to Fetisov. Konstantinov to Fetisov. Fetisov wants one up through center ice. It'll go right to Kelly Rudy. Picking it up is Gerald Diddick. Diddick looks for an opening. Pass ahead, relayed to Helminen by Makela. Helminen across the line, shoots one, blocked at the defense. Helminen's forechecking, turns Fetisov around, but he recovers the puck and clears it out. It'll slide just wide of the Islander net. No icing. Richard Pilon steps from back of the goal now with a pass up left wing into the skates of Greg Gilbert. Gilbert trying to relay it to Makela, who was cutting down the right side. Diddick in the meantime picks it up, brought it over the Soviet blue line offside. A break in the action here. The Soviet Central Red Army team leading the New York Islanders 3-2.
Coaching staff getting ready for, I guess, pulling the goaltender and the extra skaters.
You got the goalie?
Islanders using the timeout. Ryan Trottier.
David, Flats and Brent. Forwards. Patty, take the goalie. That puck to the net.
Take a look at what happened the last 2 times these met. All by 1 goal. The Soviet Wings 2, the Islanders 1. Brian Trottier scored the only Islander goal in 1976. Viktor Shalamov and Vladislav Anisin scored for the Soviet Union in '76. Fresh back from the Soviet Union, obviously with the hat, the military fatigues, probably the Red Army. Doesn't play on the hockey team. There's his flag. He's even got the flag going for him.
And tell me that there are fans from as far away as Florida, former residents of the Soviet Union, and some friends on the team came up to watch them tonight as the Soviets have just iced the puck. Rare move. Face-off in their own end of the ice. 44 seconds left in the third period. And the Islanders now with 6 attackers on the ice. Heard them talking to Gerald Diddick, who was checking at the bench. He and Norton on the points. LaFontaine, Volek, Sutter, and Flatley up front. Omatov is out there for the Soviet Union. Going to be Bykov to take the face-off. Bykov is the young man who, when in court in Sweden in 1983, told the court that he was a full-time hockey player and the Central Red Army team earned $5,000 a year. And he's always been regarded as an amateur.
Well, we've known that wasn't true since time began.
Yes. Loose puck kicked down into the Islander zone. LaFontaine after it. Matt LaFontaine works it up the boards to David Volley. 28 seconds remaining as he gave it to Norton. Out to Flatley. It's knocked away from him. Picked up by Norton. Jeff Norton across to Brent Sutter. Pokes it over the Soviet blue line, and it's cleared out. Norton with it again. Omatov moved up to forecheck. The puck goes to the right wing boards. Bykov gets checked. 10 seconds remaining as the Soviets put it into the Islanders zone. Homatov is taken off the puck. It goes loose off Kamensky's stick. And Dinnick shoots it down the ice right to Milnikov. And that's going to do it. It's all over. Central Red Army has defeated the New York Islanders by a score of 3-2. So the series between the two touring teams and the National Hockey League teams again is all even. A win, a loss, and 2 ties in the first 4 games. And tomorrow night, Riga will play in Vancouver. And on Saturday, Central Red Army will be at Boston. That's an afternoon game. Bill Smith went right to the dressing room, but now the traditional handshake.
1:11 to go in the power play. Rattles it around the boards, and Broughton picks it up in his own zone. High backhander, Habside with a break. Mark Habside on the Millen, short-handed, score! 2 short-handed goals in the first period for the North Stars. It's 4-0.
Well, what you're seeing here is a coach's dream or a coach's nightmare, depending on which bench you're on. We talked about both power plays not working well, being vulnerable, even defensively, when they have the man advantage. And here there's breakaway with a man advantage. They had just missed a 2-on-1 earlier. Habside, again, low, stick side. Greg Millen is, if he's vulnerable one area, the St. Louis goalie, it's low. He's got those new pads, and he stands up well, and he'll give you the corners if you can hit it. Well, Mark Habside looks up, takes his time. Thank you very much. Just inside the post, and we have a change in the goaltending department as far as the Blues are concerned.
Well, there's Vincent Riendo, the former Montreal Canadien who came into this year having played exactly half an hour in the National Hockey League. He was the top goalie with the Canadian Sherbrooke Farm Club down in the minors, American League, and has come here in the off-season deal for Sergio, who came in with Sergio Momesso. The Blues are still on the power play. Now get this, the North Stars are 3 for 3 on special teams tonight. 1 for 1 on the power play, and 2 short-handed goals, and the Blues do power play. Brett Hull rockets it in. Here's Gordy Roberts, the former North Star. On the left wing boards it goes. Back out. Here's Tom Gilly. Hook drive goes wide to the left. Kept it at the point by Roberts. 34 seconds of the Blues power play. Neil Broughton comes the puck to center. Roberts turns it back with Broughton closing in. Sergio Momesso. And again, Vincent Riendo is in for the Blues as of 11:32 of the first period. Greg Millen, who absolutely annihilated the North Stars last time here and earning his 3rd consecutive shutout, has been the victim of special teams tonight. Ryan Sutter's wishing they'd retired his number some other time, at least for the moment. Tom Gilly at Nipton. Driving over the line, Rick Mahar to the net. Goes to the backhand of the left runner. Mahar still holding, guns it high. There's Richter waiting, line is shooting. Deflected off Kirkchild. Brett Hull to the post, and nifty as you like, John Casey.
John Casey using his stick again, which he does so well around the net, preventing the pass from coming out into the slot.
See, so many times after a save like that, the goalie just sort of skates over by himself. What is the reason for that? Is that just to get over by yourself for a minute mentally?
Just a little nervous energy. Kind of move out of the traffic. Dave Richter on the point now. Again, another defensive defenseman, but the Blues have had so much trouble on their power play. Here, watch Casey stop the pass out. Pops up in the air, just makes a nice little glove grab.
Yeah. Hartsburg and Rouse were the 2 policemen down there patrolling the goal crease area in front of Casey. 4-0 to North Stars.
North Stars have been very smart, though, Doug. They've recognized that the Blues have had trouble on their power play. They've been very aggressive forechecking.
Now Dusan Pashek driving on Richter, shoots a save, Riendo. McRae was cut off from the puck as he went for the rebound by Herb Ragland. Up to the point, batted out of the air by Giles. Behind the net, here's Richter, away to the left corner board, and the Blues look clear. Out to neutral. Herb Ragland, 3 points in his last 6 games, rockets it in. On Cavallini to throw it, Gino Cavallini ready to throw it deep, and a penalty. It'll be a tripping minor as Herb Ragland went sprawling, and Craig Hartsburg will sit down.
Well, this type of penalty can happen a lot. Coaches want their players to interfere just a little bit with the attacking player. Craig Hartsburg wants to do that, but his stick gets entangled and Ragland skates a little bit, and then Ragland goes down, and it looks very much like a trip. And that's the way Dave Newell, the referee, called it. But there's a fine line. The coaches call it legal interference. They want you to slow down that forechecker, but don't do it in a way that he can take a dive on you. And that's a tough thing to do.
Well, the Blues are 0 for 2 on the power play and -2 on the power play tonight with 2 shorthanded goals from the North Stars. Here's power play number 3 as Hartsburg sits for tripping at 13:20 in the first period. Roberts to Tom, Kelly to Gordy Roberts. Went wide Cecil, but it bounded away. Peter Cecil holding and waiting. Hut drive right up the gut, hit the goal post from Kelly at center point. The Stars using Gagne and Gavin up front with Chambers and Rouse on defense to kill it off at the moment. Peter Cecil throws it in. Brett Hall shoots one, save by Casey. Rouse on the end boards for the North Stars. 1:25 left with the Blues man advantage, and they clear it all the way down. Vincent Riendo, 3.67 goals against. 4-6-3 record coming in. As I mentioned, he played 30 sub minutes for the Montreal Canadiens last year. There's a little skipper down onto Casey with forces charging in and Billy Siren making sure nobody gets there.
Boy, when your power play goes sour the way the Blues has tonight, you really almost are just looking to kill off your power play. I mean, you're not really, but you're just holding your breath saying, okay, we want to score, but we just don't want to give up another goal against while we have the power play.
They just start having to think defensively on the power play, but what do you do?
That's what happens. You bet you do.
Now the puck comes off the end boards. Here's Cavallini. They go to the right side. Bamesso tried up poke, but no. Ronning to the right point for the Blues. Paul Cavallini lost the puck, and Brott, ever dangerous, right on it. You know, Brott throughout his career has been one of the most eager players to take advantage of an opposing miscue that you'll see. Paul Cavallini thinks about that one.
Well, you know, the finesse players in the league, and there's one of them, Neil Brott, that's what they do best. Someone who doesn't have finesse, they'll get an opportunity they just can't capitalize. But you give the Yzerman, Savard, Gretzky, Lemieux, Brott, you give those guys some room and a chance to capitalize. 9 out of 10 times it's going to be in the net.
14-7 the Stars. Did you see that? 4 goals on 14 shots. 2 shorthanded goals, a power play goal, and just for good measure, Archibald's 2-on-1 breakaway full strength goal. 37 seconds left in the Blues' third power play. Ripped in by Cliff Ronning, who got the game-winning goal against Chicago Monday. Chambers turns it back out. Look out at the line. Benning. And it hit traffic and is knocked away to the line by Gavin. Gagne had a notion, but enough good luck shorthanded is enough. 19 seconds left in the Blues' power play. Poked high by Sean Chambers. Got 3 backs at it, and the third one clears it away. 10 seconds, and the North Stars will be at full strength. Clock cruising behind the net. 3 seconds, the puck comes to neutral 2, and that's it. The North Stars have killed it off. And the Blues are 0 for 3 with 2 shorthanded goals against. The whistle will stop play with 4:35 left in the first period, and the North Stars leading 4-0.
Well, so much of hockey is capitalizing when you have the chances. Some nights you get 40 shots, you can have great chances, and the puck just won't go in. And some nights you maybe have 6 or 7, and 4 of them go in. I've counted at least 10 good chances the North Stars have had to capitalize on 4 of them. That's a pretty high percentage.
They called it the Herkus Circus when that young man was in North Dakota on the way to a national championship and the Hobey Baker Award. And now Now the whistle behind the play, and all of a sudden Larry DePalma looking to square off with Todd Ewan, who's just back in the lineup after being out a number of games with an injury. He had a full muscle below his eye. And referee Dave Newell is, I think, going to send somebody in here, but take your pick. Oh, we'll have penalties here with 4:28 left in the first period. Fans, if you think NHL hockey is exciting when you attend the games with just a couple of friends, wait till you get together with a group with 20 or more. And I mean your co-workers or maybe members of your hockey team. It's a great way to spend an action-packed evening watching the North Stars. Plus, you know, with your group of 20 or more, you get at least a $3 discount on every North Star ticket you buy, even a few games at half price. So there's the number, 853-9420. We hope to see you in all the games at Met Center. Larry DePalma, the guilty party. Larry has an absolutely awesome coonskin cap that he was wearing in Chicago the other day. He said, hey, I like to keep my head warm.
Well, he's got no covering on his head. He wears his hair so short.
Sure does.
And we've had snow and cool weather here in St. Louis. So good thing he brought that cap along with him.
He rode over with us to the game today. He wasn't wearing it. Well, you know, gotta keep it fresh. Ha! I'll bet that's going to be real fresh at the end of the season. So the penalty to slashing to DePalma at 15:32 of the first. What do you do now for the Blues? Well, take the power play. See what makes it work.
And if you're the North Stars, you just keep staying aggressive, Doug. Just keep forcing the defensemen. They're nervous anyway when they have the puck near the blue line because they turned it over so much. You just got to keep that heat on, give them a chance to make a few more mistakes.
From the draw, Broughton tried to clear. Tilly kept it alive. There's Gordy Roberts. Keep going. Roberts, Tilly high to the slot. Peter Zezel on the right side. McKechnie floating around in front of the net. Zezel waiting and waiting. Centering. Tilly shoots wide to the left. Side to clear, kept to the point, driven back in by Roberts. There's Tony McKechnie who could put it in. McKechnie down the left wing boards, behind the net for Zezel. In front, McKechnie, the shot. Oh, that could have been it, but it was turned down by Chambers in front of the net. 1:19 to go, and the Blues man advantage, and the North Stars. Confidence you can just feel it rising with every opposition power play they see. Gordy Roberts down the left boards, but cranked out of the zone by Gagne. Gavin and Gagne mentally killing forwards with Giles and Hartsburg on defense, and they've done a job of work.
The Blues like to work it from behind the net, Doug, or across from dot to dot. The North Stars have done a good job. Their defensemen and their top penalty killers have done a good job of plugging that area up.
Peter Zezel behind the net for the Blues. 45 seconds left at DePalma's penalty. On his knees, Cavallini tried to keep it in. Call it a hand pass or a knees pass or anyway an anatomy pass. They'll face it off outside after going. 42 seconds to go in the Blues power play. Well, the guy whose jersey was retired tonight, Ryan Sutter, you had a conversation with him earlier. Quite an interesting guy. He's known him for quite a while. Played against him.
I know one thing, Doug. As much of an honor as it was to have his sweater retired, players and coaches hate to have these things happen, you know, before games. They feel... Yeah, either they feel it breaks the team's concentration or their direction. You almost get too nervous for these things before the game starts. Players hate to have awards given to them before the game as well, but how else are you going to do it? And it's worked to the North Stars' advantage.
4-0 Stars, 3 minutes to go in the first period. Half a minute left in the Blues power play. Greg Paslowski, but Mark Hapside will gun it to left to the ice.
North Stars scored 5 goals the other night in LA, so they're becoming a pretty good first period team. 4 here tonight.
Paul Cavallini set it up, a drive to the wide left side of the net. Big check on Paslowski, running, couldn't get the puck turned. Now turning Greg Paslowski, who has 1 power play goal. Paul Cavallini a drive, deflected by Gavin. That's the end of the power play, and the North Stars at full strength. Loose on the left corner boards, and John Casey plays it away. Paslowski. Checked by DePalma, fresh out of the penalty box. And the Blues come back. Brian Benning. Still holding, Benning. Turns it back, they knock it around right on. And Casey with a sprawling glove stop, held on, and then had the notion to get up and play it. And Dave Mills said, no. 1:59 to go in the first.
talking to John Casey, excuse me, but I'm sure he's not really saying, you know, you have to get rid of that situation. He's saying, you know, if you can, fine, but when a goalie has to dive to catch the puck like John Casey did, it's kind of tough to get up and then move it. Referees are pretty good about that. They can generally decide whether you really could have moved it or not.
From the draw, there's Ragland. Checked off by Hartsburg as he turned, and the North Stars come back out. 2-on-1 break. Bellows and DePalma. The drive by Bellows and Richter. Thanks a lot, says Vincent Riendo. Richter whacks it right back off to Riendo.
Oh, I'm sure Brian Sutter has his hands over his eyes. Some of the things that he's seeing his team do out there. Now again, they get caught on a 2-on-1, the Blues do. Bellows shoots the puck. Now you hope your defenseman clears it. And he tried to, Dave Richter did. It was bouncing, but he actually shot it back at his own goaltender, Riendo, and it could have hit him and then ricocheted into the net. But some things just seem to happen right some nights, and tonight, that's like the 5th 2-on-1 that the North Stars have had. That is, if you get 5 2-on-1s in a game, that's a high percentage. The North Stars have had 5 already here in the first period. A couple of them while they were a man short.
And
so
they can appreciate it as much as most teams, because they certainly had it go the other way on them this year.
Well, it does, you know, and both of these teams are very similar. They don't have great offensive talent. They live and die with their defense. And if their defense isn't tight and playing well that night, they get into a lot of trouble, and that has really been the story for the Blues. They've gotten in trouble defensively, and the North Stars have sure taken advantage of it.
Bockwell on the end boards for the Blues with 1:39 to go in the period. Out to neutral, Rick Mahar. Drop pass, left point. Doubled in by Momesso. Turned back out by Kurt Giles. And the North Stars with 90 seconds to go in the period. Done it in deep. Vincent Riendo laid it up high. And the Blues, Rick Mahar turns it back to neutral ice. On the go to Herb Ragland. Head deep on to Hartsburg, didn't work. Ragland tried to center it, hit Richter in his skate, it looked like. And Kurt Giles will run it back out. Frank Wider went through Bellows, and Gordy Roberts will take it behind the net. Bellows on Roberts. Now Richter. Sergio Momesso. Billy Cira, the last minute of play in the period. North Stars leading 4-0. Oh, wheeling flash by Bellows sent it down onto Riendo. And the Blues, Richter will gun it back out to neutral. There's Billy Cira, here from Pittsburgh, in the Bukestad-Deneen trade. Richter back in his own zone to neutral. 38 seconds in the first period. Over the line, Tony Herkus. Here's Todd Ewan to the corner. Rouse is on him and rides him up to the glass. Evans there behind the net. Laid up the near side. Cranked back in by Tilley. Ewan chasing the rolling puck to the corner. Ciccarelli checked it. McRae's hand in the puck. There's Herkus with a backhand shot wide. Loose in the crowd. Evans is there. It's to Tilley with a blast of the screen that they were trying to set right in front of the net. 10 seconds to go in the period. Gunned all the way down to the Blues end, and as Paul Cavallini touches the puck, we'll have to endure a face-off with 3 seconds to go in the period.
What a job the Minnesota North Star defensemen are doing. They have blocked 5 or 6 point-blank shots in front of the net. Some of that is just being in the right place at the right time, but some of it has been the defenseman going down and taking away the pass and being in position to block the shot. Greg Millen, who probably still doesn't know what hit him. He gave up the first 4 goals.
That's an avalanche, folks, is what that is.
Oh, especially when he's had such good luck against the Stars in the past. He probably came in thinking, you know, I feel good, my confidence high, a big night. Brian Sutter's sweater's going to be retired. Huge crowd, I can't wait to get started. But he really didn't get started, and a lot of that has contributed to the North Stars, who've just been very sharp when they've had their offensive chances. They sure made the most of them. 4 goals here in the first period.
In a span of just under 7.5 minutes. Not quite as bad as that 3-goal explosion by Winnipeg the other night in 75 seconds to bury the Blues. But this is the second straight game when that's happened. And that's the end of the first period as the North Stars feasted and the Blues had to deal with a famine. And Brian Sutter is not too happy about how this game has started. The North Stars with 2 shorthanded goals, a power play goal, and a 2-on-1 even strength goal.
Yeah, it's going to be a memorable night for Brian, but maybe not the way he had hoped or planned.
One way or the other. 6 1911 North Stars in shots on goal, and with 20 minutes in the book, it's the North Stars 4 and the Blues nothing. We'll come back with Chico Resch and that unhappy gentleman you just saw, Brian Sutter.
Welcome back to the St. Louis Arena. We're here during the first intermission, and as you've already probably heard, it's a special night, and it's because of this man on my left, Brian Sutter, a player who played for the Blues for 13 years and is now their coach, and they retired his sweater tonight. And Brian, having been with this organization that long, I'm sure there's been a lot of highs and lows. Could you capsulize that for us?
There's been a lot of highs. I would say, Chico, just playing in the National Hockey League is the biggest thrill, and proving year in and year out that I could play, and game in and game out, and the biggest thing for me is proving something to people that said I couldn't do it when I came into the league. I was supposed to be a checker and a guy that liked to mix it up a little bit, but I wasn't supposed to be able to score goals, and I ended up getting a few, and just proving game in and game out that I could play in this league and play against fellows like you.
Well, have there been any disappointments? I know that you guys haven't won the Stanley Cup here. You hope to do that as a coach, but have there been any disappointments?
I would say a couple years, and again, playing against Minnesota, we lost out in the playoffs where we felt we had a good chance to get out of our division, and you end up losing, and a disappointment certainly a couple years ago. We lost out to Calgary in the 7th game, and it was a one-goal game, and we felt, even though they're a much more talented team, that we were capable of beating them. We'd convinced ourselves that we could, and we were one game away from the Stanley Cup Finals that year. That was definitely a disappointment, but I don't know, I suppose the biggest disappointment, Chico, and you know as a player, is losing out at the end of the year and feeling you should have gone further, and I had that feeling every year, believe me. As a player, I went through that every year, and I agonized and didn't want anybody to see me because I was ashamed of myself and probably the hockey team a little bit for losing.
Well, one of your strengths was your competitiveness. Now, you had 5 brothers that made it. What was it like around the ranch there in Viking, Alberta? Was the family competitive?
I think so, Chico. Everything when we were children were dreams. That's all they were, and we didn't have electricity or anything like that, so our radios were by batteries, and sometimes the batteries didn't work. And so Saturday night and Sunday night, it was hockey night in Canada, and everything was mostly a dream. And you know what it's like in Canada. There's so many kids that want to play in the National Hockey League, and very, very few make it, and it's just a matter of maybe applying yourself. I personally, I realized I had to work hard and stick to what playing strong defensively to make it in the National League, and I knew every night what my job was. I didn't need people to tell me. I didn't care who the coach was. I knew what my job was, game in and game out, and you prepared yourself accordingly.
But 5 brothers, though, Brian, that all made, 6 brothers actually, that made it, and all played the same. Was that you guys helping each other? Was that just a stroke of fate? Or how could 6 guys play the same way and all do so well?
I don't know, Chico. I've had that question asked several times. I don't really know. I guess it's just from growing up together and being competitive together, playing together, not wanting to probably lose to each other more than anybody in the whole world, and that kind of grew into something when you went into town and played against other people, and then as you went in through junior and you realized it wouldn't come easy and it was going to be a battle, and that was just really the same attitude we took as when we were kids. You didn't want to lose and you had to fight to stay where you're at.
Well, you're one of the few guys that stepped in from player to coach. How has that been?
I really haven't had too many problems with it, Chico. I'm very, very disappointed when you lose and you take personal responsibility, but I didn't really, that's not really any different than how I felt before. The game's not that difficult. You got to keep it simple, and we know what type of team we have, and we know we got to make changes. We got a young hockey team. I shouldn't say we know we got to make changes. We feel we have down the road make a couple to improve our hockey team, but at the same time we've got some good people here, and we're just trying to instill an idea of coming to work every night, coming to play every night, and certain systems, just coming to work, Chico.
Well, it's been a special night. It's been a special career. I'm fortunate that I got to see you play most of that, Brian, and we just wish you the best the rest of your career.
Thank you, Chico.
Well, stay tuned. You're watching the NHL on Channel 9. We'll be right back after station identification.
Betting on power plays and stuff. Tell him who's down there? Yuli? Yeah, he's going toe-to-toe with Chico here for the moment. Hey, Host. It's all right. We'll do a brief talk about the period and we'll get into highlights. You're going to show highlights, are you, Tommy? Or just scoring? Are we going to see it? No, okay. Guess we're not. Well then. Some kind of a period. If you like shorthanded goals, we had them. If you like power play goals, we had one of those. If you like even strength goals, we even had one of those. Of course, it was on a breakaway, so if you like breakaways, well, we had one of those too. Isn't this amazing? It doesn't cost you a penny to watch it. Welcome back to the St. Louis Arena, along with Chico Resch, Doug McLeod. It's 4-0 the North Stars with 20 minutes in the book. And Chico, the Stars just started early and stayed late in the first period.
Well, the only word to describe that first period as far as the North Stars is concerned is flawless. You know, I didn't see one area where I thought they could have improved. A lot of times you'll be up maybe 2-0 and you say, hey, that was a flawless period. But when you get 4, which is unusual to get 4 in one period, and it was a flawless period, you know that the guys are doing something right. And I'm sure if Pierre Pagé has ever been speechless, has been in a position where he can't go in the room and say anything to the guys, it was after this period, because really the guys did it on the ice and there was nothing more to say. It was flawless.
Hey, you, and you, do it some more. That's about all they could do. Did Greg Millen ever have a chance in this one?
Well, he really did, and he got a break. Remember, North Stars could have scored even earlier. They hit the post. But then after that, Kurt Giles makes a great shot to get them started. And the next 3 goals were one great deflection and 2 more great shots. So it's just a case of the opportunities being there, and then you've got 4 great finishes, and that's 4 goals, and you can't beat that.
I'll tell you, with the North Star penalty kill being as successful as it has this year, you knew it wasn't going to be long before they really jumped on somebody. It started early tonight at 4:14 in the first period. Kurt Giles nailed a shorthanded goal from Habscheid and Broughton, and the Stars took the early lead 1-0. Then, at 6:57, just over 2.5 minutes later, it was Dave Gagne's 19th of the year on a power play from Craig Hartsburg. So the Stars then had 1 each side, 1 shorthanded, and 1 power play. Just to complete the troika, they then scored an even strength goal, but it was on a 2-on-1 break. Dave Archibald at 9:51 from Larry DePalma and Craig Hartsburg, who has 2 assists in this period. 3-0 North Stars. That was the end of the line for the Blues starting goalie Greg Millen. Vincent Riendo then came on, and he was responsible for the next one at 11:32. Habscheid from Broughton. So Mark Habscheid has a goal and an assist. Hartsburg has a couple of assists, and the North Stars have done the job with 20 minutes in the book. The North Stars lead the St. Louis Blues 4-0, and will drop the puck in the second period next. Mike Modano is going to play on that now. Yeah, that was just announced yesterday. Gary Olson was telling me about that. Yeah. I, of course, will have to do the Gophers and the Roll Chiefs. We'll see. Okay. Well, this was going to be a mighty interesting game anyway, coming up on Saturday, January 7th. The North Stars and the USSR at Met Center. It's Dinamo Riga from the Soviet Elite League, taking on the Stars, part of Super Series 88-89. And as just announced yesterday, the North Stars' #1 draft pick, Mike Modano, now apparently is going to be able to play in that game. So that should make it even more interesting, just as apparently a one-game shot. We'll try and find out more for you anyway. Should be a great opportunity to see one of the great teams in the Soviet Union. You can charge by phone 853-9300. We will see you on the 7th, Super Series 88-89. Welcome by our friends at Minor Ford and KMSP TV Channel 9, where you see the North Stars.
Well, of course, right now, Mike Modano's up in Alaska playing the Russian junior teams, as well as teams from West Germany, Sweden, Finland, Canada. So he's going to be able to come back and be in pretty good shape. He's going to know what to look for. Russians throw a little different style, a little different look at you, and it takes a little while to adjust.
You know who they were telling me was one of the real delightful surprises of the junior national tournament? The junior national team is the Gopher freshman defenseman Tom Peterson, who had 2 assists in 2 games for Team USA. Underway with the second period, it is 4-0 the North Stars. The Blues gun it in on a sweeper by Tom Tilley. Nearly trouble in front, but there was John Casey. Behind the net, Camellini, nothing doing. Herb Ragland locking up sticks with John Chambers. Up to the line they go, and Kurt Fraser will rip it back in for the North Stars. Vincent Riendo, who came in at 11:32 in the first period for the Blues, in relief of Greg Millen. And by the way, I must correct myself. When I was giving the summary, I mentioned that he let in the goal by Habscheid. He did not. All 4 of those goals go to Greg Millen, and at that point, Riendo came in. The bounding puck comes to neutral ice, turned the other way by Dave Richter. Neil Broughton picks it off at neutral, but there's Tony McKegney. Back out to neutral, Brett Hull. As they came back through neutral ice, the whistle blown, and Kurt Fraser now eyeing Paul Cavallini. And with only 51 seconds gone in the second, penalties will be assessed. 4-0 the North Stars. Coincidental roughing minors at 51 seconds of the second period. Kurt Fraser readjusting the pads there, and Paul Cavallini over on the other side. 7 penalties for 14 minutes so far on the North Stars, and referee Dave Newell has whistled 4 for 8 minutes on the Blues, including that one on Paul Cavallini. So strength on the ice not affected. 4-0 the North Stars, still winding off the first minute of the second period here in St. Louis. Along with Chico Resch, Doug McLeod, glad to have you aboard here on Receptive Channel 9. North Stars wind down a 2-game Norris Division road trip that saw the Blues in Chicago the other night. Hopefully pull one out here after an explosive first period as icing is called on Minnesota.
Well, the last time the Stars had a big lead after the first period was against Los Angeles just before Christmas, and they tended to sit on it a little bit. They were up 5-3, and I don't think they quite knew how to play it at that point, and they kind of went into neutral, and it cost them. I would imagine that's one of the things they talked about in the dressing room, Doug, is to come out strong early in the second period. Let's not let the Blues even think they have a chance of getting back into this. And realistically, if the Blues don't get something going here in this second period, and the North Stars do, the game could really be just about over.
That is the skate of Neil Broughton, who is crouching for the draw against Peter Zezel. Comes off to the Stars, whacked away by Billy Siren, who made a good save in the first period to help out John Casey. And all the way down, Bothwell, Brett Hull. Double on the left wing boards as Siren came crashing in, but now out come the Blues, and there's Brett Hull. 31 points in 35 games for Hull, who had 2 excellent years at Minnesota Duluth. Bob Rouse back in his own zone for the Stars, cranked the other way by Brian Benning. Rouse plays it off the end board. Brian McClellan get a lot on it. Now Habscheid will pick it up in neutral and went flying as he tried to get around Brett Hull. Habscheid hit the boards, then Habscheid is down. He was trying to get around Hull's check and slammed into the boards, and Brian McClellan explaining the possible consequences to Brett Hull.
Well, these are the penalties or the infractions that hurt. They're not deliberate, but when Brett Hull sticks that leg out, and Mark Habscheid is also making a move, he's got his weight on the one leg, and the 2 legs collide. That's when you tear the knee. That's when you hyperextend the knee. And here we'll get a look at it. Now watch, Habscheid is around Hull for all intents and purposes. So Hull has to get that leg out. And the right leg is the leg he catches of Mark Habscheid, but that's where the weight was as Habshai cut, he put his weight on the right leg and it collided with Brett Hull. And even though Hull's off for 2 minutes, it can be a lot worse for the player receiving the check, Mark Habshai, although he looks like he's going to be okay.
I'll tell you, Habshai's been hot too lately. He's got 4 goals in his last 3 games and 9 in his last 14. Just at the point where you can't have that happen. There's the penalty to Brett Hull at 1:47 of the second period. So the North Stars, who are 1 for 1 on the power play, and actually, matter of fact, 2 for 4 on the St. Louis power play, will crank up their man advantage unit for the second time tonight. They got a power play goal on a tip by Dave Gagne at 6:57 of the first, and piles of bodies bring that down.
Well, that was chipped over the boards by Gordy Roberts. Real Minnesota flavor here tonight. The Blues have Gordy Roberts, Tony McKegney, Dave Richter. Dave Richter. You got Joe Micheletti, who's one of the coaches.
Yep.
Brett Hull played in Minnesota Duluth, so a lot of Minnesota interest here.
Now the face-off coming in the Blues zone goes right back to Gordy Roberts. 8 assists in his last 16 games, but Cicerelli took a piece of it, but not for long. Richter closing in is Doug Evans, who has a shorthanded goal to his credit this year, and Roberts blasted the other way. John Casey, who came in the game with a 7-8-5 record, a 3.21 goals against, tied with Philadelphia's Ron Hextall for the 5th best saves percentage in the National Hockey League, 893. North Stars come back out, 1:19 left on their power play. Gagne, Cicerelli, trying to get around Tony Herkin. Check, dropped it back, Bellows there, shoots, right through a screen, save, rebound, just tapped through the goal crease, and it looked like it was going in. Richter jumps Cicerelli, Gagne to the point for Bellows. Watched by Herkis, Gagne there, backhands it in. Cicerelli and a whack away by Vincent Riendo. Cicerelli centers, shot by Archibald, saved by Riendo. Where's the puck? Gagne couldn't find it, and Gordy Roberts has it somewhere. Otherwise, that could have been a virtually empty net.
Well, Vincent Riendo has come in in a big way. He makes 2 great saves, but this one here especially, as he's got to move laterally, and it's a one-time shovel shot, which Riendo gets, and he pops it then up in the air with his glove hand, and it lands on Gordy Roberts' pants, who then kind of corrals it to his body, holds it there, and falls down on the ice and gets the whistle. But the Stars could be up 5 or 6 if it wasn't for that man, Vincent Riendo, who's come in relief of the starter, Greg Millen.
There's the grand old man of the Blues, Rick Mahar. Got his first goal of the season back in December against the North Stars. On the draw, Billy Siren, 49 seconds in the North Star man advantage. Chambers inside left point for Siren. Here's Broughton. McRae and McClellan complete the North Star power play unit. Broughton guns it in wide. Chambers playing it on to Karam. Doug Evans poked it. Chambers down, and Evans will carry it out of the zone for the Blues. Evans driving on Siren shorthanded, flipped it right to Sean Chambers with half a minute left in the North Star power play. Neil Broughton through neutral ice. Cuts to the right on Bockwell. Floats it for McRae. Sidesteps the check, and Doug Evans will rip the puck out of the zone for the Blues. In 14 seconds, the North Star power play will expire as John Casey plays it to the corner. Herkis and Chambers there, and there's Sean Chambers for the North Stars. 5 seconds only left in the Minnesota man advantage. And now it expires, and the Blues are in full strength. Riendo plays it off the end boards. McClellan right there for the North Stars. Bounding puck. Broughton couldn't get a piece of it. Still loose. Poked away. McClellan right behind the net. Took shot through the goal crease. Brett Hull picks it up on the goal for the Blues. 2-on-2 with Memesso on Chambers and Hartsburg, and Chambers breaks that one up. At neutral, Paul Cavallini rattles it around the boards in the North Star zone. Shot clear. And we're going to have a penalty away from the action. Paul Cavallini mixing it up out at neutral ice. McRae was there, and penalties coming. 4-0 the North Stars.
Blues get to go on a power play. High sticking penalty to Basil McRae. I don't know who Basil is smiling
He
at.
is laughing.
He was trying to sneak into the North Star players bench. He kind of like trying to get away and hide before Newell could find him, but Newell sought him out and made him come over and sit in the penalty box. Blues go on another power play, a power play that has not really done much, and a lot of that goes to the North Star's aggressive penalty killing crew.
-2 in 4 tries tonight. This is power play number 5 for the Blues. Gordy Roberts is there. Karam's in behind the North Star net for John Casey. Hartsburg up the far boards, kept in at the point by the Blues. Tom Tilley. They knock it around again. It's Gavin and Gagne up front. Hartsburg and Giles on defense on the North Star penalty killing crew, and that seems to be what Pierre Paget has settled into as his #1 man short unit. Roberts ahead for Cliff Ronning, and the Blues come to center. Karam at all. It's skipped over the glass and out of play. Looked like they were going to Karam it anyway. A little high for a Karam. 15-10 to go in the second. It's 4-0 North Star.
Well, when the power play goes sour, what happens is, and we saw it there, players then are rushing the play. They try to make those long passes, and there you saw Blue player trying to pass the puck from right in front of the North Star bench all the way across the ice to the open St. Louis player. And on the power play, you want short little passes, move up the ice together in a 4 or 5 man combination, keep it tight. But hey, that's easy to say and do when things are going well, you're confident, but when you start pressing, you start and try and throw that home run ball every time, and it just doesn't work.
Well, it's so true, though, Chico, because it's like the harder you try, the worse it gets. The more you try to make the big play, the worse you can shoot yourself in the foot, when the thing that you quit doing is what makes power plays work in the first place: precision, patience, and good puck handling, good shot selection. And the fans don't help it either. Everybody's yelling, shoot, shoot, shoot. Of course, that's not necessarily the good play. Benning up for McKegney at left point. To the right side, Cavallini. Here's Benning, left circle, rink wide, fanned on by Brett Hull. 107 in the power play. All the way on to the Blues goalie, Vincent Riendo. 4-0 Minnesota. We've had a scoreless second period so far. 19-11 North Stars and shots on goal. Peter Zezel into the North Star zone. 53 seconds on the Blues power play. Benning, a running gun, goes wide to the right. Paul Cavallini keeps it in at right point for the Blues. Here's Tony McKegney. Checked by Rout. Zezel in the corner. Hull on the end board. 40 seconds in the North Star penalty to McRae. Benning for Hull in the left circle. Center point to Benning. On the right side to Paul Cavallini. They're working it high. Cavallini muscled right out of the zone by Neil Broughton. Broughton, not exactly the guy who's going to muscle you out of anywhere normally, but he pushed him right out of the zone. 17 seconds in the power play. Zezel there. Broughton now is getting into his ball. Cavallini, a loose puck in front of the net, and they score. Peter Zezel poked it in. A bounding puck on the lip of the goal crease with 10 seconds left in the power play. It's 4-1 North Star.
Well, interestingly enough, Doug, there could have been penalties, coincidental minors, outside the blue line. Broughton and a Blues player were really going at each other, but Newell let it go. Cavallini were really going at it, and then the play comes across the line. A good move here. Benning throws it in front, just a tip towards the net by Hull. Casey makes the first save, and Zezel going across the crease, jams it in. Now watch. Benning makes a good pass here, good shovel shot, and then it goes right down on the ice, right where Zezel wants it. He's able to shovel it through the legs of John Casey. We have a big discussion going on at center ice, and I think it's just that. Hartsburg is saying, Mr. Newell, why didn't you call a penalty? Those two players were going at it. There should have been penalties.
Neil Broughton, Chico, was right over there while you were describing the replay, and he immediately attacked Newell and was really ripping into him. Yellows now for the North Star. Peter Zezel scoring his 8th of the year on a power play at 6:07. Now Mahar with a drive. The save by Casey. The rebound. They crash the net. Here's Mahar. Blast by Tilley right on safe. Rebound. Mahar scores. Oh, and here we go. Herb Ragland gets the goal. Herb Ragland, number 25, scores his 4th goal of the year. And the Blues chip away. It's 4-2 North Star.
Well, you've got to get some bounces to score some goals. Blues got a good bounce on the first goal, and they get a great bounce here in the second. Mahar drills one, and Casey makes a great pad save. Bounces out front, it's going to go behind the net. Blues follow up, goes back to the point. And now another one-time shot, Casey. Good save. Watch his puck bouncing. Ragland not only gets his stick on the puck, but he drills it. To catch the puck on the bounce takes a little bit of luck and a lot of art. And Ragland just hammers that thing, and it really has changed the complexion of this game. Greg Millen very excited. He gave up the first 4 goals. He hopes his team can get back in it so he doesn't look quite so bad. And they've certainly gotten back in it in a big way, Doug. It's now 4-2, 13:34 to go here in the second period.
Now, Larry DePalma has been whistled for a penalty. And both teams going to take this opportunity for a breather. Wow, the pace has been going and going and going. Herb Ragland scores his 4th goal. He now has 4 points in his last 7 games. And the North Stars lead cut to 4-2.
Well, I see it's a 2-minute penalty up on the board, Doug, to Larry DePalma. So obviously it happened after the goal, and it must be an unsportsmanlike penalty.
I presume it must be, because nothing else was going on.
I think the North Stars are a little upset again after the first goal. They felt that Newell could have called a penalty on Cavallini. Nevertheless, he didn't. And now the North Stars just have to really forget about that. Their 4-goal lead has been cut in half, but they're still in a good position. They just have to settle down. It's only been the last minute that things haven't gone well for them. And what you've got to do now is kill this penalty off. They have to kill this penalty off. Stay aggressive and then just settle it down and try and regroup a little bit, calm things down. This crowd starts to get back in it.
Now DePalma will sweat this one out. We presume it unsportsmanlike. We could not hear the public address announcer, needless to say. And the Blues are on their 6th power play of the night. And now they want a penalty on Gagne as Zezel hits the deck. Nothing doing for referee Dave Newell. Vincent Riendo on the end line. Here's Bennett. North Stars again put Gavin and Gagne out, this time with Chambers and Rouse to kill the penalty. Back out to neutral come the Blues. And a popper sails all the way down and into the crowd. 13:11 to go in the second. The North Stars lead 4-2.
There you see Dave Newell making the hand motion. That was a dive, Peter. The crowd's really booing. They're upset. Peterson, why didn't you call that? I played with Peter Zezel. He draws penalties. I don't want to say he takes a dive, but he makes them look so real. But on that one, Newell said, no way. You took the dive. I'm not calling it.
Of course, the trouble with a guy who does it well is all the referees in the league know it. And then it's like the boy who cried wolf. Even if it's a legit penalty, a lot of times that guy's not going to get it. Very intent look on the face of Brett Hull with 31 points in 35 games. Peter Zezel for the draw against Dave Gagne, and Gagne got the stick on it, but it'll go to Brian Bennett. 90 seconds left in the Blues power play, 4-2 North Stars. McKeagney went down. Oh, they're going to call a penalty on that one now. Oh, McKeagney trying to get around Gagne, and they're going to call Gagne for the penalty. 13:03 to go in the second. We'll be right back.
Gagne also in the penalty box now, along with Larry DePalma, for slashing Tony McKeagney. We just were mentioning how Peter Zezel thought a penalty should have been called on him. Dave Newell said no way. But just a few moments later, and here we see the slash. And it wasn't that hard a slash, but he slashed and hit his skates.
Yeah.
And Tony goes down, and he gets the penalty, and now the North Stars are down 2 men.
Well, you just suck it up and go. The Stars, 7 minutes into the second, have seen their lead chipped away from 4-0 to 4-2, and the Blues getting renewed confidence here in their own building. It is a 5-on-3 power play with the North Stars using Giles, Rouse, and getting rested. Roberts to the right side. Crowd wanting shots with a two-man advantage, but it could be dangerous. Roberts into the right circle, rink wide. Benning took the shot, didn't get much on it. It floated one in onto John Casey. Less than a minute left in the original penalty to Larry DePalma.
North Stars are forcing the Blues to pass it to the outside. It goes to the side and then through that seam. We talked about the seam. That's going to be the projection of the puck. Right across the hash marks there. But you want a player to be able to shoot it on the fly so the goaltender can't get over. But in that situation, you saw Benning had to stop it. By that time, Casey was over and made a good save. Neil Broughton, who's really been winning the faceoff tonight, is out there again, and he won the last one. He has to win this one to give his team a chance to get some breathing room.
Cecil and Broughton for the draw in the North Star zone. Hull to the left point for Benning. Now for Gordy Roberts, the right side. Good drive right on save by Casey, and a bumper by Tony McKegney, who nearly got it in on the power play. 49 seconds left in the 5-on-3, and a minute 20 left in total power play time for the Blues.
North Stars will give that shot all night on a 5-on-3. That's a low percentage shot that Tony McKegney took from the outside. And there you see Peter Zezel telling him, Tony, we've got a two-man advantage. You don't take a shot from this bad angle. You know, that's really a routine save. And Peter Zezel is pointing that out to Tony. Tony may be a little over-anxious on this power play.
Cecil and Broughton again. 5-on-3 St. Louis power play. Broughton, Chambers, and Giles on now as the puck is shot all the way to the Blues end. Vincent Riendo came in at 11:32 of the first for Greg Dillon after the Blues had given up 4 straight. Playing it ahead. Gordy Roberts there, and referee Dave Newell's going to call a holding minor, I think, on the Blues. It will be on Benning. So that'll chip away a little bit at it, as Benning will go for holding at 7:54.
We're going to see a rare 4-on-3. And here we'll see why Benning goes in the penalty box after he passes it. He reaches out. Oh, great call. He's trying to get a free ride down the ice. Why would he do that? I mean, that is unusual. There was no reason Broughton was not going to get back and do anything. You know, as a hockey player, and I'm sure some fans say it, like, why did he just do that? Like, it seems so stupid. But, you know, when you're on the ice, sometimes your reactions just take over. And you don't even know why you did it. You think about it later and you say, boy, was that dumb. But some things are just reflex. And obviously, that's the only explanation for that penalty. That really hurt the Blues and helped the North Stars, though.
It is a holding penalty as Benning hooks his bicycle to the back of the bus at 7:54 of the second period. Blues still on the power play, but now it's whittled down to 4-on-3. Off Camillini, almost intercepted by Chambers. Back in his own zone. Still Chambers, Giles, and Broughton to kill it off. Fired into the St. Louis zone, and there's Gordy Roberts. +4. Roberts for Cecil. In 10 seconds, the North Stars get a man back. Now floating high, Roberts. Cecil top of the right face-off circle. Roberts runs, winds, guns. Hit a pad deflection by Casey. That's the end of DePalma's penalty. The North Stars get a man back, and in half a minute we'll have a power play. Kurt Giles, he's seen now one man short. Fired right back onto Riendo. Gordy Roberts there, 19 seconds away from a brief, less than a minute North Star power play. Chambers intercepts, fires it in, and levels Roberts at the same time. Peter Zezel, checked by Archibald. The puck fired away on the near board. And back out to neutral. Now 3 seconds left, and the North Stars have a power play right now. It's the 57th second. North Star man advantage. Third power play of the night for the Stars. Bellows shoots on a fine angle right. Barham down to neutral ice. Siren chasing, racing on the right side. Greg Kozlowski. They go to the corner boards. Craig Hartsburg is there. Past Billy Siren. Up the near boards they go. Turned back at neutral ice by Tim Bothwell. Now Gagne with half a minute left in the brief North Star power play. 4-2 Minnesota all the way on to Vincent Riendo. Bothwell down with Archibald on top of him. Gagne flippers it back, pokes away. Siren chops it deep. Here's Gagne out for Archibald. Right along the end line. 15 seconds in the North Star power play. Bellows deep on the left wing boards. Ambushed as he turned by by Tom Tilley. The puck is backhanded out of the zone by Doug Evans. All the way down on to Casey. 2 seconds, one, and now both teams are at full strength. The puck comes out to center. Dino Ciccarelli at his own blue line now will start the Stars back in, and his shot cannonades up into the second level here at the St. Louis Arena. 9:58 to go in the second. North Stars 4, the Blues 2. And here's a great idea for tomorrow night. Ring out the old and ring in the new at the annual North Stars New Year's Eve skating party at Met Center. Following the Stars St. Louis game on December 31st, fans coming to the game will be allowed onto the ice to welcome in the new year in style. Food and beverages available. Plus, during the skating party, KLXK Classics 93.7 FM will broadcast live from the Met and count down the top 40 hits of the past 30 years. Get tickets at Met Center box office or by calling 853-9300. 9:53 to go in the second period. It is 4-2 North Stars. Here's a long ranger from Ciccarelli, knocked away. Chambers with a running gun to left side, no. Ciccarelli keeps it alive, but Sergio Momesso turns it up. Leaves it for Ewan, breaking. Rouse closing in, cut him off at the pass. Ciccarelli chops it. Paul Cavallini is on him. They knock it around. In the left corner, trying to turn was Ewan, but no. Taken to the left wing for it. Down in the right corner it goes. Basil McRae fans up in arms. They sky it out to center. Richter turns it back. Perkins. Momesso. Down to the line for Ewan. Turned off by McRae. A drive by Herkus. Nearly took a wicked turn going in. Ewan slammed onto the end boards, and a North Star penalty is coming. And now Basil McRae eyeballing Sergio Momesso down in the corner. With 9:07 to go in the second, the North Stars leading the Blues 4-2. Another St. Louis power play probably will be coming up. For $1.
Who's he picking?
$10.
Well, Sergio Momesso in the penalty box. John Casey, I believe, got a penalty for tripping.
Momesso for high sticking.
High sticking, right? He's saying, what? I didn't high stick the guy, I didn't think.
It wasn't anywhere near the joint. 10:53 of the second period, the time of these penalties.
McRae also may be going. Here's the original penalty. Watch John Casey's stick here. Reaches out. Oops, sorry. Ragland goes head first into the penalty box. That's the penalty to John Casey. Now McRae's going over to the penalty box as well. He may just be serving John Casey's penalty. It looks like it's even strength. Both teams having one penalty each.
Well, McRae was kind of into it down in the corner then, so you're right. Legitimately, I kind of thought maybe they'd rung him up, but you were right. Casey did get a holding minor. Momesso for high sticking, coincidental at 10:53 of the second period. It is 4-2 North Stars. 9:07 to go in the second. Crowd restive here at St. Louis Arena on the night in which they've retired. Blues head coach Brian Sutters, number 11, to join the retired numbers of Bob Gassoff and Barclay Plager. Cecil for the draw for the Blues against North Star Dave Gagne. Full strength hockey, again with McRae serving Casey's minor penalty. Brett Hull to the point for Gordy Roberts for the Blues. On the inboard, Cecil Chantry, right for the lip of the goal crease from Brett Hull. Normally a power driver. Fraser turns it back to the Stars from Kurt Hartsburg, and here come the North Stars. They just one into the Blues zone. Tom Tilley there for St. Louis. Turn to the corner, but there is Fraser. Wrapped it around the post. It hit Riendo's skate or pad, I think, in the right corner. Cannon keeps the puck alive for the North Stars. A shot blocked by Peter Cecil, right to Tony McKechnie. Back out comes Brett Hull. Fired it off Hartsburg and deep into the North Star zone. Kurt Giles watched by Cecil, who trails behind the net. Giles starts it back out, a long slicer to Fraser, who unloads, and Riendo turns it away. McKechnie tried to clear. Bellows burst through to the deck as he got caught on McKegney's stick going by. Back out come the Blues. All to center. McKegney guns it in. A bounding puck to the left corner, and there's Billy Siren of the North Stars. Locked up behind the net with Mahar. Loose puck, poke check by Casey. Mahar crashing. Turning on the right side comes Tino Cavallini, and Casey snaps it around the goal post.
Well, it continues to heat up. Players have become very physical. It was a kind of a finesse first period. But the second period has really gotten physical. I think it's one way that the Blues feel they can get their team going is to get physical. And there you see some of the crease crashing and the action around the net.
Good, right off the goal post. Very seldom are you going to see one get away from John Casey when he's working the fights like that. 7:56 to go in the second, and our Stars still in the saddle by 2. Locked up, no clear control, now pulled away by Bellows. It flutters all the way to the Blues zone. Steven strength hockey, 5 skaters aside. Ryan Benning out to center. Mahar got nailed, and you heard it, by Billy Siren. Rouse back in his own zone, away for Brian Bellows. The North Stars come in. Bellows sideways, floats it rink wide, stopped in by McClellan, Brock crashing the net, which is knocked off the standards. Brian Benning working on Brock, and the melee becomes general. Neil Brott was going all the way into the net, as McClellan set it from the right side.
Neil Broughton has a little shiner under his left eye, and that was from a puck that struck him in practice. But he's still sticking his nose in there, going for the net. McClellan, who had the puck along the right board, just tried to throw it in front and try and hit some bodies, and it did. And it just laid just outside the goal post. The Stars would have had their 5th goal. Sometimes you do that. You just kind of throw it into a crowd and hoping that it'll pinball around and somehow find its way into the net. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. But
it creates havoc wherever it goes. Starts bouncing around. You never know when you're going to catch a skate or maybe the pipe or a piece of a stick. Well, let's see now. Pierre Pagé is going to put out a combination of Archibald, De Palma, and Cicerelli, with Hartsburg and Chambers on the pitch. Archibald against Mahar for the draw. Off the ball, Cavallini. Locked up by Cicerelli. They're really grinding on each other. The puck sailed up the near boards to center. Here's Greg Paslowski, chopped in for nobody, and Hartsburg turns it back out for the North Stars. 4-2 Minnesota with 7:09 to go in the second period. Along with Chico Resch, Doug McLeod from the St. Louis Arena on receptive Channel 9. Aaron deep into the North Stars zone. Chambers away, but there in the corner is Doug Evans for the Blues. Home behind the net by John Chambers, out past the Palma. Richter at the checkered line. Casey serves it up for Chambers. Hartsburg and Larry DePalma. Gabe Archibald throws it deep into the Blues zone. It's in Riendo for Paul Cavallini. Riendo's played shutout hockey since he came on in relief of the illegal Greg Millen. At 11:32 of the first period, down 4-0. Now it's 4-2 North Stars. Razor guns one out. Here's Stu Gavin. Earned by Tony McKegney. At the line, Peter Zezel. Good, he was belted by Fraser. Gavin, but a poke check by Hall knocked it away. Zezel. Gavin on it. And Peter Zezel comes back out to center. Gagne reached right in and took a whack at him, and that's a penalty for holding on Gagne.
Well, Peter Zezel didn't get the call earlier this period that he wanted. But I tell you, when you're checking Peter Zezel, you better be very aware that you don't put your stick or your hand in a position where he could go down and take a dive, because he does it better than anyone. And he did it there, and he drew the penalty, and the Blues go on a power play.
Holding to Gagne at 13:52 in the second period. 12th penalty for 24 minutes on the North Stars. The Blues have 7 penalties for 14 for contrast.
Of course, Gagne is one of the best penalty killers, so that's a double painful penalty. Here it is again. Now watch. Gagne's just going to reach reach a little bit, like just a tiny bit with his left hand. But as soon as Zezo feels that, Peter makes the spin and he goes down, and he drew the penalty. Obviously, that little tug on the arm isn't what put him on the ice.
No, as soon as he felt it, the red light kicked on in the old brain, and I don't go take this one down, boys. Well, the Blues are on their 8th power play of the night, tied for next to last in the league on power plays. North Stars were last. Stars are 1 of 3 tonight. Blues 1 of 7 with two short-handed goals against. Maybe that had come out right. Now in the right corner, Peter Zezel for the Blues, and he has had some playing time tonight. Willows comes back short-handed for the North Stars. Cut drive, deflected, didn't have much on it by the time it got on to Vince Riendo. Gordy Roberts out in the slot for the Blues for Zezel. Flanked by McKegney and Hull. Brett Hull trying to turn on Sean Chambers. Hull still holding. Gordy Roberts in the left face-off circle. 1:14 in the power play for the Blues. Paul Cavallini shot tipped by Chambers. Now Gavin in the corner. Knocks the puck high and out of the zone. Paul Cavallini will pick it up from Riendo. 59 seconds and the North Stars will be in full strength. Cavallini threw it deep for running all the way in. Score! Power play goal. And Casey is furious. He's destroying. Look at Casey. He took 3 solid whacks at the pipe and he is furious on that one. 4-3 North Stars.
Well, you know why. It's bad enough that Casey sees the breakaway coming, but that's not the guy to worry about in this case. It's just a great pass. It's going to be kind of a leading pass a guy has to skate into. Cavallini just lays it across. Ronning does a great job. Now Ronning's actually in, but he sees Cavallini following up, and that's why John Casey's so upset. He's saying, come on, guys. It's bad enough the one guy's on a breakaway, but don't let the other man break free and get the return pass. And Dave Archibald desperately wants to catch up to Cavallini, but he can't quite reach him. And you won't see many goals that are prettier than that one by Gino Cavallini. Just a great pass, a couple of great passes, and it really tightens this game up with 5 minutes to go now in the second period. That North Star lead has been cut to 4-3.
Ronning set it up, and Cavallini buried the power play goal, his 10th goal of the year, his first power play goal, at 15 minutes in the second period. North Stars taking a lot of penalties in this period and paying for it.
I didn't notice that John Casey changed 6 Duggars. He's still using the same one.
I was watching it afterwards, and unless he just changed, I think he kept the same one. And he hit all 3 pipes and hit them hard with a 2-handed swing. Mahar in the corner. Filled it and shut up and off the puck. Gino Cavallini now tied up with Giles going to the corner. Both of them still holding, but Cavallini with some spade work dragged the puck away. Gino Cavallini is really going at it with Giles down there. Got the puck in the left circle, and Mahar turns it in. Here's Bennett. A shot goes wide to the right. Gino Cavallini with a quick backhand snap. And Casey made the stop. Now McRae and Gino Cavallini, the 217, changing the time of day.
That was kind of humorous. They grabbed on and then they let go so quickly it was almost like they were just going to dance for a minute and then thought, no, I don't want to dance with you. They broke clear.
Dave Newell reading the riot act to Dino Ciccarelli. We'll be back. It's 4-3 North Stars.
Cavallini for the St. Louis Blues is in the penalty box, and the reason is he and McRae came together, and as I said, they were just going to look like they were going to start to dance. Actually, they looked like they were going to start to fight. But all of a sudden, McRae let go, and he had his gloves on, whereas Cavallini had thrown his gloves off, thinking a fight was going to occur. Well, that gave him the extra 2 minutes, the roughing, because he had dropped his gloves, and the rule states if you drop your gloves, you get the penalty. The guy who kept his gloves on, in this case, Basil McCray. He gets off scot-free, and the North Stars go on a power play.
And Basil, who'll go toe-to-toe with anybody, is well aware of that rule. And we've seen a couple times this year where he's basically stood there and said, hey, look at that guy with his gloves on. And so Gino Cavallini hits the penalty box for roughing at 15:51 of the second period. And now the North Stars will finally get another power play. 1 for 3 tonight. This is number 4. And as soon as the conference breaks up, Peter Cecil talking to linesman Dan Shakti. Dave Archibald, Dave Gagne, and Dino Cicerelli will be the front line, with Brian Bellows and Craig Hartsburg on the point. Fired back into the North Star zone. 4 minutes to go in the second. The Blues with 3 unanswered goals in this period after the Stars had 4 unanswered in the first. Hartsburg plays it out to Gagne at neutral line. Away for Cicerelli at the line. Cicerelli pushed into the deck by Roberts. John Casey went out, but Hartsburg waved him off, and Craig Hartsburg will take it now. 90 seconds of the North Star power play. Hartsburg with a power play goal on the year. Here's Gagne, deflected in traffic, and Tom Tilley drives it away for the Blues. 3:22 to go in the second, 4-3 North Stars. 1:09 left in Minnesota's 4th power play of the night. As Blues Gino Cavallini spreads out a roughing liner. Craig Hartsburg angles through the slot for Bellows. Bellows trailing Gagne, slices it deep into the zone. Tilley is there with a blast. Bounded away from Hartsburg. Oh, and Casey showing the puck to Evans and daring him and then sweeping it away. Tilley drives it back in for the Blues, and now all but 35 seconds of the North Star power play is ticked off. Now Neil Brock's up for Dusan Paczek. McClellan one-handed. Billy Siren to the line, guns it in. Siren and Chambers now on the points with Paczek, Broughton, and McClellan the forward line of the power play. 19 seconds to the Minnesota man advantage. Broughton, a back pass for Chambers. Neil Broughton, center point Chambers. Up the gun and on to Riendo. The rebound bounded away from Paczek, who was nicely tied up by Richter. Hit the skates of Billy Siren. Siren taps it behind the net. 3 seconds of the Stars power play, 2-1. That's the end of it. The Blues in full strength. The puck must go to McClellan. Backhand shot right to Paul Cavallini. McClellan kept it alive, but Richter sweeps it away. Pumped in by Siren. Left corner McClellan. Behind the net to Neil Brock. Tapped in front of the net. And puck was there for the deflection. It went awry. Dan McClellan is showing now with Riendo. And for pushing Riendo, McClellan gets ambushed. He leveled Doug Evans for his trouble. Gino Cavallini right there. Now Broughton and Evans are ready to go. The play had been stopped because the net was knocked off the standard by McClellan, who wound up behind Riendo in the crease. They were jawing, and one thing led to another, and here we are. 4-3 North Stars late in the second period. Yeah, I got it, Tommy. Let's tell Tina. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Lester, it's all yours.
Well, even though that was a break we were just coming off of, this hasn't quieted down at all. It's still going on.
You got back just in time, as a matter of fact.
Well, Brian McClellan, he doesn't get upset very often, and when he does, he usually has good reason. But why he's so upset is he's standing in front of the net. Stars are putting a little bit of pressure on. Dave Richter makes a good play. He wants the net to come off to get a whistle, but he can't push it off. So he drills Brian McClellan into the crossbar, which knocks the net off, but also McClellan ran into the goaltender, Ruendo. So Ruendo's mad, thinking that McClellan ran him, when in fact he was drilled into him by Richter. So Ruendo punches McClellan, and McClellan punched him back, and then everything broke loose. McClellan's not thrown out of the game as there's only a minute 53 to go. So he's just going to the dressing room a little early.
Yeah, there was no ejection routine. Boy, I'll tell you, Dave Newell, this is by no means the most penalty-laden game of the year, but just about every minute or so, something's going on. And now Paul Cavallini continues to yap as he heads back to the bench. second period. Rod Grams and Marine Raider. In the third period, promises mighty interesting. The North Stars ran up a 4-0 lead in the first, but the Blues have come back for 3 in the second.
It sure has been two different games. Actually, though, you know, the North Stars played pretty well for the first 5-6 minutes, really until the Blues scored their first goal. But since then, it's been pretty much all Blues. And they've done it not only with, but they've gotten very physical. We've seen a lot of pushing and shoving, near fights taking place.
Thanks for retiring my sweater tonight.
Well, it was interesting. Brian Sutter had a nice boutonniere on during the first period. When he came on the bench after the second period, I guarantee, well, he didn't have it on. I guarantee you it was laying crushed and torn somewhere on the runway.
It is horticultural mayhem down there somewhere. There's parents.
His dad still has his nice boutonniere on, though. He's staying cool.
I think his mom has hers on anymore. I think that may have been chewed up and tossed. Benning and neutral ice for the Blues. Penalties aside. It's 4-3 the Blues. Sliding on his belly like a seal goes Dave Gagne. Chops it into the zone. Gavin is there. Here's Gagne. Fraser chops it in. Goes wide to the left side. Greg Paslowski will run it back out. Billy Surin back checking. Paslowski tried to split the D. Poked the puck beside the net. Billy Surin with 1:19 to go in the second period. Gagne taps it ahead. Fraser for the North Stars. Driving over the line on Bothwell, but a poke check by Bothwell knocked it away. Offside, and Gavin has complained to Dan McCord about that one. There's Fraser. In the game after having a 9-game scoring drought broken in Buffalo with a goal. Now been scoreless in his last 5. 1:12 to go in the second period. The North Stars leading 4-3. This is the kind of game where you have a feeling that one of the non-stars is going to do something in it. You know, the Stars are getting pretty well bottled up here as the second period has gone along.
Well, their pace is really slowed. Not only their bodies seem to be moving slower this period, moving the puck nearly as quick as they were in the first period, and that just slows everything down when you're trying to come out of your ends.
Talking to that great hockey prognosticator Tom Meade Jr. here earlier, and he is of the opinion it's going to be somebody like Tony McKegney who could break this wide open. Well, you can file that away for everything it's worth. 4-3 the Stars, and the last minute of play is coming up. So both of these coaches have now been on the receiving end of an avalanche here. Brian Sutter's in the first, and it's been Pierre Paget's turn in the second. The North Stars, interestingly, have needed to score goals. When they've scored 4 or more goals in a game, they're 9-3-2 this year. They've scored 4 tonight. When they've scored 3 or less, they've won only twice in 22 games. 16-4. Blues with a snap center. Casey the stop as Bellows ranked Brett Hull out of the way. Brock comes back out to center. Floats it deep for Hatchside. A poke by Riendo to the corner. Broughton there, pops up. Gordy Roberts tried to jam it. Now Chambers at the point. Lets it go, and a save by Riendo. Hull turning the puck back out with 25 seconds to go in the second period. They knock it back and forth at the neutral zone. Now over the line along. Center to Tony McKegney, but he couldn't get the foot on it. Up the right boards, Tilley. 10 seconds left in the period. Tilley locked up with Hartsburg. Puck in the corner. Peter Zessel for the Blues. A shot off the side of the net by Gino Camilleri. 25-19, the North Stars in shots on goal as the period comes to an end. Stars have that one 10-8 in shots, but nothing decided here. It was all Stars, 4 goals in the first, but it's been all Blues in the second. With 40 minutes in the book, the score at the end of 2. The Minnesota North Stars 4 and the St. Louis Blues 3. Stay tuned. Next on 9, it's Rod Grams and Marine Reader with Primetime News. teams started tonight in their last 5 games. The North Stars were 2-3. The Blues were 1-3-1. That's going to change for somebody. An extra one in the win column tonight, but it'd be hard-pressed to figure out who it's going to be. After 20 minutes of the first period, it was all North Stars. After 20 more minutes of the second, Blues. We start the third with the North Stars leading St. Louis 4-3. Along with Chico Resch, Doug McLeod from the St. Louis Arena. This is a game that could easily get out of hand for somebody in a hurry here.
Good. You have to hope that Pierre Pagé said the same thing to his team that Ryan Sutter said to his after the first period, because he sure got the Blues going in the second. Stars obviously have to pick it up third and build on this one-goal lead. You know, one-goal lead isn't so bad, Doug. You know, a lot of coaches say a two-goal lead in hockey. I still haven't quite come to grips. I think that if you're 2 up, you sit back.
That's
if you're
right.
1 up, you play more like a regular type of a situation. And certainly the North Stars looked like they were sitting on it a little bit in the second period.
Well, it is no longer a 4-goal, a 3-goal, or a lead. Now it is a 1-goal lead, 4-3. After the face-off, Tom Gilly for St. Louis. Here's Gordy Roberts. Ooh, it's quickly right on to John Casey out of the corner on the mid ice. The puck trap pass. Gagne comes out to center. Launches into the blue zone. Riendo there to whack it away behind the net. Gagne threw a hip check to knock free. Hartsburg fires, deflected by Ragland, and it comes back out to neutral ice. John Chambers facing for the North Stars with Mahar right on him, but the horse race wasn't fast enough. It's icing on St. Louis.
35-year-old Rick Mahar can still turn the Jets on. That's always been his forte, and I think in hockey today, you've got great legs. You're a great skater, smooth skater, fast skater. It's tough to play league after you're 31, 32, because it's so quick. You have to be able to keep up, and Rick Mahar at 35 is able to do that.
You know, his line was on for both goals and one of the assists in that infamous 8-point night here when Pittsburgh was in, as Mario Lemieux had 8 points in 1 game. And after that, he was quoted in the paper saying, we started to think that our forechecking of how we were going to play hockey here. And since then, his plus-minus has improved dramatically coming into tonight's game. He's +9 right now. From the draw in the St. Louis zone, Tony McKechnie in with the blue. Bothwell and Brett Hull. Picked up on the go by Peter Zezel. Crossing the line, McKechnie was offside as he hit the brakes a step too late. The shots on goal now 26-20, Minnesota. It was 10-9 Minnesota second period, 16-11 in the first. Well, we've not had a shot on goal in the first 49 seconds of the period. There's Tony McKechnie.
Has 14 goals. It's not quite the halfway mark. So on another 30 goals. Kind of a quiet goal scorer, though. You don't really notice him. He kind of appears out of nowhere and puts the puck in the net, and then you forget about him for a while until he does it again.
He had his best NHL year last year and led the Blues in goal scoring with 40. 38 assists along the way for 78 points. Out of St. Louis, who would have thought it? You know, people here knew.
Well, I think the fact that he does disappear for a while leads teams to think that maybe he's not putting out or consistent. That's maybe why he's been traded so much. But he sure puts the points on the board.
Tony McKechnie with a drive right on the save by Casey. McKechnie blasted to the corner boards by Bob Rouse. Rouse knocked it away, but right to Peters on the center. Flag and a poke by Casey knocked it away. Dusan Paschek dragged it clear. Here goes Cicerelli. Fluttering deep into the blue zone. A whack by Vincent Riendo. Long center on the carom. Rouse is there. Blast in. Stutter step wide. Cicerelli trying to turn on Brett Hull. McRae tied by Bothwell. And there's former North Star Tony McKechnie. Angling the puck to center. 4-3 North Stars. Good drive right up the gut and on to Casey again. And McKechnie banging him on to John Casey here early in the third period. The Blues will shift and the puck sails into the St. Louis zone. Paul Cavallini, the team plus-minus leader at 12. Flipped into the zone by Dave Richter and Casey behind the net looking around. Giles snaps it. Capside, who got roughed up in the second period, is back and playing. Giles tied up and turned. Hartsburg to the line, and they were onside, but right to McClellan. That's Brian McClellan. Turned back by Evans. Paul Cavallini for the Blues at his own blue line. A long one for Todd Ewan, who couldn't flatten it out. And the Blues were offside. Early in the third, the North Stars hanging on to a 1-goal lead. have yet to win a game in the 1988-89 season against the Blues. In the 4 meetings prior to tonight between the two teams, the Blues have won 3, and there's been a tie. Last time, of course, was that shutout engineered by Greg Millen down here, his 3rd straight shutout. Tomorrow night, these same two teams will go at it again at Met Center, New Year's Eve. We hope to see you there. Should be a great night. Getting to be quite a lively traditional New Year's Eve set to at Met Center. Billy Siren in his own zone for the Dark. Top high, Siren decked, fired behind the net by Rick Mahar. Ragland on the end board, Dino Cavallini, checked by Archibald, right to the side of the net. Ragland cut off by Siren. Dino Cavallini, turn, stapled up against the glass by Archibald. Cavallini trying to kick the puck aloft. Good view of Archibald and Cavallini working in the corner. The puck eases away. Fellows and Gordy Roberts collide. Now from the left corner boards, it goes for Ragland. And Dino Cavallini got checked again by Archibald. Here comes Larry Palma for the North Stars. That's a big game-winning goal against Winnipeg tonight. Fellows locked on the boards with Mahar. The puck trickles away to the corner. North Stars attacking in his zone. Gagne de Palma, hook drive off the side of the net. Dino keeps the right boards and eases a rolling puck out to the North Star blue line. De Palma and Dino Cavallini bumping away from the play. Gagne turned around and lost the puck. Freddie Roberts bangs it back out. Sergio Momesso and Casey way up the slot to knock the puck away. Didn't get a lot on it either.
No, it was great. He just chipped it up over his head. He pulled out his wedge and instead of his 2-iron, just played it over the player's head.
He's out of the set. Puck comes back out to neutral ice away from Paslowski and now driven in by the Blues. Marchburg behind the North Stars. Just over gone in the third. Still Minnesota 4, St. Louis 3. Here's Paslowski. Stick game drives it. Chambers out fence it to Gavin and the North Stars come out. Stu Gavin rings it into the Blues zone. Bottle there to the left corner board. Away from Gavin and the Blues. Brian Benning brings it out. Greg Paslowski. The right circle around Siren. Bounding puck. Flashed out and carried by Gavin. Gavin and Giles lead the charge. Giles for Gavin. At the line. It's staggered Riendo and down he goes. Gavin ripped a high one on to Vincent Riendo.
Well, it was off the stick of Dave Richter, the Blues defenseman. It missed his neck, although he's looking at his helmet. I think it caught him on the shoulder, but he looks a little stunned.
He does.
Riendo does, and some people would say, well, goalies always are supposed to look stunned, aren't they? But he may just be taking a little extra breather. Here we're going to get a look at it. Now watch the ramp provided by Richter's stick here. Well, we're not going to see that part of it. But the fish come high, and just like a tall oak tree, slowly fading, Riendo just sags down on the ice.
It's like Slocum, didn't it? Vincent Riendo, first full season in the National Hockey League, tore him up in the American League at Sherbrooke, the Canadiens organization.
Sure had a strong game since coming in here his period.
He came in at 11:32 of the first after the North Stars scored their 4th goal on Greg Millen. That was a 1-0 break by Mark Habscheid, and that was the end of the line for Greg Millen. It's Riendo. They hit me with puck, okay.
There, Davey Newell, he's playing doctor here, actually testing him out as well to see that his faculties are where they should be.
Part of the referee's job.
Now he's getting them laughing.
Yeah. People don't realize all the things the referees do down on the ice contribute to the game. They think it's all penalties and so on, but there's an awful lot that they do to loosen guys up sometimes, make sure that you are actually healthy enough to play.
Well, Dave Newell is generally a pretty business-like referee. Didn't talk a lot, but he seems to have loosened up the last few years.
Bob Berry, the assistant coach with Brian Sutter.
I think a lot of the referees have loosened up a little bit, and I think it's the trend the game has taken. They want the players to be serious and intense, but there are times where you have to have communication between the players and the referee. Before, they didn't want that. It looked bad, they felt. The crowd might think that there was too much camaraderie between the referees, which is hard to believe, but that was never the case with most of the referees that I worked with.
Vince Riendo, 23 years old. 1 Hunter shared the Hap Holmes Trophy for leading goaltender in the American League 2 straight. He led the American League with 2.67 goals against him while playing in 44 games at Sherbrooke. Had shutouts last year. One of the more easygoing personal members of the Blues, apparently. A ready smile, even though he was cranked pretty well by that black by Stu Gavin. So we're ready to go. 5 on to go. It's the North Stars 4 and the Blues 3. Broughton, McClellan, and Hatchide for the Stars. Broughton wins the draw. Siren guns it. Actually hit Hatchide with a puck. Giles and Siren on defense. Giles drives it in. And so. But the Blues now, among other things, will try and just keep it away from Riendo for a while, letting sure everything's registered. Really sticks it off. Broughton trapped way in enemy territory. They dump it anyway. Riendo away from Blues defenseman Dave Richter. Richter's to set the forwards and caroms it high, but Brian McClellan sniffed that one out and blast one high and on to Riendo again. Almost the same spot, but a little more toward the blocker. Up the outboards, Tony McKegney leads the Blues out to light. Brings it in for Hull. Caroming down onto Casey. Whoa, and almost sailed right through. Now at the webbing, the net, Giles and Zezel lock it. Puck is on its side. Zezel falling on a good center. It got right up high to Cavallini. A penalty coming and a sweep save by Casey. Holding penalty coming, but Hatchide didn't really have much option at that point, as the puck had been nicely centered by Zezel to Paul Cavallini. St. Louis power play coming. It's 4-3 North Stars.
Capshaw offered holding. He had dropped his stick, so he really just reached out with both hands and pulled down Cavallini, who was darting in from the point. Blues on another power play.
This is number 9 on the night for the Blues, who are 2 of 8 with 2 shorthanded goals against on the night. 4-3 North Stars, 14-11 to go. Puck is at neutral and fired into the North Star zone. Look out, there's Cliff running, but a puck deck house knocked it away. Tony Herkus and waiting. Dino Cavallini on the end boards. Herkus ever dangerous with the puck. Quarterback the North Dakota power play to a sensational season. Herkus plays it till he shoots one right up the gut save. Rebound by Ronning on his knees, couldn't fire. The poke by Gavin, and the rolling puck sails out of the zone. Tom Tilley for the St. Louis Blues. 1:07 left in the Blues power play. Over the line, Dino Cavallini knocked it away, and it's hammered out of the zone by Rouse. Dino Cavallini flat on his belly in the North Star zone, and play is stopped. He and Rouse were down there, and Rouse cleared.
I thought Cavallini was just going to try and cover up because of the shot that was coming at him, but he actually got hit from behind. I don't know if he struck his head on the glass.
It wasn't a check by Rouse that did the damage. I'm sure. I mean, you have to take a little ammonia to get cleared up.
It was a blow to the head, and I think he hit his head on the glass.
One of the toughest guys in the National Hockey League. I mean, it has to be a smack to affect him.
Now, Dave Newell's calling a penalty. This is, I think, an after-the-fact penalty. Oh, there you see it. Okay. Puck's in the air. Dave Gagne's going for the puck on the high stick.
Good call.
But he hits, instead of the puck, he hits Cavallini in the nose and stunned him. Good call by Newell. I'm sorry, Dave, I did not see that on the original play. Even though it's an accident, the rules state you have to be in control of your stick. But Gagne's only getting a 2-minute penalty. I've been led to believe that if you cut someone, then regardless of whether it's an accident or not, it's still a penalty. What a penalty would be for high. I think that's still the discretion of the referee, and he decided that Gagne's still high stick man. There you see Dave's reaction.
So Gagne goes sticking at 6:35 of the third. It's a second 5-on-3 power play opportunity tonight for the St. Louis Blues, who trail 4-3. And if the North Stars penalty killing unit has been excellent so far, and it has been, They're really going to have to lace it up and play hockey now. Neil Broughton, Kurt Giles, and Sean Chambers, 3 against 5. Then about 57 seconds of back to 5 on 4. The Blues with a 2-man advantage and trailing by a goal in the third. Tony McKegney run around the boards. Brett Hull is there. Hull behind the net. McCaff to the left point for Benning. It goes. Here's Hull. Pulling by Giles and out of the zone. Half a minute left in the 5-on-3 for the Blues. Brett Hull. That cranks it away.
Great defensive plays by Kurt Giles.
Ryan Benning, the power play goal to his credit this year. Number 2, working the left point. Gordy Roberts on the right side. Benning deep to the left circle. Hull shoots, save by Casey. And it's ripped to the point by Chambers, but not out. Kept in by Benning. Deep again for Hull. Set play to the left of the crease. Gavin knocked it away. Smalling Giles couldn't get it up. Gordy Roberts up the gun and all. Hedge saved by Casey. And it's drilled out of the zone by Giles. Or was it cleared right out of play, as a matter of fact? They'll have to, that's too bad, they'll have to face it in the North Star zone.
Well, Oblum out there, and the Blues have moved the puck well, but then Gordy Roberts elects to shoot from way out. This is a pretty good, you see there was no one in front of John Casey. And a shot that Gordy Roberts took, and I think what happens is the players get a little anxious. You know, a 5-on-3, it's hard to wait and for that good, you want to get someone, and now you see players take low percentage shots sometimes. And really on a 5-on-3, if you can't get a high percentage shot in that situation, you're not working your power play very well.
Well, the first penalty is expired, and Blues now have only a 1-man advantage, 5-on-4. The North Stars with Hartsburg, Rouse, and Hapside to kill it off. Hapside just out of the penalty box. The Blues, Ronning. Now Ronning will come in for the face, as a matter of fact. Tilly, Cavallini, and both the Cavallinis, Paul and Gino. Paul Cavallini in right point. 5-on-4 St. Louis advantage for 47 seconds now. 4-3 North Stars, just over 12 minutes to go. Ronning down the right corner boards, looking for somebody. Perkins and Ronning play catch. Center point, Paul Cavallini. Shot was blocked by Broughton. Right back to Paul Cavallini. Cody Herkison through a crowd. Got it by Hatton by Paul Cavallini. 25 seconds in the St. Louis man advantage. Herkis missed it, and Hartsburg blasted away.
What a job Neil Broughton's doing, Dougie. He was out there on the 5-on-3, was excellent. He's out there now when it's 4-on-3. Had a tremendous game, penalties beautifully, and it continues for Neil Broughton.
7 seconds, and the North Stars at full strength. And Gino Cavallini really chambers. A drive by Tilly Wise. Gino Cavallini, that's the end of the power play. North Stars now at full strength. 5-on-5, it's Gator. To the right corner, knocked out of the zone. No icing, and I don't think it'll go that anyway. Well, it just did. Cavallini pulled for 3 starts. 11:08 to go. Through neutralized Paslowski for the Blues. Sheeran turns it back. Billy Sheeran. On the out boards to neutral, and the Blues clock it back at Tim Bockwell, who's +4 in 17 games since he was called Peoria in November. Has to chase the puck at neutral. Bockwell, number 6. Pass Mahar. Rouse is there. Whoop, pumped it right onto Mahar, who rings it behind the net. John Casey for Rouse in the corner. Dino Sinelli. Benning will, the Stars pulling back a little bit. Moczek, however, will tail Benning all the way into the zone. Voracek, McRae, Basil McRae turned it back. Basil into the slot area, running in. And Cicerelli was decked to be a St. Louis penalty for holding at a North Star power play when we come back.
Defensive, big man advantage, single man advantage. The Blues have their offense has to go. Greg Paslowski in the penalty box for the Blues. Now the North Stars have it just to get their power play working. They're ahead by a goal. Now this puck has just been turned by some strong forechecking. Look at the nice play by McRae. Drops to Cicerelli, who goes and loses it, and then he goes down. He's lost the puck. Referee calls the penalty. And the North Stars, who are 1 for 4, as you see, have a chance to regain that 2-goal lead.
Kozlowski for holding is the call at 9:36 of the third period. North Stars leading 4-3. First power play since the second period. Cicerelli with Archibald and Gagne. The front line with Hartsburg and Bellows on the point. Inside the point, Hartsburg chopped it, but it's to the zone by the Blues, Tony Herkus. Herkus dancing through neutral ice and holding the puck. Hartsburg behind the net as Tony Herkus got a nice round of applause. Hartsburg watched by Peter Zezel. Zezel, Herkus, Richter, and Paul Cavallini killing it off for the Blues. Hartsburg starting out with 90 seconds remaining in the North Star power play. Look at Herkus working upward. Hartsburg to center, but it popped away from Gagne, and Zezel drives it all the way down. Brian Bellows has been quarterbacking the power play the last few games. They have developed that one-time shot of his from the faceoff circle. He tried several times in Chicago. Did not work, but might see it again here tonight. Drilled up the far side by Paul Cavallini and all down to the North Star zone. 9:25 to go in the game. 4-3 Minnesota. Now under a middle in the North Stars power play. Bellows for Chambers, and the Stars come out. Chambers on the checkered line. Vince Riendo in and playing well for the Blues since relieving Millen just past the halfway mark of the first period. John Chambers with 40 seconds in the North Star power play. Here's Broughton. Backs it over the line for McClellan. On Evans. McClellan on the end board. Checked by Paul Cavallini. Brought to the point for Bellows. Watched by Evans. Down for Broughton. Bellows, 20 seconds to power play. The blast wide. Half-side rather for Chambers. High slot. Chopped it in. Half-side. Backhand shot at the equipment of Tim Bothwell. They fence for it. Popped behind the net by Mahar. McClellan there. 8 seconds left in the North Star power play. Right goal crease. And off the skate, Paul Cavallini in a tense time measure for Vince Riendo. That's the end of the North Star power play. The Blues in full strength. Don Chambers plays it back out. Fraser is there, rockets it in. Gavin down the left corner boards for the North Stars. They play it up the far boards. Tony McKegney is there. Back out to neutral for Peter Zezel. Here's Hall breaking in on Casey. Shoot! And a save as Casey played the angle well. 8 minutes to go. North Stars 4 and the Blues 2. Coming up Saturday, January 7th, the North Stars and the USSR at Met Center. Dynamo Riga, one of the members of the Soviet elite team, will be there, and you will have your first chance to see Mike Modano in a North Star uniform. As we told you a couple of weeks ago, he's been signed now. He'll be in for just that game for now. So make your phone call and reserve your seats. 853-9300. See you on the 7th. The Super Series 88-89. Well, Niner Ford and KMSP TV Channel 9. We're seeing the North Star. Crowd getting going. Donzie to this point with 24 saves and 3 again.
Last good save. Heat Brett Hull with the puck. Look at how far out John Casey. Every goaltender in the league is aware when Hull's on the ice with that big shot, and you have to come out and cut that angle down the way.
Run off in deep. Zezel on the corner board, and Duran with it. Kasich no chance. Time waits till everybody is pulled away.
Should mention, Mark Tenardi has not been out since he got injured in the first period. I don't know if that injury has caused him to rehabilitate where he can't play, or there you see that last player. Paget has just cut the bench down to.
Tenardi is on the bench. But not playing, as you see. Squared away on his angles. Looks to his left for the draw. Gagne against Peter Zezel. 7:54 to go. The Stars hanging on to a 1-goal lead. And Zezel gets the old heave-ho. Brettel will take it. McKegney and Zezel. Gorley Roberts and Tom Tilley for the Blues. Stars using Dave Fraser and Gavin. Billy Siren and Bob Rouse. From the draw, Tilley throws it right in. Siren sniffed that one out and knocks it away. Tilley with a one-time drive. Zezel turned off for a rebound by Rouse. Corner, Siren to the near side. Tilley is there. Centered by McKegney. A long one will catch up with the line. Batted out in the air by Rouse. played it to himself, so it's legal. Away for Gavin with the line of zone. Gavin unloads and it flies. Turned back out by the Blues, Tom Tilley. Picked off by Hartsburg. Threw it right onto the blade of Tony McKegney. Ricker hit the goal! McKegney hit the goal post. Unbelievable. Now here comes Peter Zezel. Oh, they had a great play set for Brett Hull, but it couldn't get there. Hull in the left corner. To the left side with Giles. Gagne belted by Gino Cavani. Puck still alive for the now Dave Newell. Will blow the whistle and Gagne then throw puck. It's 4-3. The North Stars just under 7 to go. Tom Means bet me $1 to McKegney. All right, so he did right here. He bet me first he'd score on the power play, and I won that one. So then he bet me he'd score sometime in the game.
We just saw some heavy drama moments ago. Tony McKegney blasted from the blue line. Look at this save. Watch the hand is in. No, it hit the goalpost. And it bounces out, and Billy Siren's there to clear it away. Blues coming awfully close, but the North Stars continue to have that goal lead.
Along with Chico Ratliff, 6:59 to go. 4-3. Dino Cicerelli. That's almost an act of the Blues move. Bothwell is there. Skies into the North Star zone. Thrown out by Giles. Well, got it though. There's Mahar at the checkered line for the Blues. Right onto the stick of Craig Hartsburg at the North Star blue line. Herb Ragland is all over Hartsburg, who threw the puck. Just to get it out of the way. Ragland whips it in. Blues voraciously going after it here. Hartsburg back out of it, sails to the Blues zone. Minnesota to change. Back out to neutral they go. Now Rouse and Siren on with Hampshire, Pochek, and McClellan. Down the left wing, Ronning throws it on the end board. They jump after it. Brian McClellan pulls it away for the Stars and guns it through neutral ice. There's no icing as it hits the end boards in the blue zone. 5:53 to go. 4-3 North Star. Out Dave Blues. To the corner. John Casey directing traffic. Siren locked up. There's Paslock working with Broughton. Paslock pulled it away. Brian McClellan is there and he flips it out. North Stars just want to keep out of harm's way. Back in neutral, Richter throws it to the Dar zone. The Blues tired and need a change. James there with 5:20 to go. 4-3. Back and forth we go. Vincent Rio for Gordy Roberts and out to Sergio Monesso. Turned in neutral by Bellows. Thrown to the zone by Brett Hull. Hartsburg for Chambers for De Palma. Everybody, they get a little gassed at this point in the game. Archibald turning behind the net with Tom Tilley, and the Blues going through the ice, but nobody home. Under 5 minutes to go. Blues 8 shots on goal in the period. The Stars have 2. Larry De Palma there. Pushed off the puck by Tilley. Now De Palma and Roberts crash into the end board. Tom Tilley for the Blues to center. Gagne turns it back and rifles it in. Could have been a delayed offside, but Gordy Roberts on puck. 1.5 to go. 4-3 Stars, and here comes the Blues. McKegney chips it in. But the St. Louis Blues go for a change. Siren bangs it away. Gagne banged off his blade. Now for the North Stars crossing the line. That's Kurt Fraser. Flips it back for Siren, but Gino Mullany jammed it out of the zone. Giles ahead for Bellows. And a high spinner into the St. Louis zone. Benning is the 4 minutes to go. The Stars lead the goal. At neutral ice now, they lock it up, and Herb Ragland drives it all the way on to Casey. Hartsburg behind the net, surrounded and double teamed as Gino Cavallini, and Herb Ragland just annihilated Hartsburg. Back Gavin for the North Stars, puck turning, Gavin belted by Ragland. Puck sliced out to center, Herkus turned off it by Fraser. Tilley there now, Hartsburg at the checkered line, throws it in. 4-3 North Stars. 3.5 minutes to go. Fire wagon hockey in the St. Louis net. Now got around Cicerelli, the drive. The Biter Shields into the crowd. 3:23 left to go.
high here at the St. Arena. Down on the ice, it's hot and heavy. 3:23 to go. The North Stars for 1-goal lead.
Scramble in the North, it's not on. Back to the St. Louis blue line. Tom Tilley to throw plays for Minnesota. So McRae locked up play. The nine Chambers is there. Early Blue. Into the Star zone. Chambers chasing. 3 minutes to go for 3 Minnesota. Oh, man. And these two teams play tomorrow night. Jersey at the Met. That should be handy. This has turned into a great hockey third. Basil McRae. Deep into the zone. There's Ciccarelli. Kirk Van on it on a quick standard by Dino. The Messel from the right corner. They play it to the left side. McClellan jumps in for the North Stars. Dino the net turning, falling, centering. McClellan could not fire. Paul Camillini was there. 2.5 to go. Thrown deep for Rick R. Blues. Giles belts him as he dumps it away. Ewan on the line. Buck just sitting in the corner. Giles trying clear, and he does. Rolling into the St. Louis zone. Now the Blue Benning comes up to the right. Right the line for Evans, but Chambers turns it away. In the zone, the Blues, Chile, 2 minutes to go. Stars by a goal. Ewan tips into the zone. Giles is there, backhands it out. Hatchside slices it away. Almost open gate. Now McClellan, watched by Chile. McClellan sits in the by Brett Hull. Hatchside top of the line for Neil Proctor. Backhands it into the zone. Oh, man. Here come the Blues with 1:39 to go. Keep Riendo. North Stars and the fired out of play with 90 seconds to play. Oh, our next telecast here on Receptive Channel 9 will be January 10th. Philadelphia Flyers at 6:30. The Philadelphia Flyers just ended the Pittsburgh Penguins 8-game unbeaten string last night. Philly's leading scorer Tim Carr is out, though, with a shoulder injury. Should be a dandy. We'll see you from the specter of January 10th Stars and the Flyers.
North are putting up a steel curtain across their blue line. Blues are not able to penetrate, really even get the puck in the zone. Liked about the North Stars this year. Late in the game when they're for the lead, they've done the man unit really plugging up the lanes, not letting the other team come in with a lot of speed and control. Here tonight.
Converse guns it in, 1:20, 4-3 North. Archibald there, straddling the sprawl. Okay, good throw, high up close to the point. Chambers. Puck hitter Zessel for the Blues. Here comes Tony McKigney with 1:01 to go. Turned at the left, the puck rolls to the corner. 1 minute time. 4-3 North Stars. Scramble in the North Stars zone. To the line. Sprawling Tino Camillini. Casey blasted it off the tip of the glove of Casey. 49 seconds to play. A whack at it blows, and he clears the... Riendo is on the Blues, skating 6-on-5 with the empty net. Icing on the North Stars, and the big face-off of the game is coming up.
Well, this is fun. You're going to see a timer play right on his bench, hoping to take out. It looks like some has. So now teams will come to the bench, talk about what they want to do.
That'll be the Blues' 30-second timeout. So Pierre's going to hand it with 2 seconds to go. Shots on goal in this period are 9-2 Lewis.
What a coach is telling his team there, it's not necessarily one thing like this. See, they do this, then we'll do this. If they do that, we've got to do this. It's more time telling the players to adjust to how the Blues set up, because of course the Blues try and throw a little different look at the North Stars. Confuse them a little bit. So you're just trying the players with the different looks that might come at you. But the key is, of course, winning face-off. If you're the team, the North Stars, and this in the face-off, you don't have to worry about the rest of it. But that's not always easy to do.
Ian Slater number 11 was retired tonight. So Bob Gassoff number 3 and Mark Blake watching it go right to the wire in the first of a home-and-home series between the Stars and the Blues. 42 seconds remaining. The North Stars 4. The Blues, the margin of the Capsides, 1-0 breakaway shorthanded goal at 11:32 in the first period.
Here you see Ronnie, the wide receiver, so to speak, way out loose. The North Stars can't afford to throw him out there because they have one less man. They've got to plug a lot area. Two center icemen on each. One of their center gets thrown out in the...
There's the clock in the lower corner of your screen. 6-on-5 advantage to the carries the punt of the zone. Drops the knife 2-on-1 with an outside score. 30 seconds to go. And then to do the job. 2-1 break with only Ronning back. 5 North Stars.
Well, what up was the tough? North Stars did a good job, even though they lost the face-off, of controlling. Freddie Roberts just down when he has a chance at the puck. Now watch this. Now actually the Blues are going to, but watch McClellan Drew. Look at him fight through that check. Gordy Roberts goes down, picks the puck up, gives it to Habscheid. Habscheid waits as long as he can, then he throws it through the stick and the leg. Running, and North Star away 5 now with 25 seconds to go.
Riendo is back in the net. Evans turns it in. Now the Blues set it up here, running it in hard. Oh, Ewan Bucky was left wide open. The first run in, 18 seconds to go. It ain't over yet. 5-4.
I know people sitting at home and saying, why doesn't Chico shot? He said the North Stars have it sold away. Obviously put enough salt on just yet. Let's go to the leg. Backhand, forehand move. Nice little pass here. Good fit by Todd Ewing. Muscle stickling, finishing up a good shot. And 18 seconds to go. Again, the face up and over again.
Here we go. 5 more. Todd Ewing's only his second year in 1942 of the third. He's just back in the lineup. Or last at Chicago Monday, having 10 games with a torn muscle. Hall turns it in. Fraser away. 10 seconds. Peter Zezel is the puck and icing all on the North Stars with 6 to go ahead. The empty net for the Blues. It is not.
Well, this season has not been easy for either of these teams, and they're the type of team, both of them, that have to scrape and claw right to the end. Happening again tonight. Blues got a breakaway. Another good deed to play. Tucker and Fraser just wanting to get it out, shot it a little bit too hard. It went down for the icing. We see it again. The face. Riendo up to the Blues. Brett Hull, the big shooter there, that's trying to get the puck to. Won the big. Well, North Stars did recover and score the goal, but I think Broughton likes it but a little bit better.
Broughton and Zezel up till 5 stars, but it's the goal. Oh, look, we're going to go to overtime. Tied up. Brett Hull blew it in on John Casey. It's 5-5 at 9:56 of the third.
The fans have left. North Stars wide 3. I thought they had it in the bag. That's dangerous to think that way. Why? 5 seconds. Faceoff's kind of neutral. Up each other, but then look at the kickback by Zezel. Zezel played a lot of soccer. He kicked it back to Hull, the guy they John Casey. But watch, he's going back to when the shot's taken. John's back in the net. And if John could have that one over, he'd say, I challenge and faded back. Aaron, they're happy, of course. Turn of events, Doug.
Oh, I know that those watching the first leave a hockey game with a minute or 2 to go and a 1-goal difference. What I can't believe is that enough idiots who are leaving here go to overtime to the back from 4 to 5. Plant slides. He's smiling.
Judy's got to feel pretty good now. It didn't look that way. The fans starting to chant the exit.
And brought a home break in. Well, the North Stars and the Blues are going to go to overtime. There's minute books here. So for the season, both teams are 0-0 in time hockey. Neither one of them has generated a result.
As I mentioned, Peter Lavian descent. You saw him kick the puck back. John Casey way back in the net, and I've done that as a goaltender. Brett, the big. You think if I met a little with this butt, but to do again, you say to yourself, I should have gone the other way. I should have at least a little bit. The hope hit me. Now Hull made a shot, sticks on half off. But I mean, he acted all of it. At the same time, just an unfortunate break here for the North, who really the game ag 5-3 with 5 seconds to go.
Well, you're well sure that both of these teams determining not to let this one get away.
One of the owners of the Blues,
Mike Shanahan. And we're going to overtime in Louis.
But you know, Doug, the good news is the North Stars haven't lost.
That's right.
You know, they still have a good opportunity. With the way they've been playing tonight, certainly could turn it on. They've scored 5 goals. But it's going to come down now to 1 break.
Good, receptive Channel 9 tonight, along with Chico Resch, Doug McLeod, and Louis Sarin. North Star 5-7 game these teams this year. They've been the 0-6 in the air. Vision Koscheck, Dino Sister, Basil throws a soft one wide, and Vincent Riendo knocks it clear. McRae behind the net, taken off by Gordy Roberts. Herb Ragland skims it back. And will roll down on to North Star goalie John Casey. Rouse and Siren are on defense, and Bob Rouse shovels it up for Dusan Pacek. Brett Hull with that cannon of a shot. We were first introduced to it in college hockey when Brett played for Minnesota Duluth and parted the waters with that big blazer. And it's doing him well in the NHL as well. Archibald Turbo, Cicerelli on Cavallini, on Paul Cavallini rather. Here's Hartsburg, shoots screen wide. Ball to the right corner, Cavallini's in ahead. Here's Peter Zezel who won that thing up to get the tie and go and try to left. Up the right wing towards Hull that hit the ball wide. And Dino Cicerelli brings it back for the 42 to go in this spot. Never time. North Stars 5 and the Blues 5. Paul Cavallini in his own zone for St. Louis for Brett Hull. A dramatic tying goal on a spot with 4 seconds left in regulation time. John down the Stars for McClellan at the 10. And his drive sails off Bockwell's stick to the net. Pulled out of the wood pass Lasky. Loose in the right corner. Brock sailed in after it. Blues were. Sergio Momesso driving it back into the Minnesota. And there's 3 minutes to go in overtime. Neil Brock carries the puck back out to center on Bennett. Flips it wide. Bellows. Benning tackles. But it's overtime. Out comes Cliff Roy. Got the game-winning goal against Chicago Monday. Paslowski, his own. Now the Stars complete a change. Gagne, Fraser, and Gavin up front. Fresh defensive pair, Hartsburg and Chambers just coming on. Hartsburg flippers it into the zone and got actually caught up in Dan Sheckley, the linesman's equipment. On the end boards now, pulling it away. Gavin shoots one, just misses wide to the left as Gagne dragged it off the end board. Hartsburg from the point to drive, but no. Riendo has no stick, and it may be broke. Part of it is in back of the net. Vincent Riendo with no stick.
There, Doug. There he gets it pulled loose.
All I could see was the blade for a minute. It was right through the webbing. Riendo's going to have to get some new clothing. He just lost 10 pounds of pure terror sweat. 1:40 now go in the period and unloaded. Time hockey at St. Pino 5-5. 1:41 left in OT. Here's good shot by Loetter. Nobody home. Cecil clears. Back into the North Star zone. Brian Benning. Cleveland belted by McKegney. Now this is 1:25 left in the overtime. Billy Siren for the Stars. Lets it go. On the end board. Paul Cavallini is there. Swings it up for Tony McKegney. 15 left overtime at Hull. Turned off. Billy to carry it out for the Stars. Quick shifts now by both teams in overtime. Tim Bothwell throws it ahead. Rick Mahar out of the air and drop pass back from Evans. Fired it in and Rouse got it into the ice. Archer will get to the puck first. Beat Bothwell to it. De Palma there. It's the right face off to go. Evans in the Blues. 43 seconds in overtime. Ragland tipped and neutralized Chambers. But Newell let them go. De Palma with a center for all the dozens. 5 with a minute to go and over to Lewis. Giles at his own blue line for the Stars. Gunned it ahead past Bello. Vincent Riendo plays it off behind the net for Tom Tilley. The former Michigan State star away to lashing it in with 15 seconds left in the OT. AC in the net now. And the whistle was blown. We couldn't hear it behind the play. Offside, apparently.
Not too hard to sell him a hawk on a statistics site. This is a great game. I'm sure it's a little disappointing. Stars, even with the tie, 5-5 now with 13 seconds to go. But nevertheless, the fans...
Well, now we're going to get or a penalty anyway. Uh-oh. 15 seconds left in the OT. The North Police.
Was it behind the play? I don't know. Too many men on the ice, perhaps. It came where players expected it to occur.
That's about the only thing that you can imagine called at this point in the... Because it's been producing some penalties go.
Well, there's a door now, so...
Oh, be a mighty correct call. Newell, no matter whom he called it. Well, it's all come down to this. 63 shots on goal between these men. Johnson has faced 2 of them and stopped. Is arguing a push-off.
De Palma's leaving the arena.
Christine De Palma is gone. We haven't had any announcements of penalty.
But Doug, remember the 2-minute like penalty?
That's right.
He may have gone by Newell that last shift.
That's right.
A little bit more. Maybe that's why you got a 10-minute misconduct. Why no one's going to the puck by Larry is
sense. At 4:47 of over. You get it. 10-minute misconduct. You were to Larry De Palma.
Well, you have to have. Not hard once you see the situation, just what took place. Newell's explaining it to John Casey.
Casey, yeah. 13 seconds to go. Drop the puck. Well done. Well, here, 5-5 in overtime. 13 seconds left off in the north zone. Half shot for the draw. Playing with Chambers, Broughton, Gavin, and Giles. Peters for the Blues. Playing with McKegel, Gambolini. Ref Gordy Roberts to the left. Casey as he looks.
Half shot taking the bait for the North Stars.
They lock it up. Giles goes fishing. 10 seconds to go. Giles and Broughton. Neil Broughton center circle. Rocket head to the right. Riendo behind the net. Seconds. 2-1. These teams lock it up at Met Center tomorrow night. Having this one in the book as a 5 overtime tie. 3 shots on goal.
Well, you see the Blues celebrating a little more than Stars, and that's natural. They were down 4-0 at 1.5 with 20-some seconds left in the game. They somehow found a way to come back and tie this, and I'm not disappointed. Played well. The last goal by Brett Hull, one I'm sure he's thinking of now, thinking of each other more. But overall, an entertaining game for the fans, and the second five he's played 2 this season already.
It is over at the St. Louis Arena. The final score in overtime. 5 and the Blues 5. We'll be right back. Yep. Okay. I don't believe you could truthfully say that this game turned out the way the Stars or Blues thought at some point in the game that it would. The North Stars buried the Blues 4-0 in the first, but the Blues came roaring back with 3 seconds, tied 5 for time Chico, and no decision with a tomorrow night. My question is, what do you think these teams can do tomorrow, having gone the whole distance tonight?
It'd be a tough one after that. Hard to believe. I when the North Stars got this one's way. Announcer, I can say that, but as I say that, but can't. I think the North really collapsed with so much had in the that had led to the fourth goal made it 5-4, and off the face just breakaway. And then Kurzer had puck, and I don't did he turn and fired it down. That gave it, which is dangerous at that point. Peters faced off and one big shot, but so as you see, the coaching staff, especially the North staff, feel pretty because of the better point, but it's not what the.
Well, and look how it started. Goals for the North Stars in the first period. They scored every way you could just about score. 4-14. Kurt Giles nailed his third, short and Broughton 1-0. At 60, power play, a tip of a drive by Craig Hartsburg made it 2-0. At 9:50, both teams in full strength. A 2-on-1 break, nicely set up with Larry DePalma. At 3-0, and it'll do. 10 with the for 2 power plays, and the North Stars shorthanded goals. But time on a that was the end of the Blues. Craig Millen, Vincent Riendo, the rest of the did of Goodwin. 4-0 Stars at the end, but then the Blues. 6-7 of the power play. 6:26. Herb Ruffle makes it 4-2. At 15 minutes, Gambolini with a power play goal to make it 4-3. There we were at the end of 2. The North Stars made it 5. Bronte Nenner at 27. And just when you thought it was over, back comes Todd Ewing. 42 to make it 5-4. And then 14 seconds later, 4 seconds to go with the empty net behind. That slap shot of Brett Hull. Everybody in the joint knew where it was coming. John Casey knew it was coming, and it came on in.
Well, it was, it wasn't anything special as far as diagramming. You face up, somehow get it back to Hull, and you just as hard as you can. Hull made a great shot to the far side, and was any finish, for the fan. A disappointing loss of point. I missed.
Wow, a 5-5 overtime tie here at the tonight. 2 teams will go at it tomorrow night. The rematch at Met Center. Hope you'll be there for New Year's Eve. Coming up next on 9, it's Simon & Simon, the Rockford Files, and the Wild Wild West. Great entertainment for you here on your North Star station, KNSP TV, Channel 9. So that's going to do it. Tuesday, January 10th. We'll be at 6:30 on that one. Hope to see you at Met Center tomorrow night. Have a very, very happy New Year. For after Tom McCullough saying good night from the St. Louis Arena.